over the military.
Okay, so that's a different story. So the FSB's influence over Putin, whilst Putin makes military decisions, is an issue. There's no direct, the FSB is not telling the army what to do, but sure, the FSB is probably responsible for telling Putin, um, hold on to such and such town, keep pushing in Bakhmut, um, don't let go of Kherson, and all sorts of political reasons. I guarantee you that's an issue for sure. But the truth is, the Russian military is grossly incompetent anyway, so they can't blame the FSB's meddling in Putin's mind as the only reason for their failure. So, but I do suspect you will see a lot of knives come out, um, with the army going after the FSB saying it's the army's fault, the army's fault saying it's bad intelligence, right? So you're going to see them do that more and more. That's no surprise, right? I mean, failure is an orphan.
And they've almost run out of generals. When do they appoint Tucker Carlson?
I think he already is. He might be on the payroll. So, the most senior Russian general, sleeper cell. I mean, look, you can keep putting generals; it makes no difference. The whole system's rotten, so they can flip them out all they want. It really matters not. This new guy, people I love to go, here's an evil man from Syria. They're all evil. They're all gross and they're all garbage. So they're good at attacking like women and children in third world and developing nations, right? That's what they're good at. Good for them. You can steal candy from a baby. Congratulations, you're a superstar. But faced with peer on peer, or clearly Ukrainians aren't their peers. They're much better, but facing a formidable enemy, the question isn't will they win or lose, it's how fast are they going to lose, and that's what we're seeing now. So Kherson, I mean, whether this new general came in or not, you would have seen Russians try to leave Kherson. You would have seen Russians do dumb things in Kherson and reinforce. My biggest fear is the war crimes they'll commit. I think right now, they're running around with like chickens with their head cut off right now. Russian telegram shows that the Russians are just panicking in Kherson. They have no idea what's going on. And there's a force. Most likely, there's a force 4 times their size about to destroy them. They can't run. They can't just drive back. They've got a pontoon, a barge bridge that's going to get destroyed when the Ukrainians want. The Ukrainians, I suspect the Ukrainians want this to be maximum effect politically. The maximum effect military, maximum effect politically. I think they want cameras to show 25,000 Russian troops surrendering with all their equipment. That in itself could end this. Like that could end Putin for sure, right? 25,000 and then the knives will come out. That's when you'll see the FSB and the military saying, hey, he told us to do this. He put these troops there. We didn't. Here are my emails. Here are my letters. Leave Kherson. Move to Melitopol. We have to move all of our forces. Guarantee you, every general, every commander in that battle space on the Russian side has done that. So who knows? Maybe the Ukrainians can help. Any follow up?
Thank you, Yehuda.
You're welcome. Okay, Nick, Peter.
Hey, thanks. To amplify and illustrate your point, Yehuda, about the incoherency and stupidity of the Russian forces, and to respond to Jason's earlier question about Bakhmut, the British sources I follow have taken pains to explain that the forces assaulting Bakhmut aren't Russian army. It's Wagner, and Wagner has a bonus in its contract with the Kremlin for they earn a bonus for every square kilometer they take. So this is a cash cow operation for uh, on an effectively strategically valueless place, but it's Wagner's place in the Russian line, and they're going to milk it for all the money they can get, and that's how bad, incoherent, and stupid the Russian military effort is at this point. It's all about earning as much money as possible, however they can, and
well, let me interrupt you there. That
Sure.
wouldn't make much sense because Wagner, first of all, it isn't just Wagner. There are 4 motorized rifle brigades, and they've been ripped. They've been ripping. They've been relieving in place Wagner and vice versa. So one unit will go up, one will go to the rear, one will go up, one will go to the rear. So there are 4 in total motorized rifle brigades, if you call Wagner one, but they would have made $0 because they haven't gained any terrain. So they've been in the same spot for almost 3 months. So if they were trying to make money, they just moved to a different place, but there's nowhere for them to go. So I agree with you that it's stupid and dumb, and I'm not disagreeing with you that they're getting paid per square kilometer. I haven't heard that personally, but I'll take it. I'll buy it for $1. But they're not gaining anything. They're not gaining terrain. When they're attacking Bakhmut, they're basically in a kill zone, attacking a very well defended Ukrainian position. They gain about 500 meters of frontage, and then within a week they're pushed back. So they're not really gaining it, to be honest with you. And I don't disagree with your statements in general. I'm just saying they're even bad at making money then because they're not making any. They're not gaining square kilometers. They're gaining maybe 500 feet by a kilometer long, so half a kilometer maybe squared, and then they're losing it the next week, right? So it's even worse than you're saying.
I agree. I'm simply reiterating what I've learned from the Telegraph and BBC and a couple of other sources that it's a cash cow operation for whatever his name is, the dude that owns Wagner.
Prigozhin.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't have any expertise. I'm just reporting what I've heard repeatedly over the past 6
Not
weeks
arguing
or
with you.
so.
I'm just letting you know they're not gaining terrain. So
I that's obvious. they haven't taken Bakhmut for what? It's 6 to 8 weeks of trying. It's just but the incoherency of the operation is remarkable. And I'm going to drop down and thank you all for an entertaining and informative evening of information. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for coming. Come back soon, Peter. Matt, if you have a quick one, because I got to go, Peter.
Yeah, quick question. If you were a commander in any way, in any area during this offensive, how much media coverage would you allow?
None.
0.
0.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all bad.
Does Ukraine have the capability to intake 100,000 prisoners, or do they need help from other countries around them?
No, they're not going to help from anyone. Sure, yes and no. Are they going to get 100,000 in one go? No. Could they get 20,000 from here? Yeah. And guess what? You know, they could leave a lot of them in place and say, you fire, we artillery, bang, bang, you dead. Don't move. Come in advance, one to be recognized, move up unit by unit, have no arms on you, hands above your head, move them to the rear. Countries aren't going to take Russian prisoners. The Ukrainians have a population of 40 million in the rest of the country, 4 million occupied by Russia and deported. They have enough people to guard. They can build camps for 10,000 at a time if they needed to. And remember, it's not a 5-star hotel. It has tents, it has heating, it'll have food, it'll have exercise, and obviously the Ukrainians will want to trade them back for their prisoners if the Russians are so inclined. But they're not going to get 100,000 at one time, and that's fine. It's much harder to process. As for the media, they have public affairs officers. They can release what they want to. Biggest threat isn't the media. It's soldiers with cell phones. And that's something that could be a problem. It remarkably hasn't been. The Ukrainians have been pretty good with making sure that that doesn't come out. And the Russians have been pretty bad at it. So that's why some of our friends keep hearing what the Russians are doing, because they're dumb and they're telling everyone. So, Peter, we're going to I'll go to the next question because I have to try to get some more sleep because it is still too early in the morning. We'll go to Maddie. Maddie, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Yuda. Thank you for taking me, and Slava Ukraini. I just would like to very briefly just talk about last night's, well, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, South Africa here, so 12 hours ago, you had the Deputy Minister of Social Policy for Digital Transformation on Konstantin Koshelenko. And it was just a very amazing interview. And I didn't get on at the time to actually thank him for what he's doing. But I'd recommend that people go and listen to that recording when it's on. Just absolutely amazing what he's doing in this time of war with the digital platforms that he has put up and the work that they're doing. And specifically, the one that I actually went to have a look at was the way that people from around the world could very easily, on this very easy platform, donate to people in need, families in need, who have registered on his platform, where you can just read through the various families, what their needs are, and choose which one you would like to, who you would like to donate to, and they are then given coupons for various stores where they can go and buy the things that they actually need. And I just think it's a very easy way for people who wondering also what else they can do is to very easily go. So it's Eid Dopamogo. And I would just recommend that people listen to his talk, and also to, if they feel they would like to use that platform to donate to Ukraine families, and to thank you for having him on. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Maddie, and welcome from South Africa. Yes, no, it was a great conversation. I recommend we're going to have that up as soon as possible, and definitely do check out the Dopa Moga. It's a very interesting platform, and remember, they're maintaining services and supplies to the people of Ukraine whilst facing genocide and the Russian invasion. Is definitely this is a nexus of competence and loyalty and dedication to a country being conducted by so many people across Ukrainian society. There was once a time the Russians would laugh and say the Ukrainians aren't a country, they don't deserve this, that, and the other. However, they're showing their commitment in spades. They're exercising sovereignty. They're working together as a single unit, disparate peoples all over Ukraine, a multicultural country, different religions and ethnicities, working together for a common cause, and that is Ukraine. If ever there was an expression of solidarity and national unity, Ukraine would be up there as an example for all. While bombs are dropping, technical IT people in Ukraine are making sure that 80-year-old pensioners can still have food on the table because they're getting their pensions. All done online now, being heralded by our friend Kostya. Konstantina is just to call him Kostya, so I'll call him Kostya. Koshelenko. He was talking about how they did it, how they accelerated it during the invasion. And it's part of the glue that keeps Ukraine together, the national fabric, the national psyche. Hats off to Ukraine. They're fighting the good fight, and they're showing the world that if you believe in something hard enough, you can make sure that it stays. And then they're doing it. So on that note, Maddie, thank you very much. I will attempt to go to sleep again, and I will. I have my friend Joseph, and Doman is now here. Doman, our resident European moderator par excellence. That's French, unlike Doman. And I will leave it in your good hands, Maddie, Peter, team. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting MriyaReport and being here. And if you do and are able to help at MriyaAid.org, please do visit them. They're a great organization. Same with Ripley's Heroes. MriyaAid is close to our hearts, though, as obviously we started at the same time. And we've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, highlighting the genocide and the Russian invasion, bringing on Ukrainian voices, whether they be ministers of government or or minstrels on the street. We speak to everyone from Ukraine that we can. We want to amplify their voices. We want to talk about what they're doing, how they're doing it, how we can help. Talk about Russian disinformation, Russian behavior, conduct during this war, which has been egregious, shameful, and war crimes. It's criminal. And we'll be here and we will stay until the Russians are back where they belong, which is Russia or The Hague in a dock, where many of them will be going. So thank you again for supporting the cause of justice and freedom around the world. This is not just Ukraine's fight anymore. This is a fight for people who believe in freedom and reject the authoritarian and totalitarian regimes of these countries that should seek to destroy the way we live. And it is that dramatic. It's not hyperbole. It is definitely the way this is going. We can stop it now. So please do continue to support it. Tweet out the good tweets. Don't even engage the trolls. It's not worth it. Just move on. And God willing, we'll see Ukraine secure this victory. And may we all go from strength to strength. This is Yehuda from Toronto. Good night.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. As always, it's great to have Yehuda up and taking questions and giving a military update for the situation. I think he had a lot of great insights tonight, and I don't know. I took away a lot from that brief lightning round Q&A. So we've got Doman up a little early, so I'm going to give Doman a little time to get situated, get his coffee. I don't know what Doman does, but I'm sure he's got a routine, so I try to respect his routine, right? But if anyone has any questions about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what's going on, please do come up. As Yehuda mentioned, we do record all of our interviews, and we have them professionally edited by our team, and they go up on our Spotify account. So please do visit our Spotify account, MriyaReport, one word on Spotify, or just Google MriyaReport Spotify. You will find it. It's great. It's got all of our edited interviews, all of our best stuff. And it's definitely got Doman on there a lot because Doman does quite a few of the interviews, or is at least involved in them. So please do visit our Spotify. Check out some of our best interviews, our most popular interviews, and see what you think. I'm not sure. I think the Thainer interview, they're still working on it, Doman. But
it's like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's. I think we should split it up, right? I proposed like Thainer speaking as one, and then Thainer Palooza as in Thainer, Chuck, Nuno, and Colonel Spencer, like as the like a different one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. Thomas Thainer, and then the three musketeers. It's more than three of them. However many musketeers.
I wanted to call it Thainer Palooza. That was the best name I could come up with. No one came up with anything better. So anyway, but yeah, so that was a great one. Yeah, so really looking forward to that one. I assume that's the priority right now. But yeah, we're working on getting everything up there. We have obviously a lot of our best interviews up there already, and we're plugging away at the Spotify account, getting basically every interview we've ever done eventually will be up there. I'll put it that way. It's all filed away. It's all ready to go. We're working on it. It's a volunteer operation, Delman. It's, these guys, professional editors, they got day jobs, they got lives, but anyway, so thanks to Yehuda for stopping by. His military update for today will be available at some point on the Spotify, I'm pretty sure. So do check that out as well. And I guess maybe it's a good time, Doman, if you don't mind. We do have at least one guest today that I'm aware of. So we could maybe talk a little bit about it because I think it's a pretty significant guest. I know Prince basically was up here plugging away. I think she did a great job explaining this upcoming guest. So if you wanted to maybe talk to our audience a little bit about it, go ahead.
Well, I wasn't here for Prince's clearly fantastic treatise, but you were. So why don't you do it?
Well, I'd have to go pull up the card real quick.
It's right there in the nest, Joseph.
Yeah. I'm not good with phones, Dome. I like to look on the old computer screen, Dome. I'm an old-fashioned guy, right? I use an old computer screen like my grandpa did. We've got coming Alexandra Drick. She's from the International Advocacy Center for Civil Liberties. She's also an advisor to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. She's going to be here at 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's New York time. So that's in about 8 hours. If Time Wizard Doman doesn't correct me, and he's not, so I think that I'm correct. Yeah. As far as I know, Prince was very excited because she's familiar with her work already. She's testified on Russian war crimes and Russian filtration camps and other things, and or I don't know why I said testified. She's given lectures or analysis on those topics, and she's basically quite an authority on it, Doman. So that's kind of my broad understanding. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, that's perfect, Joseph. Thank you. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, in just under 8 hours' time, you'll be hearing from Alexandra, and Alexandra's wonderful. We have so many wonderful guests, and she'll be joining a club of many. Where ATV go? I mean, ATV was worried we'd be going on forever, like usual. But we only have one guest today, not 27,000 like sometimes. So, ATV, do come back up. We also have a Chris up, Chris Fairborn.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate very much and I apologize, my voice is a little bit hoarse because I've been up for a little bit. I greatly appreciate the insight and the dialogue and the introspective. Perhaps this is not a topic for the current venue, but I'm deeply interested in the economics of this warfare, and from the defensive and offensive perspective of Ukraine. We had spoken over the night about drones and their capabilities, and we know that the infrastructure of Ukraine is under attack, and the different attack surfaces and vectors that are incorporated with that. I'd love to be able to open up a forum at some point, perhaps not here, to talk about the efficiencies and the threat and attack vectors that are associated with that. Would that ever be appropriate here or then?
I suggest you do it at a time when we have maybe finance up, but also when we have lots of the military folks up. Like Craig would be a good one to aim for. So that's what I'd suggest. Generally, I will note that finance is up. Generally, I will note that the value of it, the value of it, the worth of it, the economics of using a weapon isn't dictated by the cost of the weapon, but the cost of the
I heard my name.
What happens if you don't use it, right? The opportunity cost matters a lot. So, for example, anti-air missiles are expensive. Drones are cheap, but you'll still use an expensive anti-air missile to shoot down a cheap drone because a cheap drone can make a whole lot of damage, right? That sort of calculus. But we have finance who's better at it.
Thank you. I just the postulate is I understand that kinetic weapons and conventional weapons have a cost and they have encumbrances when we talk about diplomacy, when we talk about logistics, and in the electronic warfare, information warfare, cyber warfare space, the protection and the utilization of these mechanisms has, to my mind's eye, an economic advantage and efficiency that can be leveraged by innateness. I mean, the intellectual capital of Ukraine is great when it comes to these things, and our ability to partner with other nation states to leverage those capacities for engaging in warfare. How do you say against industrial facilities, and as has been demonstrated, is considerable, and I would just love to find out a way that I could actually vector that conversation, given history and given the necessity. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's the exact question?
The exact question is, what is Ukraine's and Ukraine's partners' ability to engage in electronic warfare and information warfare to destroy capacities of Iran, destroy capabilities of Russia to operate crap drones, for starters?
Interesting question. As far as the on the battlefield electronic warfare stuff, they appear to have acquired something since the early days of getting Iranian drones that is working really well. Because we went from hearing quietly that unfortunately early on the Iranian drones were having a big effect, and now they're not. As far as the on the battlefield stuff goes, that's about as much as comes out, because this is obviously like the most OPSEC kind of stuff. Like, it's not even like, we don't even know what, like, I haven't even heard like what they're using.
It's not a fair question. Yeah.
Right. Like, just, well, look, like whatever works, no one talks about, right? Because you don't want any, like, there's too much OPSEC on it. It's the most stuff. That said, if you ask on, like, I've actually asked a lot of questions on like what the proper drone is to take out a truck, because the Russian Empire doesn't have enough logistical trucks to move their stuff around, except that, like, you know, a Bayraktar is millions of dollars, and you don't want to waste a $500,000 piece of ammo taking out a $20,000 piece of crap or old or cheaper, you know, Russian truck, right? What you want to find is a cheap as hell loitering munition, so that you're not spending $500,000 on a $20,000 truck.
Totally.
Right. So this is definitely one of the major considerations. Another side of the hilarity, it's a low tech answer. It's tangential but funny. Aside of the war is the Russians having spent like significant efforts and like high and somewhat expensive munitions to destroy the blow up dolls of HIMARS.
Right.
Like,
totally.
Part of that is like Putin probably actually had reports saying they destroyed like 20 HIMARS or something, because because they didn't really know the difference between a blow up doll and the real thing. And so they saw HIMARS on the video go boom. Right.
Right.
But like, they used expensive stuff for for a massive blow up doll that probably cost $1,000, and it definitely, and the root, you know, just the ammo alone, let alone all the work, time, everything else that went into blowing that $1,000 blow up doll up, right?
Well, the
Vastly more
asymmetry,
expensive.
the asymmetry, and the you know, the woe is me factor is just, you know, it's self compounding. I love it.
And just real quick to add on, so the Shahed drone, right? These drones that Iran are sending. So I think one problem is that, like, we have this word drone. It's kind of a catch-all for a lot of different kind of things, right? And so we talk about these small quadcopter drones. Those require like a constant, it's like a remote control car or something, right? They're piloted by a person. You talk about these larger drones; those typically are connected, but they have enough like autonomous systems to, kind of stay alert and intelligent to some degree until they reconnect with, the mother brain or whatever. So the Shahed drone, I just want to explain real quick. The Shahed drone has like an internal like gyro stabilizer, more or less. It has a telemetry set. You just kind of set it and let it go. It's quite difficult to disrupt with like traditional means of electronic warfare. Just interrupting the signal wouldn't quite be enough. It will like connect with the mother brain, more or less, to check its telemetry and make sure it's correct. So it's better to have the signal, but even if it doesn't, it'll do its best, for lack of a better explanation. I'll put it this way: if there is an electronic warfare measure to disrupt these things, it's something we're maybe not aware of or we haven't thought of, and it probably it's probably going to stay a secret for a little while for good reason. So does that make sense, Chris?
Yeah, it does. So EMI and RFI jamming is just not, because it's set it and forget it. It's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah, as far as I know, they got to shoot them down, and right now they're able to shoot down quite a lot of them. Like there were in one day like 28 launched, and they got rid of like 23 or 24 of them. Doman, is that roughly correct? You remember?
On Monday, it was 23 out of 28 got shot down. I don't know since. I don't have the numbers committed to memory since.
And the attack platform for that, or the threat mitigation platform for that, is that low cost? Is that like a quasi phalanx, or is that, what?
So it depends, right? It depends, because they can take them out in very many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
You can shoot them down with a Gepard. You can shoot them down with an expensive anti-air missile. One of them is much cheaper than the other. The point is, if you can shoot it down, you will shoot it down because of the destruction it causes if it hits the target. So it's not about the cost of the platforms. It's about having enough of them to cover all of the bits where it might be flying over. So it's not a calculation of the drone costs 20,000, our platform to shoot it down costs whatever. That's not the logic. Where did finance go? Finance is supposed to be the one explaining this, not me. Right? He's the economist. But seriously, that's what it's about. So if a $20,000 drone can do $200 million worth of damage, you're shooting it $200 million. You're not shooting it $20,000. Clear? Got that? I really want to drive this point home. I only have 1 point. I really want to drive this one home.
And I just want to add one final point, and we can maybe we lost finance. I'm sad. So just that I know that there were two, at least to my knowledge, confirmed like guys with guns shooting them down, more or less. One was a TDF unit in a city, I forget which city, and one was a video that we saw a police unit actually shoot them down. It's quite a compelling video. I recommend people maybe check that one out. That's one method, but as Doman said, I think that's probably the exception. In other words, you probably don't just want, that's probably like a last resort, I'll put it that way, to have small arms fire just massed on it. It's not a bad idea. I'm not against it, but you want something, I think like a Gepard is probably what you'd ideally want for a situation like this. Would you agree, Doman? Just put lead in the air and take it out?
I mean, you can take a lot of things. We were talking about this forever yesterday, right? Explosive rounds like a Gepard are pretty good because they don't leave lots of debris flying back. If you just shoot 50 cows in the air, those 50 cows are going to come down. That's not good, right? Because it's a city, Kiev is. So anyway, it's complicated. We spent like 5 hours on this yesterday. Electronic warfare approaches are best if they can be sufficiently widespread. Cost of those is indeterminate to me anyway. I'm sure somebody knows. So I don't. It's complicated. Nobody has a spreadsheet for all of this. Not even Dr. Poole.
No, gentlemen, thank you for entertaining the subject. I didn't mean to, conflate it as being
just hard.
Kind of
you're
a binary approach.
Just nobody has answers.
I just, in my mind's eye, if you war game this out, if we can push this into the space of non-conventional, non-encumbered geopolitical weapon systems that we're dependent upon, and have rules of engagement or conditions laden upon them, the space for EW capability, IW capability becomes very interesting, and we've seen that manifest in multinational engagements in preventing Iran from obtaining capacities that are super sophisticated, and this stuff that we're talking about is not super sophisticated. And so I just my mind, from an economic standpoint, and from the desire to see Ukraine expend the least effort for the most maximum gain, is kind of geared toward this space, right, wrong, or indifferent. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, we have a Peter, and then we have an Eric. Peter. Peter.
Sorry. Yes. Good morning. What I wanted to speak to was actually the headlines in the European news and what you were seeing there. What is going on? What are you seeing in Germany? What are you seeing in Italy? What are you seeing in Switzerland? What are you seeing in Poland? Please let me know. Thank you so much.
Italy. Can we get some Italians up? I want to talk about Italy. I'm going to go to Eric, who'll tell us if the government is still together, and then Bertrand Russell's puppy, or Luca, if Luca's still listening. I think Luca's still going to sleep. I want to hear stuff, because I've been reading stuff this morning, first thing, and I want to talk to an Italian. That's my selfish prerogative here. And Yehuda's left, so let's go to Eric. Eric, yesterday the government got voted in 176 to 173, 2 days ago maybe. There was immediately a scandal. Are they still together?
There's always a scandal. My battery just jumped from 20 to 1% in 1 second. I don't really know why, but if I disappear, that's the reason. But if you don't mind, I will just make a short comment on the economics discussion, which I think is really interesting. I think your point you're making is excellent. Because what you always look at is cost of the drone versus the cost of the rocket. And of course, that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the cost of the potential targets. But I would also like to introduce, sorry, I'm getting passed by a truck. I would also like to introduce the butterfly effect. I discussed this the other day, just on this subject, using a Bayraktar drone to take out a truck, a cheap truck on road to the front. What you actually are taking out is not a truck. It's what the truck is carrying. It's one, potentially two military chauffeurs, and it's also the ammunition for 1 day at an artillery regiment, or artillery position at least. So the butterfly effect chauffeurs at a time when there's a huge lack of it is much bigger than just the cost of the truck. Taking out the potential for artillery position to fire a single shell in a day, that's a huge cost for the attacker. So I think the butterfly effect of taking out transportation capability for the Russian army right now is much bigger than just the 20,000 cost of the truck. So I think that's something you also need to take into account when you discuss what kind of abilities. It's probably worth it in the end. And if there was a logistic person on the space who could discuss this in more detail, I would think that's really interesting. But on the other issue, yes, right, we have a new government in Sweden. I wouldn't say there was a scandal. Every time this happens, all the journalists jump on and find something that is fun to poke at. I think what I found now is that one or two of the ministers have not paid their bills and at the correct time or something like that. It's minor stuff. Nothing is going to happen. There's not going to be any big scandal. I do think this is going to be good for our support of Ukraine. The new foreign minister, Mr. Billström, he talked about this yesterday. He's been quite criticized in Sweden before because it's a very harsh stance on certain subjects. But on this, I think it's going to be rock solid. I think I really hope that this means that the support from Sweden will increase. I really do think we will now talk about more heavier weapons. Again, the Liberal Party is now in the government. It's one of the three parties. This has been their position for a long time. I think this is not an area that other parties will see any point of putting up a fight. So I do think that the support will increase. I think we might send archers and other things. So I'm very positive, and I don't think this government is going to fall. At least not in the first year. Which again is going to give the stability that is needed to be able to do more for Ukraine. So I'm positive.
Thank you, Eric. I'm hopeful too. 25th of October, I think, is the due date for the Swedish military to say what all they desperately need to keep and what all they have to get rid of. What all they have to get rid of. What all they may deliver to Ukraine. So I think that's kind of the big decision making time, right? So next week, early next week, we'll have clarity. And hopefully late next week we'll have artillery shells raining down on Russian positions from archers. Hope so. Anyway, Pauli?
Yeah, a brief question to Eric, if that's all right.
Certainly, if his battery holds up.
All right. Eric, can you just inform the public about the new defense minister and his background? And then what are the how's the new government stance on the PKK situation? So how do you think the new government is gonna handle the ongoing NATO application and negotiations? How it's gonna affect? Thank you.
Eric? Eric? No. Okay, I think Eric's phone has given up the ghost. But I can talk about what's his name, Paul Jonsson, I think.
Correct.
Yeah. So he has a PhD in defense studies from King's College London. Not the best place in the world, but one of the better ones for defense studies, defense and war studies. So that's pretty good. He worked as a researcher at the NATO research something or other in Rome for a while, which is great. Big fan. He's been quite vociferously pro-NATO for years before 2022 already, as in Swedish membership, was warning about the Russian threat, how it's not being taken seriously. So that's a good start, right? That's a good start. What else was there, Pauli? You probably know something specific that you're driving at that Eddie would know, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, there were like expectations that because the new government, how it's gonna affect the NATO application, what's the formation gonna be?
Oh, PKK.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. Sweden has had one of the more strongly anti-PKK policies since the 90s. They were one of the first countries outside of Turkey to introduce, whatever measures. I forget what it technically is, right? So on that level, there's nothing that can really be done. What Turkey is asking is for the Swedish government to override the Swedish judicial system. That's not happening. So this is all about posturing. This is all about messaging. So Turkey knows they can't actually get anything concrete out of this. So this is all about nonsense statements. This is all about political speech now. And I mean, they'll probably do whatever they think they can get away with without being crucified at home and with getting the voting through in Turkey. That's literally all there is.
That's like from the other side of the Gulf, from Finland, how I see it, the new lineup is really solid. So I would say that it's a good thing for Ukraine, good thing for Sweden, and I think good thing for the joint NATO application. So I think it was a good thing how they made the formation and the new lineup for the government, in my opinion, because they also didn't let the Svenska Demokraterna have any ministers, so there's no like how to say room for any claims for having how to say unwanted persons as a minister. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've had control over policy and stuff, but at the end of the day, I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, I guess, maybe. All in all, there's not that much that's happening. Tim, do you want to pitch in on Sweden before we go to Italy?
Yeah,
sunnier lands, warmer climes.
I was just going to ask, what exactly do Turkey want from Sweden regarding the PKK? I missed that.
Oh, okay. So Sweden has a bunch of people in Sweden who reside in Sweden whom Turkey considers wanted terrorists, but the Swedish judiciary is never going to hand off to Turkey. I'll have Eddie coming back up. The Swedish judiciary isn't going to hand off to Turkey because other reasons, right? Because extradition goes through the courts. But basically, Turkey is making a big song and dance about them, despite Sweden having already had the most stringent policy against PKK, calling PKK a terrorist organization, pretty much before any other country in Europe outside of Turkey did it. So in like early mid 90s. So it's a really big old red herring. Turkey knows it can't actually get the extradition of the few people that probably aren't criminals that the Turkey thinks are, because you know how Turkey goes about imprisonments, right? I don't need to mention too much. So there you go. That's kind of what it is. Eric, what did I miss out on?
Yeah, sorry, my battery ran out. Just one small thing. In the former Swedish government, and in the supporting parties, there are a lot of very successful Kurds, very good politicians, and some of them have. I'm not critical in any way towards them, but they are quite closely tied to the Kurdish cause, because they're ex-Kurds, and not ex-Kurds, but they're from the Kurdish diaspora, and ex-Kurdish politicians, some of them. And one of them, from the person who was, she was expelled from the left-wing party, she became the deciding voice in parliament. Because it was 174 votes on one side and 174 votes on the other side. So, and then the kingmaker, or the queenmaker actually in the middle, a politician called Amina Kakabaveh, she was Kurdish, and extremely closely tied to the Kurdish cause. And that was, of course, during the time that we applied for NATO. So this is, of course, something that I think Erdogan and his politicians, or his allies, saw very negative against. And that was actually one of the points being made yesterday by the foreign minister of Sweden, saying that we do not have this issue now. We do not have a queenmaker or kingmaker or anyone in the middle. We have if you look at Swedish politics, a quite strong majority, 3 votes. This is just a little bit about how divided Swedish politics is. And we don't have this. We don't have the same dynamics in Kurdish on the Kurdish cause as a left-wing government had. So that was one of the points they're making. And I'm not making a political point in any way here. This is just how it's described. So I think this government change hopefully will untie some of the aspects that have been holding this back for the last couple of weeks.
So in terms of Turkey, is there a stronger rhetorical position that Sweden can go to? Like, is there something they can do that will keep Turkey happy and allow them to save face?
They have to make one speech where they say the right things in the right context. That's it. It's about political messaging entirely.
Yes,
what
I
can
sort
they
of
do?
agree.
There's nothing actionable they can do, right, Eddie?
No, I sort of agree. I mean, again, this goes to the courts. And if someone is not deemed to have done anything wrong, or is not deemed to be worthy of being sent out of the country because of terrorist charge or whatever, then of course it will not be done. But I do think the new government can be a little bit more forceful on this message when it comes to being, I wouldn't say nice to Turkey, but a little bit more, given that they don't have the historical relationship with the Kurdish cause and many Kurdish aligned politicians to the same degree as the left-wing parties. Not saying that the right-wing parties, and especially liberals, of course, I think feel very strongly for the Kurdish cause. Definitely. So I don't think it's going to be a change in the Swedish politicians' way of thinking. I think the overall messaging will probably be the same, that we are actually quite supportive of the Kurdish cause. Again, the Sweden Democrats are a little bit outside this normalized discussion about what is the Swedish traditional way of looking at the Kurdish cause. But I think, as you pointed, Doma, I think it's going to be a more change of tone than actually change of politics. And also, it will be much easier for this present government to open up arms sales, for example, and enable Swedish companies to do defense spending, or also sell defense material to Turkey. I think this will be much easier for this government than the previous one.
You're right. This is the one thing that is actionable. Export licenses are the one thing that is actionable. And specifically, isn't there some sort of an upgrade, some targeting, something or other that Turkey wanted that Sweden makes, something like that? Anyway, I see we have a Tom with us, Tom Lindström. Do you have thoughts? Do you have something to add? Feel free, go right ahead. Help him out.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Right. Yeah, there's not nuances of difference because the former Social Democrat, they really actually bought this voice, this Kurdish Akabave. They promised billions in money for the Kurdish sake, and I think that's that's quite a problem for the Turkish side, and those kind of connections is not present now. Furthermore, there were actually proof of connections between like the former defense minister in video chats with the PKK members, and things like that was not a very good thing for the Swedish cause, and all those connections are now gone from the government side. So a little addition, nuances.
Thank you, Tom. So yeah, again, right, what new Swedish government can do: change your political messaging, change of tone on one side, on the one hand, and the only actionable thing is probably the weapons export licenses. That's about it.
And that's already on the move. It was
Exactly. So there we go. Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Erik. Thank you, Pauli. Now we know where we stand, and hopefully this stuff will be resolved sooner rather than later, so that we can bring additional stability to the north of the eastern front of NATO by stabilizing that, bringing Sweden and Finland in, so that we can help Ukraine even more easily than before. Erik?
I have a completely different question. If there's any Americans on the space, there was a report this morning in the Washington Post saying that if the House flips in the election in a month, the Republicans will try to hinder more aid to Ukraine.
Oh dear God, Erik, we're not going into that question, and you know why.
No, I just wanted to hear if not making a political point, I just wanted to see, because I was really surprised reading that, because I thought Republicans were all actually on the same side. So I'm just very surprised. But okay, if you want to discuss it, I'm fine with that.
I'll let finance tackle it, because he jumped up at this point. But I really don't want to go into that, because I have to be here for the next 5 hours and 4 hours, something. And I don't want to spend all of it talking about American politics, because I want to talk about Italian politics instead. Finance?
Yeah, at the risk of the American politics hellhole, normally I avoid it like the plague. But unfortunately, Representative Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader in the House of Representatives, likes to suck Putin's dick. So we have to talk about it, because minority leader in the House of the Republicans, unlike the majority of his party even, likes to eat that propaganda and vomit it all over the place, which he did the other day. Unfortunately, it's not clear, because we haven't seen massive numbers of Republicans come out against him, which is a somewhat cause for worry. The other side of this is Senator Lindsey Graham, the longtime ultra-conservative Republican, and as well as Mitch McConnell, who I believe still leads in the Senate. Both are, and is considered more moderate than Lindsey Graham, because most people are both still pro-Ukraine and still supportive of Ukraine. There's also some hope that the rhetoric is one thing and what they do is another. That said, hope is bad. Certainly, I personally hope that the current administration and Congress is paying attention, and they make sure to pass some laws that even if the Republicans do wish to block everything the Democrats do, which has happened before in the U.S. political process, that so much aid money has already been allocated to Ukraine that the deal is done. That said, it is currently a legitimate worry, but like Doman, I'd rather not talk about it all day. And I certainly think at this point it is perfectly acceptable if somebody wants to tell Kevin McCarthy to take a Russian dick out of his mouth. That is also a totally acceptable thing to say on this space.
Thank you, Finance. See, I think this is a good summary of this, and we're not going to go any more deeply into it, because that is speculating about possibilities of what might happen sometime down the line. And instead, what we're going to go, Joseph, can we talk about Italy, please? I got Bertrand Russell's puppy on 15 minutes ago. This is important, and this has already happened.
That's the thing, gentlemen. You said the words Italian politics, and my contract says I can go to bed. So I'll leave it to in your capable hands. I'm sure that you'll be an excellent analyst of this political mess, the spaghetti that is Italian politics, Doman. So good luck to you and the listeners. Have a great night, and Slava Ukraini. And real quick, we do have Alexandra Drik. She's going to be here in about 7 hours, and it's going to be a great interview. Looking forward to it. So everyone, please do tune in. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Joseph. And see, this is the thing. It went from messy spaghetti to more one of those lasagnas that you dropped on the floor and then the dog trod all over it.
Mamma mia.
Exactly, puppy. So I was reading this morning. I was sent a thread by Giovanni Gruni, well-educated chap, I have to say, who noted some interesting things. And by interesting, I mean, oh my God, what is going on? So apparently yesterday, a very unknown minor Italian politician, none of you have probably ever heard of, but his name is Silvio Berlusconi. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. If you haven't, that's okay. He's not very important. He's mostly famous for his extracurricular activities. Just kidding. He used to be the prime minister of Italy a bunch of times. He was the last prime minister who actually had a whole parliamentary term's worth of government in one go. Almost.
It is still accurate that he is mostly famous for his extracurricular activities.
I know. This is, see, every good joke has a grain of truth in it. Right. So puppy. So apparently yesterday, the old codger claimed that he had an exchange of sweet letters with Vladimir Putin. They also exchanged gifts in the form of vodka and wine. I'm guessing diplomatic satchels. Putin apparently claimed Berlusconi is one of his 5 best friends. I would be worried if I was Berlusconi if I ever went above the 5th floor. And Berlusconi's party is probably going to have him be the next Minister of Foreign Affairs, or someone else that he'll be kind of controlling. So before we go on, Bertrand Russell's puppy, is Giovanni making it all up? Is Giovanni writing a new sitcom? Or is Giovanni very depressingly correct in what he wrote?
Unfortunately, Giovanni is not making stuff up, and it is all very depressing. Giovanni is a reasonable guy, and what you are describing is the depressing reality. I wonder why anyone would want to talk about Italian politics this day, but you did it, and that's one depressing part of the puzzle. So, as you described it, while talking to his party, so it was an internal meeting, but of course the audio was leaked because it was a semi-public, one of those things. Berlusconi said once again that he said that he is exchanging very sweet letters with the genocidal maniac in the Kremlin, and that he, meaning Berlusconi, received 20 bottles of vodka for his birthday. In exchange, he sent back to Putin 20 bottles of Lambrusco. I guess Putin wins in this particular case because.
So, how many bottles of vodka?
20 bottles. That's the
20
official
bottles
figure
of vodka
from
for
Berlusconi's.
20 bottles of Lambrusco.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Why
into this
Lambrusco?
alcohol pricing thing, but I believe that 20 bottles of vodka are more expensive than 20 bottles of Lambrusco. I guess it's besides the point, but still.
Well, no. Actually, 20 bottles of vodka is a lot cheaper to produce than 20 bottles of Lambrusco. It's just that Lambrusco will attract a much lower duty because of the much lower alcohol content. But actually, isn't Putin supposed to be teetotal? I thought the demon was getting all of his alcohol rations.
Yeah, I guess word on the street, because I mean, nobody knows for sure what is going on about Putin. He's kind of surrounded by an iron curtain of information, very carefully crafted. But yeah, it is believed that Putin is actually a teetotaler. So I don't know what he's going to do with his Lambrusco. Maybe give it to Medvedev, but it's probably not going to be strong enough for his guy.
Isn't that a teenager's drink, Lambrusco?
Lambrusco used to be the
I believe
most
Domen can
popular
speak about
import.
this much. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's good, Puppy, because Tim, I can show you statistics of the most imported wines into the US back in the 1960s, 1970s. Lambrusco was right at the top. Right at the top. Also, it depends on, so people say, you know, what you're thinking of, Tim, is Lambrini. That's different. That's trying to use the same marketing. But most Lambrusco, at least historically, was really shared. However, there is such a thing as a very high quality Lambrusco, and you know, you shouldn't. I mean, all of it's better than whatever shitty Russian vodka Putin's sending. I wouldn't be touching that for, you know, without a Geiger counter first. But hey. Axel, we're talking about Lambrusco and vodka. What's your preference?
Yeah, there's fantastic Lambrusco. There's no question.
Exactly. And Tim was calling it a teenager's drink.
Because no good Lambrusco is easily imported into the mainstream of grocery stores or alcohol stores or corner stores in England.
Yeah, no, they have this thing called Lambrini. Actually, I don't think you've ever encountered Lambrini. But it sort of comes in oversized bottles, and it tries to use the good name of Lambrusco in vain. And it's, yeah. Anyway, doesn't really matter. So the reason why we're talking about that is because Berlusconi and Putin have been hanging out together on the postal service and have been exchanging sweet letters, as well as bottles of vodka and Lambrusco, apparently, according to Berlusconi. But he would know, right? He's one of the two parties to the pen pal ship. So, Papi, is he likely to be the next foreign minister of Italy then, or will it be someone else who, you know, has more ability to stay awake the whole day?
So there is something called the Toto Ministri in Italy, which is the period before the new government is formed, where behind the scenes the negotiations are happening. And this is that particular period. It's a traditional couple of weeks or more in the Italian history of politics. We are in that stage, so nobody really knows. So the negotiations are going on behind the scenes for who in the coalition parties gets which cabinet posts. However, I can say that according to the media reports, Berlusconi is not likely to be the next foreign minister. And the candidate that seems to have the most chances is Antonio Tajani, which is a part of Berlusconi's party. And Antonio Tajani is a former president of the European Parliament. He's Berlusconi's guy. So he has a reputation for being less bombastic in his approach to things in life and overall politics and the friendship with Putin and exchanging love letters with the genocidal maniacs, but he's still Berlusconi's guy. So he is, according to what we believe now from the media reports, the likely next Italian foreign minister under Meloni's government. That is what is believed to be the case now. You want to know something about Antonio Tajani? I don't know.
I do want to know something about Antonio Tajani because I remember him being the president of the European Parliament. I also remember him saying something about Italian Istria and Italian Dalmatia. And that's the only thing I remember about him. But I remember this being major, causing some major problems in Slovenia and Croatia. That's all. So what else? Because that's literally the only thing I remember from him. So what else do you remember from him?
I don't know, Doben. You have to, you don't have many choices right now in the current situation in Italy for ideal people. So I guess Tajani, as a former member of the European Parliament and sort of a member in good standing of the MEP, and Berlusconi still is, so that tells you something about the current status of that particular organization. But I hope that I am not hoping too much. Yes, he had some sort of very weird revanchist statements in the past years that you mentioned. I am not a fan, just to be clear, of the guy, and I'm not a fan of anyone in that coalition, but I'm trying to see what is the least bad. And at the moment, I would say that Tajani possibly is one of the guys that I would consider not likely to do something absolutely immediately and explosively stupid. That's the most that I can say about.
Could you say that he tends to inaction?
Yeah, he tends to inaction. I mean, he's former Italian Air Force officer. I should have checked his Wikipedia page before having this speech, this conversation with you. But yeah, he is a former officer of the Italian Air Force. He had senior positions, as we said, in the European Parliament. He is not a good guy for the way I see it. He was involved in several controversial situations in the past years, but still, I don't think that he is going to be one of the ones that is going to exchange vodka versus Lambrusco with Putin in the next months of the Italian government. I may add a silver lining overall, which is these guys, meaning the new Italian government, just for our international audience, that is likely to be, at the very least, much more pro-Putin and much more, how do I use a word that is not, that is family friendly. Okay, anyways, the next Italian government is going to be a shit show. I guess that's family friendly enough. And that is clear from the very beginning. However, in the spirit of limiting the damage as much as possible, I would say the fact that the coalition parties are already fighting each other very publicly is sort of a silver lining. Antonio Tajani, as a prospective next Italian foreign minister, is going to be a shit show, probably less of a shit show, at least in a PR sense, than if Berlusconi was taking the post himself personally. If nothing else, Berlusconi is how do I say this without being ageist? Not the youngest, and has shown signs of not necessarily being in touch with the current events in a number of recent occasions, while Tajani is younger and has enough of international experience navigating the diplomacy of EU to hope that at least he is staying the course a little bit of what is internationally considered to be a decent position in Italy. And I am absolutely not optimistic. I don't want to sound optimistic. I am not. I've been pessimistic about this for several months now, because that's
I've got a serious question for you. So, were you a pessimist before you moved to the Czech Republic, or did that come as an environmental effect?
I don't know, kind of. I've been moving around before the Czech Republic. I've been living in the States and in Germany and in other places. So I'm not sure if my personal experience is accounting for much. But I guess I am overall pessimistic about the current situation in Italy for a couple of decades. I would also say that I tend, because of my background, to look at the long-term view, and I see a couple of decades not being a long-term view. Depends on your perspective on this. So long-term, I am optimistic about humanity, and that includes Italy as well. But right now, it does not look good because one, the mood in Italy overall, the influence of the Kremlin propaganda, the prominence of some Kremlin-friendly types in the media and the like in Italy, right? So that does not make me optimistic. If you ask me if on a overall sense of life view, yes, I am optimistic even about Italy, but it will not be a short-term type of thing. And unfortunately, in the short term, what we need to do is being very practical, because there is a war, a genocidal war ongoing in Europe, and being practical means basic stuff, but basic but critical stuff, like sending weapons to the guys and girls that are fighting for their survival. And Italy has been, in the last year or couple of years, under the previous government, supportive of such efforts. And I am really afraid that the next government will be a much more Orban-like government, meaning not saying, hey, we are getting out of NATO and EU, because neither Italy nor Hungary are in a position to do so, realistically, but still dragging their feet on a number of issues. Hungary has been denying NATO flights over its territory to bring supplies to Ukraine for 1 year now or something. And Italy can do some of the same, but on a much larger and worrying scale. I don't know to which extent they will go, but there is a chance, at least in the worst case scenario, that some Italian governments will do things like, questioning the use of Sigonella. That's one thing, happened before. I don't see this as a really crazy scenario. Of course, they will face immense pressure from outside and also from inside, but that's the rhetoric. It's consistent, at least, with the rhetoric of the senior types that are going to take a senior role in the next Italian government, and so that's the one thing. And things like talking every other day about the fact that sanctions are not helping anyone, because EU is getting cold next winter, blah blah blah. You know the drill. That's exactly, by the way, the same arguments, the same talking points that you see in some of the pro-Kremlin parties around Europe, and, by the way, in the Russian media.
Oh, exactly.
And,
right. So let's take these one by one, because I think that that's exactly what's going to be going on. There's going to be not like a ban on NATO overflights, because Italy can't damn well afford it. It can't. I mean, the US pays Italy how much for bases every year? Just as a matter of rote, right? But seriously, Italy is going to be causing issues. There's going to be suggestions made by members of the government or members of parliament from government parties that will be unsavory. They won't be acted upon, but they will create a whole lot of activity that will be distracting from useful activity. I think that's the most likely outcome here, right? It's not. It's the most likely outcome isn't Italy banning NATO overflight. The most likely outcome is there having to be a lot of meetings about this instead of something productive. What was the other part? Yes, the rhetoric about sanctions aren't helping. This is the thing that worries me much more than everything else. The economic sanctions on Russia expire at the end of January. They need to be extended before the end of January at a council vote. That means 27 yeses, 0 noes. Okay, and Hungary already indicated it's minded to vote against next time. Like the last extension, they said this is the last. We're not doing any more, right? Bulgaria, after the last election, is questionable, says my Bulgarian friend. Let's put it at that. Let's leave it at that, right? Questionable. It's unclear how it's going to go. The government hasn't formed yet. The parliament is sitting today, I think. Today is the first sitting of the Bulgarian parliament. So, Bulgaria is a worry. And then Italy is kind of a train speeding down a very, very poorly maintained track. And the question is it going to pass or is it going to derail and crash, right? Because it could be fine. It could all be fine. There is a perfectly reasonable scenario when it's all fine, except for some, weird speeches made, some unnecessary rattling. But the line where it can derail is just far too probable for comfort.
Yeah, that is exactly the right way to express it. If you ask me to get my crystal ball out of my drawer here and say what is going to happen in the next...
Is it Bohemian crystal? They make excellent crystal.
It must be. Come on, I have to use only Bohemian crystal here. So my expectation, frankly, is that no single country in the European Union or in the NATO at large is going to be realistically able to make trouble in a very significant way in terms of, let's go even beyond sanctions. So let's talk about the resolve of the West. I don't think that this is likely to happen, and I can elaborate why I think so. But there is still a non-zero probability scenario that too many bad actors, let's call them like this, so it's easier for everybody, in various EU countries, which largely coincide, as we all know, with NATO countries as well, will make things significantly more difficult, and this will harm the cause of essentially freedom in Europe, which will in turn cause many more deaths. Because, delaying one particular type of weapon 1 week, or delaying the trip of some cargo to Poland in order for weapons to be delivered to Ukraine, it essentially boils down in the most cynical Excel sheet that you will see ever. It essentially boils down to more kids dying. And that is mind-boggling to think about this in the context of, our light-hearted conversation about Lambrusco and what Tajani will do. But unfortunately, that is actually the case.
So all eyes on the last council in Czech care, and all eyes in the first council in Swedish care, right? The last council meeting this December, the last one with the Czechs leading it, and then the first one in January, the first one next year with the Swedes leading it, because that's when a sanction extension either is going to happen or it's not. And my prediction is it's not going to happen in the first one, and it's going to be watered down in the second one, because now Orban has friends who will at least push for less. Might not be meaningful, but it will be certainly the wrong messaging, and it will start us off on the wrong slope.
All right, I am surprised to be a little bit more optimistic than you, Domen, here. So I agree that the first one, there is no chance that really bad things happen. I am still optimistic about further extensions in the future. It's not a scenario that I would be comfortable betting the EU or NATO farm on, but I am a little bit more optimistic. There are structural reasons why, even if a couple of European countries fall under the spell of, Kremlin propaganda or get urbanized, I still think that there is a good chance that things keep being on track. But it's not like it's not a given, right? So and it essentially depends on it certainly depends on a number of things, but largely depends on the activism of people in such countries. That's why, despite really having the strong temptation of not looking at what is going on right now, I still think that we have somewhat of a duty of keeping our eyes on the shit show in European countries that are falling under the spell of the bad guys in the East.
Thank you, Puppy. Wait, was there more to that? Is there something else we need to treat? Let's go to Peter. Peter, go ahead, and then we can turn to the President of the Senate. How about that, Peter?
I just want to thank you both for that very interesting exchange of information. That was amazing stuff. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for participating in the space. Everyone who was here, singular beings, because you support the democracy that Ukraine fights for. You support the sovereignty that Ukraine fights for, and you support Ukraine against genocide. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Domen, Tim, Axel, Ben, Joseph, Mr. M, Decoding Trolls, Daniel, JD. Thank you for being here. Bertrand, thank you for being here. That was illuminating, current, and amazing. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. And sleep well. Bionade.
Yeah, wanted to share a little uplifting or funny anecdote. Did we already talk about why Lambrusco was once a good wine and now it's known not so well, isn't it?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so at least here in Germany, it happens this way. So I think, Domen, there is some good Lambrusco, but
there's world-class Lambrusco.
There's world-class Lambrusco, but but in the most yeah, not so wine yeah, knowledge people. Here in Germany, for example, if you ordered in an Italian restaurant early 2000s or in 1990s, were not the takeout websites, and so it does not existed. Yeah, the owners usually put in a nice bottle of Lambrusco, not the really expensive stuff, but a fairly good bottle if you ordered, for example, for 50 or 70 euros or D-Mark at this time. Then it happened that yeah, some people with not so Italian background, Pakistanis and so other people from other cultures started to open also restaurants with yeah, acclaimed Italian restaurants, and they started to put also Lambrusco bottles, but the really cheap ones from discounters if you order for 20 euros. So you can imagine if you ask someone on the street about Lambrusco, they will tell you, oh, that's a cheap Italian wine you get to your pizza delivery if you order over 30 euros or something like this. So it's really amusing because if I hear Berlusconi gave Lambrusco to Putin, I think, oh, what he gave the cheap wine you get by the Italian when you order pizza. It's really a thing I was thinking about. Yeah, communications. Yeah, so Lambrusco, yeah, had a good name, and in some circuits absolutely has a good name, I think, but not to the general public. Yeah.
Thank you, Bernardo. I am looking for a very particular very particular tweet about this, actually, but in the US, not Germany. So let's go on to decoding. Decoding, maybe get us back on track, and then I'll put a tweet somewhere. I have good news from Bulgaria for afterwards. Decoding, go ahead.
Thank you, Peter B. Yeah, I mean, very interesting to hear what our Italian colleague was just saying. Very inspiring, very interesting. It dovetails with something I've been thinking about recently, which is that I think when Muscovy withdraws from Ukraine, I think much of what is going on now in the info space will continue in perpetuity. And I see Russism extending itself from merely being a term that describes actual Russists in Ukraine and Russians who support Russism, 83% of whom support this war, according to the head of Ukraine's military intelligence agency yesterday. 83% of Russians are Russists who support the war. And I see Russism extending across our continent and indeed across our civilization in perpetuity. And the early skirmishes we've seen, say, with Trump, and now, as we were just hearing, the Italian government, and with Orban, and the actual battles will be over things like sanctions and stuff, but they will become decoupled from the landmass, which is hopefully will be formally known as Russia, into being, I mean, an actual cultural war, as opposed to a fake cultural war, which is invented by Pat Buchanan. And so I'm just in the early thoughts of this, but I think the idea that probably many of us have in an unreflecting way, that when Muscovy withdraws from Ukraine, that we will we'll be free again. We'll be back to kind of a, the way things were in 2017 when we just had Brexit and Trump to deal with. But this war of ideas and ideology will continue, and it will be people will be distinguished by those who don't appreciate or don't care about the torture and all of the terrible things which were done. And again, dovetailing with what our Italian colleague just said, it is incumbent upon us, I think, to create the founding ideology of anti-Russism, which must be grounded in the terrible things which Russism did in Ukraine, so that Russists, those, say, for instance, some in the mainstream of the Republican Party in the United States at the moment, Russists can't pretend that this is in any way utopian ideology or decoupled from torture and all of these terrible things. And so I see a permanent use of, say, I have two threads, one of abductions and one second thread, where I relatively systematically, every time a city is liberated, I at least record the amazing work that AP or Reuters or Washington Post or other mainstream journalists have done to catalog the torture and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's my pessimistic viewpoint.
I'll argue strongly against this, because I would say there's no need for any ideology that's anti something that's bad in the first place. That's bad framing from a philosophical perspective. It's vulnerable inherently, and I would never recommend designing anything specifically to be anti something else. And B, we have a very good framework that can already stand on its own 2 feet and doesn't have to care for racism in the slightest, while opposing it wholeheartedly and thoroughly, right? And that's been well developed in political theory or political philosophical theory or whatever else. You don't need to devise something new here. All you need to do, perhaps, is to affirm the values that, by and large, I think we hold. Values of not committing genocide and allowing people to decide for themselves in things like elections. So I don't think it's really necessary to invent something new. And honestly, I would argue that were we forced into redevising a new approach, that kind of means that Rushists win, right? Because all we need to do is thoroughly dismiss them. We don't need to go in and say, we need to develop a new framework to work around the appallingness, the torture, the genocide that they propound, that they exhibit, that they push forward. So I really don't. If anything, I would advise against it. But maybe before going back to you, Dikoni, I'll ask a philosopher for clarification on this, because that never confused anyone. Additionally,
so looking for reasons of optimism in this mess. For 100 years, or some will argue more, the various incarnations of the Russian imperialism have been successful in various degrees in influencing the West. But in order to do this, they do need resources, financial resources, organizational resources, military resources, at least as a backup in the background. And the Soviet Union, one of the latest incarnations of such imperialism, had much more resources than Russia today. And after this war ends, and we believe that it will end with a resounding defeat of the current incarnation of the Russian imperialism, there will be even less resources. And those things matter, because the fact that the Kremlin has been, let's limit this to the last 20 years or so, although the historical trends are much longer, but let's talk about the last 20 years or so. Money flowing from there to the West has been absolutely instrumental in creating the kind of niche, sometimes minority, most of the times, but still influential type of support for Russian imperialism. And this is likely to be much more difficult after Russia loses this genocidal war in Ukraine. They will have less resources, less financial resources. Geopolitically, their clout is obviously fading. And I cannot see how they can project the same level of geopolitical influence, malicious influence, frankly, in the West and in continents like Africa and the subcontinent, India, after they have been so soundly defeated, they have been depleted of their financial resources, they probably are going to have some type of internal unrest, be it Silovki level or be it like a popular level, we don't know, we don't necessarily care in the context of this conversation. It's going to be a mess there. So the type of influence that they are going to be able to project is going to be heavily diminished, and that's my hope. What do you think, the coding?
Sure.
Yes, I mean, very good points. Without a state sponsor of Russianism, I mean, I should be clear what I mean by Russianism. Russianism is anti-universality of human rights. It's against everything that appeared in our civilization between 1945 and 1950. And Russianism is merely a provincial, localized part of a war against the universality of human rights, against universal health care, against equality of all kinds, obviously between the sexes, but also in terms of life choices. And so this battle has been raging, as we know, without the label Russianism. We saw it, say, with COVID, where individual responsibility became the watchword, not everyone has human rights. And so that's so in this context, with people here who understand what Russianism is in its most immediate horror, it's the logical conclusion of this same movement and ideology, which has been promoted by oligarchs across our civilization for a long time.
I feel you might be conflating some causes, some symptoms, and some side effects. To break it down into those, right? I think that you're maybe putting everything in the same box when it really deserves to be in ever so slightly different boxes. But at the highest level, I think, Puppy's right here, right? Whatever you want to ascribe to it, wherever you want to draw lines, without major financial sponsorship, and I think here you'll definitely agree, without concerted financial sponsorship effort coming from that one petrol station out east, or west, depending on where in the world you are, but since I think it's mostly Europeans here currently, out east, that's going to be very difficult to maintain. And that's why going after the principal vector can get rid of both the symptoms as well as side effects, and then it will be much easier to also determine which of these were indeed symptoms and which were merely side effects, and which were perhaps aggravating other underlying issues.
That does give me optimism, and yes, without this battery power for it. But as we see with Elon Musk and David Sachs, the Silicon Valley VC elite also promote these anti-universality, let's call them universal values. They do wish their project is to roll back the advances we made after World War II. And Russianism is merely, I think we can make a lot of it because it's so appalling if people look into the detail, but it is the logical conclusion of the battles which all of these people like Elon Musk and David Sachs and all of these other people are fighting. But yes, I am optimistic that when we defeat Muscovy, that that will get rid of one of Hydra's heads. But I am not optimistic that there will be a moment of defeat. So I don't believe there will be a moment where so most of us here know Muscovy has been beaten, but most people don't know that. And we will never see, we know they've been beaten in Kherson, but most people don't know that. And we'll never see a moment when, like we have that photograph of the chief of the German staff signing the surrender. I'm pessimistic that we'll ever see a moment like that. And everyone will go, okay, they were defeated and now we triumph. I think the state we are in at the moment will have family resemblances to the perpetual state we will be in, where Russianism as a rhetorical arsenal, as a rhetorical war, will continue through the words of people like Elon Musk and co for a long time to come. And that's what I'm, but I take your point. One, Muscovy is.
I am offended. I am offended, Decoding, because you didn't take advantage of the easiest pun ever. You're saying when Muscovy is defeated, and they didn't continue with something like, Musk will give up, something like that. Yesterday,
I have referred to him as Musk, but it didn't take off, sadly, in tweets.
So I'll put it this way. Yesterday, we had a friend of the space on, Jerry. He astutely observed that politicians, in the US especially, don't organize parades. They get in front of them. I would suggest some other people whom you might or might not have explicitly mentioned, whom I might or might not have, use their names in a humorous, jokey form, tend to do likewise. And once the parade is over, they'll look at something else and go somewhere else. And this gives me particular optimism. They don't have time. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the bandwidth to organize the parades, right? They seem to jump in front of whatever tends to be trendy already, and that gives me particular optimism. They don't have the willpower to do all the heavy lifting, and I think same goes for many elsewhere, right? Either they won't have the capacity to do this anymore, or they'll simply lose interest in it and find something else, because something else would be way more popular. What was the saying? Everybody likes a winner. Well, very few people like the loser North Korea. Like, how many people are going around, other than tankies extraordinaire? How many people are going around saying, North Korea is really great. We should, be better with North Korea. Why aren't we better friends with North Korea? What is this? No one, right? Like, no one's going around saying that. So I think that will be very helpful. And it's going to take some steadfastness. It's going to take dedication. It's going to take commitment for a while, and it's going to take giving Ukraine what it takes for Ukraine to kick Russia out of Ukraine, right? But at the end of it, I think this is really where it's going to end up, and that gives me optimism. And that let's not scuttle the optimism. I think both of us are now more optimistic than we were 10 minutes ago, aren't we, Decoding?
Yeah, you've cheered me up immeasurably for the rest of the day. I just add, yes, we can continue to do our best to entrench the diabolicalness with a lot of humor as well, of Russianism, to drive the point home and advertise it, how terrible it is. But yes, I'm much more optimistic than I was 15 minutes ago. So I appreciate that. And yeah.
Thank you, Decoding. Okay, Peter, go ahead. And then Papi and I have to talk about the president of the Italian Senate, and then the much vaunted good news from Bulgaria. Peter.
One of the things I still see is that Russia is an imperialist state. So Russia, at its core, still sees itself as a core. And then there's the semi-periphery and the periphery. And when you're looking at republics, of which, and republic democracies specifically, of which we all belong, you have 1,000 little cores that are companies. They are capitalism. That is what they do. And they always are completely trying to absorb this periphery and the semi-periphery because that is their duty. But the only thing that caps them, the only thing that keeps them in check is the republic democracy. And so as you see these things, and this is the only thing that I see that makes Elon tick the way he does, is because he sees himself more grandiose than the republic, the democracy, the republic democracy. And it's one of those interesting questions because it is always constantly beating everything about it. The whole of democracy will always fight against itself because it's a democracy. It's not an autocracy like Russia, who is beating itself. It thinks it's the core, but it's a Kievan Rus what fort at one time, and then eventually it was given a license to exist. So Moscow never really existed outside of Ukraine. It was given license by Ukraine to exist. And so at that time, under human evolution, as we all evolved, at that time, the Kievan Rus decided to give Moscow a license to exist outside of itself. And at that time, it was the core. And we are now watching the core right now, Kiev, the mother city of all Slavic republics, and or whatever that means, take back its license, take back its sovereignty, its democracy, fighting against its own genocide. And so what we see between these two things, democracy versus autocracy, we are just watching 5 million little twisters of core, semi-periphery, and periphery versus one. Who's going to win that battle? I think I know who. Anyways, that's just my take. It's my hot take. I have nothing to do with decoding trolls. Love that guy. He's awesome. Thank you, Doman. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
It's fun. We get to have some philosophical discussions once in a while. Decoding, 2 sentences go away and then go ahead. Sorry, and then I need to go on to Papi.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, good point. And I think I saw earlier in the war, there was actually a theatrical withdrawal of that, the literal license, which the Muscovite horde purported to take the right to the episcopal see from Kiev to the village of Muscovy. And I think, unless I made this up, and I could well have made this up myself in a tweet, but I think they did a few months ago in Kiev, they did a withdrawal of that license. So what you're talking about, obviously,
The Kyivska Rada, the Kyiv City Council, said, "Yeah, actually, we made a mistake."
Well
Yeah.
done, well done. Yeah, well, great. You're like a memory. You're like an extra memory port, and I did tweet about that. Yeah, but I take the point in an ideological way, and I'm happier to hear. Yeah, you're right. We're always going to have this debate within our democracies. So yeah, great. I'll let you go on with great Uncle Bulgaria.
Thank you, Dikani. I just want to say, Peter, I think you pushed back on one bit, right? You said all Slavic republics. There's a bunch of us from further west and the very Slavic republics that, we weren't a part of the Kievan Rus ever. It's there's a migrations earlier. There's lots of space, and it doesn't really matter. Just before anybody gets on me about that, but the key point, however, well taken, Peter. Bar that one little fragment of ahistoricity that I had dispensed with. Bertrand Russell's puppy. Go right ahead. You're one of the most patient canines around.
I am a very patient puppy, and I'm happy to be so. The conversation has somewhat moved on, but just briefly, I think regarding what the code in France was saying, there are two things, and we should probably take one thing at a time. The threat against universal values, the international rule of law, and the values that we cherish will be there, right? It's not going to go away, because imperialism is a mode that you can turn on in a society, at least when the culture and the specific point in time are receptive to it. Timothy Schneider has incidentally written eloquently about it, among others. So the risk is not going to go away, perhaps until, I don't know, AI apocalypse or something is going to happen. That's a very interesting conversation for me, but that is for another day. Because the battle is here and now, and it is compelling, and the current incarnation of the threat against such values comes, quite frankly, with a Russian flag. So if the question is, will it always come with a Russian flag? Of course not. Of course not. But the fact remains that the current incarnation of the threat against those values does come today with the Russian flag, and it is absolutely the number one priority and the ethically acceptable and the ethically compelling thing to do to defeat this particular flag in the military battlefield and in any other battlefield that we can think of. That's the priority of the day, and we can talk about the rest with a brandy.
Yeah, nice Vignac. Papi, would you like to go? No, we've been so optimistic. Let's not talk about the president of the Italian Senate. People who want to know about the president of the Italian Senate, seek out the thread by Giovanni. Because you can, if you go to my tweets and replies, I think I replied to one of it. You'll find it. Giovanni Guidoni, easy to find, well-educated chap, I have to say. So let's instead talk about Bulgaria. Good news from Bulgaria. Today is the first session of parliament after the snap parliamentary elections. Actually, no, for Bulgaria, these were regularly scheduled parliamentary elections, if anything, overdue by recent form, because it was like a year after the previous ones. I mean, instead of 3-4 months like previously. So today's the first session of parliament. What I want to stress is who knows what's going to happen. There's lots of uncertainty. There's lots of lack of clarity of what government will form, if a government will form, whatever. But there's two things they need to do. There's a bunch of legislation they need to pass in order for the EU funding to come to Bulgaria, and they need to do this quickly. Otherwise, they'll lose out on a lot of money. Now, Bulgaria, unlike, say, Sweden, needs money. It really, really needs money. Bulgaria is not a rich country by European standards. It is the poorest member of the European Union by some margin. it needs that money. So hopefully that will mean that they'll actually, get on with it and do it. What is interesting, what I find interesting, is that one of the parties, specifically Democratic Bulgaria, Demokratična Bulgaria, one of whose members we've actually had. Well, it's a coalition. It's not a party. It's a coalition of parties. It doesn't really matter. One of the blocks in parliament, minor block in parliament, 20 seats only. One of whose members of the European Parliament, indeed the only member of the European Parliament, joined us here on this space a couple of weeks ago. Right, you might recall that. We were Radan Kanev, maybe you remember him. He's wonderful chap, a gentleman, a scholar, an excellent politician. Now, what they're proposing in Parliament, possibly as soon as today, is a vote that would increase Bulgarian supply of weaponry to Ukraine, going beyond the earlier parliamentary decision this year to only provide military technical assistance, whatever that's supposed to mean. Now, the president of Bulgaria doesn't like this. President of Bulgaria is, somewhat excessively Russophilic, certainly by my standards. And let's see where this goes, right? But maybe, just maybe, we can see an indication of Bulgaria going the right direction. If this does happen, if this does get voted for, it is whatever the opposite of a canary in the coal mine is. No one has still told me what the opposite of a canary in the coal mine is. And I've been asking people for 3 days now, come on. People send me DMs all the time. And nobody still told me what the opposite of a canary in the coal mine is. So please be useful. Tell me that. Maybe Axel's coming up to tell me what the opposite
Mass
of a canary in the
delusion.
coal mine. Mass delusion, that's not the opposite of a canary in the coal mine. I'm looking for like a
Canary
sign,
in the coal
a
mine is
positive
an
sign.
early warning indicator, and a mass delusion is ignoring early warning indicators.
Yeah. But a canary in the coal mine is an early warning indicator of something bad. I'm looking for an early warning indicator of something good. I'm looking for
a silver lining.
The optimism is going to kill me here.
No, silver lining is afterwards.
No, a
silver
silver
lining
lining
is
an early
afterwards.
indicator because you can see it far in the sky. That's what it is for.
Interesting. Because I always thought of a silver lining as saying, the middle's kind of but at least we get some good out of it, a silver lining.
Nobody has said that you can't sail away from a silver lining and take it as something good whilst you sail into darkness. But a silver lining is actually that little beacon of hope. Tim, please help the man, help this young, Slovak, in terms of
intermediate
the depth of English language.
Intermediate English language student. Let's make this clear.
I mean, the obvious thing would be the light at the end of the tunnel, maybe?
No, because it's at the end of the tunnel. No, because it's far away. You need an early thing. How? This isn't that difficult.
When the light at the horizon is an approaching whole burning, say, wheat field, that's bad. If the light at the end of the tunnel is more often than not just another train approaching whilst you're staying in the tunnel, that's not good either. So what the heck are you looking for with your verbal machinations?
Well, that's exactly it.
I
don't think there's a good phrase. Jörn, excellent.
Yeah, Lazarus drawing breath.
That cuts deep. Okay, so in Slovenian we have a phrase about a bird bringing spring, like a bird that's an indicator of spring. So that's what I'm looking at.
You mean a
swallow? Yes, exactly.
Yeah. In Slovenian, nice.
Yes.
You should look into old Germanic tropes, which the Norse and we have in common.
We have ravens, right?
No, we talk about that a swallow does a summer doth not make.
Yes, a single swallow doesn't bring relief from winter, something along those lines, right? In various forms. Yeah, so, I think we took it. We stole it from you guys. I know.
From the very far north.
Yeah, that's correct. We say that a single swallow doesn't make spring.
Yes, exactly. So that I'm looking for that. I'm looking for the equivalent British expression, English expression, except a form which anyway. I think I'll give up. I resign from looking for this. Let's hear out Peter. Let's go back to talking about things in Ukraine. I guess rather than our linguistic explorations here. A smile full of promises. Ben says, I don't know, maybe. Peter.
Who borders Bulgaria and who is our largest trading partner?
That's a good question. Germany's probably their largest trading partner because Germany's everybody's largest trading partner. Who borders it? It's bordered by Romania, by Serbia, by North Macedonia, by Greece, and by Turkey.
But who is the largest economy that borders them?
Turkey is the largest economy that borders them.
So?
But they're not a principal trading partner.
What do you see happening?
That's the thing. This isn't about money, actually. This isn't about the economy. Okay, Bulgaria's top trading partners. Germany, 15%, Romania, 10%, Italy, 7%, Greece, 6%, Turkey, 6%, France, 4%. So good that we dispensed with any nonsense. Good that I got these things right. This is about deep-running historical, sociological reasons. This isn't a question of economics, shockingly. It's much more about culture than it is about economics. I'm not just saying this because Axel's here. I swear, it is actually specifically true in the case of Bulgaria, like outsizedly. So yeah, it's complicated because it's about culture and history and belief and identity much more than it is about economics, sadly. And that's why it's important to make it more about economics, then it makes it easier. Danny, you're from just to the north. You could maybe help out Peter.
I'm not sure how much I can help out Peter with that. I did want to say something about Moldova, though, if it's okay with you. So it's
yes, because this is very troubling and very important. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So it's likely that Gazprom will be shutting down gas for Moldova in the next few days. Moldova relies heavily on the import of gas from Russia to heat houses, to supply industry. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. It is also underpinned by recent protests that were funded by Russia. So Russian-aligned parties within Moldova have been protesting for days and days. Even they've installed a tent city under brackets, under you know what I mean. So it wasn't really a city; it was just a square where they set up tents to kind of make their stay there more permanent, which I've seen the authorities in Moldova have since dismantled. But we need to really pay attention to what's happening in Moldova. Prices for gas in Romania, on the other hand, have been quite good. So we haven't seen a huge spike in prices, which means that we might be able to kind of help Moldova, at least for a short period of time. And on that question you had about what's the opposite of a canary in a coal mine, we don't have the swallow. We have the snowdrop. So the snowdrop is a little bit of a bulbous plant that lives in the layers of soil, and after snow, they might peek out of the snow even very early in spring, announcing that spring is nearing, but not quite there yet. So, but we still have the expression, you don't make spring with just one snowdrop.
Okay, so snow. I think that's really good. So snowdrop or galanthus, right?
Yeah,
Milk
yeah,
flower.
galanthus, yeah.
That's what he's talking about. That's a good one. I shall introduce a new saying that this might be a snowdrop of a brighter future for Bulgaria. This might be the first snowdrop showing. Yeah. Anyway, I'll figure it out during the day. But henceforth, we shall be talking about snowdrops, and everybody will be confused as to what we're talking about because they missed it. Very good. You're very correct about Moldova. Moldova was considered as possibly the first domino to fall, simply because Moldova is just so much more vulnerable than most any other country. Right? Moldova is the worst country in Europe, and Moldova is, as you had described, was very reliant on energy supplies from Russia, particularly gas supplies from Russia. And Gazprom is basically saying there's 10 million euros worth of debt by Moldova, and that's why we're shutting it off, because it's not been because the gas debt has not been paid. Ironically, the Moldovan gas operator is 50% owned by Gazprom, and it's not been paying its debt to Gazprom. So it's a mildly complicated situation. Instead, Moldova will have to be paying, spot prices on the European market for gas, which are much higher than gas. I think they're not that much. They're about, let's say, 20% higher than Russian prices for Moldova. Moldova has been getting kind of a discount on
It's
gas.
not a problem. It's not a problem, Dolan.
Axel, can I please
Moldova
finish? Because
will
people
have
don't
all
have
the-
no clue what the situation is. Because unlike you, nobody watches this.
What do you mean? Of course you and I watch.
Yes,
this,
but
and
the
you know
rest,
exactly
there's
what the
600
solution
other
is. It's
people here with us. Half of them are across the Atlantic. They're like, where is Moldova again? And we're trying to outline the situation.
But they were listening to you, Dolan, and to me, and to Peter Doran, and we talked about Transnistria. Please, don't underestimate those wonderful people here.
Okay, let's go straight to this. It's not a problem because we can do this, and because Moldova has very few people, and it's not that big a difference. It's a blip, right? That's the point. It's a blip.
We can help them smooth out the purchasing prices, the differing purchasing prices. We can help them even if and when they were to fail to have the principal amount. That is just budgetary assistance. That's easy by comparison. The question is, can we help them actually get it into country, and can it be appropriately distributed? That's the only technical challenge, and that has been resolved to a large extent over the summer.
And on top of that, there has already been action taken on another energy front when it comes to electricity, because Romania has already figured out how it can substitute Ukrainian electricity imports into Moldova by Romanian electricity imports into Moldova, because Ukraine, being under attack from Russia, especially over the last 10 days, has lost a whole lot of energy generation and transshipment, transportation. Electricity transportation, is that a thing? Is that what it's called? Transmission. Electricity transmission capacity. There we go. There's the word. And has had to stop exporting electricity to Moldova, but Romania is already stepping in, and Romania is also stepping in financially. On top of that, there is help coming from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development to Moldova, specifically to help with this specific thing. So I was getting to all of the reasons why it's not a problem, but it's the basis. We have a lot of new listeners, actually. We have a lot of new listeners over the past month or two.
I love it.
Find it's important to explain things, because we don't want to leave people behind, and I have it on good authority. The people who have been with us from the very beginning, Axel, do quite enjoy listening to us explain Moldova again and again and again, because it is such a lovely place.
It actually, that's the strangest part, which most people have not been able to enjoy. Moldova, and I mean, I don't know whether Vic is here or Dani is here. Moldova, for all the obvious signs of utter poverty and trepidations, and for all the mangled history, is one of the most beautiful places on earth. absolutely stunning.
Can I add to that, Axel and Domen?
Please.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. I've never been, but I've seen pictures.
You've peeked across the Prut.
Yeah, it's something like that. I did actually have two colleagues in high school that were Moldovan and were studying in our high school in our class. They were living in the small town that I'm from here in Romania, and they were super well educated people with incredible calligraphy skills as well. So they would have these skills in writing calligraphy really quickly because they had such a structured educational system that really valued that as well. But I do remember they were quite crucified, and that was like 15 plus years ago. The thing that I wanted to say though, on top of it being a beautiful country with excellent wine, by the way, is that their peak consumption of gas per day is like 8 million cubic meters per day. But the pipeline that takes gas to them via Iași, Yen, Chișinău isn't that large. So although we could probably help them with gas, they still need to think about how to ration their daily consumption to at least account for that bit of difference. Or maybe it can be substituted by other types of energy, like electricity, as Axel was saying.
Axel, Danny raises a good point, doesn't he? But where is there a somewhat parasitic regime occupying a chunk of Moldova that has been eating into the gas? Sheriff Town, indeed, Sheriff Town. Couldn't Moldova just cut off Sheriff Town? Because they use an awful lot of gas.
Yeah, that is an interesting part. Moldova could technically import all the gas and relinquish supply lines to exactly that space. It could also do the very same thing to Ribnica if it so wanted. Now, that would probably be taken as a real offense. And by the way, it wouldn't help it much because Ribnica is a very important employer in the region. So it's a tricky thing, but something which could be done. It would probably trigger a response, and then, shall we say, Portuguese and French special forces would have to act.
Portugal's awfully far away. Wouldn't that be quite a trek for them, Axel?
Not really, given the fact that they're having now probably a good lunch somewhere in Moldova.
Oh, you're right. They're just across the river. You think of everything.
According to what I'm led to believe by friends there, they are tasting very good Moldovan brandy on a regular basis.
See, this is good information. This is good to know. Maybe it really isn't that difficult. Maybe somebody smart and able has already thought about all of this and get them prepared for it, because it was hardly not obvious, was it?
If only Peter Doran, together with us, would have done a little thingy on Transnistria in what? Early April?
I know. Again, many people have only come around to hang out with us much more recently. So maybe some of the right people who should have been listening to us all along, who have perhaps some capacity to act, then a ray of sunshine. That's a great ray of sunshine. Suggests Mitek. I think that's a great idea for my earlier question. But yeah, there we go. Axel, shall we go to Jörn? Shall we go up to the dried cod?
We need to go. Although Jörn is currently hiding, he's hiding from the beauty of the Loffold Islands and the most interesting football pitch I haven't yet visited, but I want to, and I will, and I shall. But he is hiding in Oslo, if I'm told. And Jörn, you are hiding in Oslo, right?
That's correct. I'm hiding in plain sight in the main walking street in Oslo right now. But I'm yearning for the north, and Lofoten, and the football pitch you're talking about is very close to where I grew up. It's Henningsvær. It's basically in the sea, and you should absolutely go visit it. And since I run a travel agency up there, hit me up, and I'll make a fantabulous program for you. With dried cod.
We'll take you for it. We'll take you for it.
Brilliant.
Obviously, we will have to bring the wine. I understand that the Lofot ice wine is very rarely served.
Well, we have a local brewery that where you will taste excellent beer, but as a side
I'm sold. I'm sold.
Sidekick event, I'm actually together with some friends starting an idealistic import company in Norway, and we're going to import wine from Georgia and Moldova, a bit Ukraine as well, and vodka from Ukraine to put some money into their economy. So you'll probably get wine from Georgia when you come up there.
Dorman?
Yes,
you know where we're going, right?
Well, the MriyaReport Christmas party is going to be in Lofoten.
But then we can't play football on that pitch.
Can we come in the summer instead?
Well, as we talked yesterday about invading Belarus, in our age, a little bit of alcohol is actually a performance enhancer when we play football. So don't worry about that. It's actually a performance enhancer and all around. So we'll do. It works for radio as well. But I actually had some questions. One was Bulgaria that don't want to supply arms to Ukraine. The deal that has been struck apparently that Norway are buying Soviet caliber artillery shells from Bulgaria and supplying that to Ukraine. Are they comfortable with that? Is that something different? They're just selling it to Norway and we do it with it as we want. And the other question was regarding Moldova, because I read a couple of months ago about the EU considering supplying Moldova with military aid. Has that materialized? Is there anything being done in Moldova to increase their defense capabilities? Because I keep looking at Transnistria, and it's sort of the itch that I really want to scratch.
I agree. It's worthwhile scratching, if not quite outright, simply surgically removing what's itching in this instance, because it's not it's not quite malign, but it's definitely dangerous. Let's put it this way: there has been substantial subsistence as well as education and training and equipment help already recently for the otherwise barely existing self-defense forces of Moldova. And that training and support mission continues. I am told that it has been expanded and that EU budgetary help has arrived, and thus Moldovan defense contingents have received, for example, equipment which they've never ever dreamt of beforehand, specifically in order to defend themselves in winter.
Well, that's brilliant, because I think that if the Moldovan self-defense forces went from barely existing to just merely existing, they could self-defend Transnistria out of there.
Well, their offensive capacities are and will remain for quite some time fairly limited. But shall we say, if supplemented appropriately, their defense capacities are significantly stronger than before, and therefore, conducive to winning.
I lost you. I can't
winning.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
I could hear you the whole time, Axel. You just lost Axel. If you can hear me, you need to leave and come back because Twitter glitch, new one. Yehuda gets this all the time. So leave, quit the app, come back, and then Axel can continue talking. In the meantime, let's just remember that Russia is conducting hybrid warfare against Norway, trying to destroy their law enforcement and prison system by saturating it with Russian drone pilots.
Which I presume, under a beneficial treatment prisoners receive in Norway, could then expect to roam free and go to the liquor store around the corner.
I mean, whatever it is, it's far better than being most anywhere in Russia. Jürgen, we filled the time. Axel, Jürgen, do you remember where you last didn't hear Axel, or first didn't hear Axel?
He was talking about they have limited offensive capabilities.
Yeah, that's true. They do have limited offensive capabilities. They fail to lack substantial equipment for that, or training, and they would have to be supplemented by appropriate forces from the outside, which has challenge. There's a challenge in this because the only force which could reasonably execute such a maneuver would be the Romanian army. They can be trusted to do so. Should they do that? Would that be politically opportune? Would that invite criticism of Maia Sandu? All sorts of issues. On the other hand, there are sufficiently well-equipped trainers on site who by themselves could do that. And as Yehuda has never ceased to remind people, there is an Israeli NGO which has literally taken over the management of the healthcare / refugee administration system in Moldova right away at the beginning, because they knew what was coming. I wouldn't be surprised to find a lot of fairly well-trained, slender, and athletic young men and women amongst them.
But was that a feint, or did Ukraine actually offer to help Moldova with their little problem along the border?
Ukraine has offered this help, and that I think that offer stands.
The head of military intelligence on television said we can come sort it out.
And there's no question that the Ukrainian armed forces are absolutely capable. There is a sufficient amount of both territorial defense forces as well as Ukrainian regular army available to attend to whatever needs attending to in Sheriff Town, take Ribnica, and get rid of whatever is left of that stupid arms depot.
Yeah, because the Russian / local forces in Transnistria, they're quite few, poorly equipped, and probably not any better trained than what else we have seen from Russian forces.
Nobody is worried about those, about the garrison and those, but people are worried about those who've come in over the past 8 months in civilian clothing and who looked rather more imposing and fairly fit. So they may have sent sufficient amount of reasonably well-trained Spetsnaz / terrorist units, including a couple of active shooters from the GRU. So this is a terror unit, and it would have to be dealt with, which is why it is certainly something which a combined arms effort by the Ukrainian army, supported by the Romanian coming from the west, plus a couple of well-trained, slender, athletic, fairly fit reserve staff from other countries, plus a few trainers would have to sort out. In short, yes, it's doable. And I think it's well prepared for if need be.
Yeah, but for the time being, they might see it as better that those fit civilians that could be in a Wagner unit or anywhere else, that they hang out in Transnistria instead of Ukraine.
Absolutely, you're completely correct. At the moment, these guys are better off to be well fed and regularly drunk in Transnistria and hopefully gain a bit more immobility.
Yeah, and we'll deal with them later. But do you know anything more about the artillery shell deal between Norway and Bulgaria that will end up in Ukraine?
I actually don't. I'm sure we can find out, albeit.
I don't think it's state to state. It's from private companies that manufacture these things. There's lots left in Bulgaria, right, Axel? Rather than buying it from the state necessarily.
It is absolutely true that all of this should be non-state actors doing this. That is certainly correct, but I do not know anything about the details on this.
It's kind of like, yes, the Bulgarian army has large stockpiles. However, Bulgaria also has lots of manufacturing of these things, and Norway would presumably be buying the new stuff straight out of production lines, which have allegedly been more active than previously.
Yeah, that's what I read from the Norwegian statement, that they would buy newly produced artillery shells from Bulgaria for the Soviet legacy artillery cannons that Ukraine has.
If I recall, there's a difference. There is at least one company that produces these that is state-owned in Bulgaria, and there's at least one that is privately owned. So maybe there's some detail there, but I somehow doubt that Norway or anyone else will talk particularly detailedly about this for some months to years to come, and then eventually it'll be in some pile of paperwork. I mean, you're more aware of this than I am, that's for sure.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Right. At some point, there will be a contract that comes out that says exactly who's been making these, but I'm guessing next year, maybe.
We'll look at the details when you join me in Lofoten.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ian. No, that'd be fantastic. Even if I'm not one for football, that football paycheck, I go there. That looks fantastic. Christian, do you know anything about that?
I think. Well, I was just gonna say regarding to the Moldova situation in Transnistria, is that basically, I think, in my honest opinion, that this issue will be resolved in a peaceful, diplomatic manner. It won't, in my opinion, resort to other covert operations or direct military implications. So once the Russian Federation falls, and it will, and even if it doesn't, after this war, I think this is gonna be resolved through negotiations. And I think Transnistria will be once again absorbed full-heartedly into the Moldovan Republic. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Thank you, Christian. One swallow does not summer make. That's also in English, apparently. Okay, sorry, I'm just working through the old DMs. Yeah, let's see what happens. Christian, did you don't follow Bulgarian politics particularly, do you? Is the language barriers too much?
Well, depending on the question.
Well, so obviously they had the elections a couple of weeks ago, right? I'm just wondering what are the chances that whatever government gets formed, if a government gets formed, because that's a big if still, is going to be as minded to help Ukraine as at least the previous prime minister was when he was still prime minister.
Well, if we're talking about Boyko Borisov, the problem is in general that he is a Russian, let's say, lover.
He gave a puppy to Putin. Let's be clear, right? 10 years ago, he gifted Putin a puppy. So that's
I know.
Pretty, yeah.
Yeah. So the point is, if he manages to instate a government into Bulgaria, which I highly doubt, to be honest, there might be some checks and balances there that won't allow him to go too much into that, to lean too much towards Muscovy. The problem is, if this happens either way, he won't be doing much. To be honest, he'll just maintain a status quo, neither helping, neither unhelping. Let's just call it that, because I'm having a brain issue right now. The point is, even if he does manage to settle a government, set in a government, he won't be of much help, but he won't, in my opinion, do more harm. So, regarding to the last government, let's just understand the situation a bit. These guys were Harvard graduates, Stanford graduates. They were highly westernized people and had a Western mindset. So this guy used to be a bodyguard. So imagine that.
Yeah, and a semi-professional football player, even while already in government, if I remember correctly early on. Yeah, so this is really the question. Of course, it's called, his party's called something like Citizen Action for a European Development of Bulgaria, something along those lines. But I hope that Demokratična Bulgaria, and I forgot what the name is of the other one, the one that was run by that ran the last government. What's that party's name, Christian?
I don't know the party's name, but the way I see it, there's two things that Bulgaria has importance, in my opinion. It's the 152 millimeter caliber ammunition, and its membership of the European Union. So I think the more of issues we're gonna come will come on this particular trajectory on the EU question. So this is gonna be a bit harsh, in my opinion, because they will stand against the more sanctions, or they'll basically adopt Orban's position. But depending on how good the European Union guys are got negotiations and diplomatic negotiations, depending on that, we'll see. But this is the only, in my opinion, these are the only important issues. Without trying to offend anyone, any Bulgarian here, that regard Bulgaria towards the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Continuing the change. That's the other one. There's the Petkov's party. Yeah, I don't think they'll go all the way anything like as far as Orban did, to be honest, because there's no need, and also that part of the political discourse has already been taken over by the socialists. So there's really no need for Borisov to go that far. I think it'll be a much softer version than that, but it is certainly worrying. It is certainly worrying, especially if they. Anyway, this is the time for some strong transatlantic cooperation that would bring about appropriate prioritization in Bulgaria, I would suggest, because it's not that difficult. It really isn't. It really isn't. Okay, hopefully we have not excessively successfully brought people to sleep, and maybe we can turn around and move on to Ukraine proper. Shall we do that? Let's maybe do that. Finance, if you're around, how have your products
Yes,
been
sir.
faring? Because I saw a couple of very big holes in the ground, especially one in Popasna from a month ago now. that was just spotted on
I
satellite
mean, right now there's an
pictures.
information blackout, so we would just like to say that I'm told by the sales department that there's still lots of sales and lots of people are smoking and lighting them up in Russia, but I really don't know where or what's going on. I have no real information. There was rumors. There's some rumors that maybe a number of our fine products were discovered in between Ukraine and Crimea and the genocidal nation of Russia on this little bridge that people have heard about. But really, since then, while we've seen lots of things and the NASA fire or HIMARS data, depending on what you want to call it, seems to suggest that lots of stuff is blowing up. There's an information blackout from the Ukrainian armed forces, so I really don't know where it's happening. But my sales department seems to suggest that stuff is still going boom. I just can't really update what's going on.
No, that's right. That's why I brought up this big hole in the ground from a month ago. Apparently, it's very interesting.
We have no idea what happened. I'm sure it was just some Russians having a nice long drag on a smoke. If it was a really big hole, it might have been the Canadian Maple Reserve. Haven't pulled that one out in a while. With love from Canada. Please enjoy. Might have been the one they shared with the Bulgarians or Moldovans. I think Bulgarians had it for a while. Romanians, one of those two, had some of our cigarettes just hanging out there. They were enjoying and preparing the packages before they drove them to Ukraine, I heard. But really, just a big hole in the ground. Could you explain how in the world that happens, especially if it's more than 150 kilometers behind 100, or is it 150 miles behind Russian lines? I have no idea how that happened. Probably some smoking. Probably a little smoking at the ammo dump again. That's a big risk there in Russia.
Cheers, finance. Daniel.
I will help finance. At Popasna was the competition, the flying brand of tobacco. And this morning, one of your products landed on transformer in Belgorod Oblast because, S-300 need to fly.
Do you mean Belgorod, the province of Ukraine?
Yeah, the capital, Bilhorodska Narodna Respublika.
In war with Kursk Oblast.
You sure it wasn't another helicopter just flying right through the Russian non-existent blow-up air defense and blowing stuff up? It's really hard to tell over there in Belgorod, People's Republic.
Was interesting. In the morning, I saw some missiles going up vertically in Belgorod. After that, I saw on Ukrainian Telegram channels 3 launches of S-300. And after that, the explosion probably of transformer. And the governor of Belgorod said, no panic, they will reestablish the connection, all will be good. In fact, is the second I remember you attack on transformers in Belgorod. So I hope Russians know to interpret these signs. I entered to say something which is not at all very Ukrainian, but is connected. I recommend you open a map, look at Romania, and watch the neighbors. Serbia, Hungary, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and Bulgaria. I don't want to be a politician in Bucharest now.
Well, luckily for you, you're not.
Yeah. Imagine Bulgaria and Serbia, you cannot say anything than close to friendly. Ukraine is in full war. Moldova, they count on our help. And Bulgaria tried to make us to ask, we go to Greece in this summer. It's not funny. It's not funny because it's always good to have cordial relation with your neighbors. I don't say our diplomats are bad. In fact, our foreign minister, with all his problems, is a good diplomat. So I can say almost trustfully, he's a good diplomat. He has very few problems, but Hungary, which we had a strategic alignment, we had a Magyar-Romanian battalion. We shared common heritage of Austro-Hungary. We have a big community of Magyars in Romania. We have frozen relations with them. With Serbia, I don't know what can be worse than probably a relation with Moscow. Republic of Moldova has now a good political leadership, but they have huge economical problems, huge. Of course, we absorb a lot of elite from Moldova. They live in Romania because there are greener pastures here who don't go to Italy or Spain, remain in Romania. But with Ukraine, we never had warm relationship. Sometimes were acceptable, sometimes was almost hostile. Now we care a lot for them and we try to help them, but we cannot say we had one relationship like Poland, for example. And you stay in your office in Bucharest, you are a decision maker, and watch around you and say, where we are. With Bulgaria, we are neighbors, but our relations are, how I can say, competitive, not middle ground. It's not fun. We always project our ambition, Brussels and Washington. It's understandable. Our president is very pro-Germany. It's understandable. A lot of time, our eyes were at Paris. But at this crisis, at this moment in 2022, you look around on your borders and what you can say, we can build, of course, a good relation with Kiev at this moment. We can trust Zelensky. We can help them. Maia Sandu is probably the best Romanian politician in the area. Okay. But Borisov, again in Bulgaria, Borisov was prosecuted by European prosecutor. He was in jail for 1 day. He's not a nice guy. He's a very, very bad politician. He's like comeback Năstase or Dragnea in Romania. So he's not fun to be a Romanian politician now. I bet. And we will have elections. Next year will be the warm-up year. This will be fun. By the way, nobody talk about Kherson.
No, it's an information blackout. Finally told you.
There is no information blackout. They are
The Russians say everything, though, right?
Of course, they say everything. I saw Izvestia, RIA Novosti, everybody pushing. Look, civilians going to the south side, and the guy have a T-shirt, the Popular Front, and the other guy who was interviewed by RIA had a big T-shirt with Z's. So, who are the civilians? The Russian colonists and the collaborators. Also, I saw panic. 3 battalions attack to direction to Nova Kakovka. They are scared they will breach and get bridgehead on the south side. So it's big panic in Kherson. Big one. And I saw the apocalypse, something like They attack with 100,000 soldiers. We never saw so many Ukrainian forces in any front. It's big panic in Kherson.
See, Daniel, when you said Izvestia says, I thought you were going to quote the great Lobachevsky. You know, Izvestia said, "Я иду куда солнца идет пешком."
Come on, TASS, Izvestia, RIA Novosti, for me are all the same. Pravda, the classic.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Silly jokes, silly American 1950s, 60s references. As long as you copy the index from the Vladivostok telephone directory, you're good. Daniel, I see conflicting messages from the Russians from Kherson. Some saying there's an evacuation from the city of Kherson. Others saying that civilians are not allowed to leave.
No, not allowed to enter Kherson city.
There we go.
Is a difference.
Right. Exactly,
So,
exactly. I was hoping you'd pick up on that because there was a mistranslation going around all over the place.
Of course.
And
So they make banned. So nobody has allowance to enter Kherson city. Also, they cut telephones and internet in Kherson city. So they want to use that bridge to send all the collaborators or the FSB agents, all the Spetsnaz, all the politicians, all the teachers. We forgot teachers, medics come from Crimea, come from Russia, and they want to run. And my supposition is this: they will try to put them to exit and see what artillery of Ukraine will do. And after that, I think they will push to the night, try to send some military. And I think some surprises will be this night, not today. Today, I think everybody will be on northeast pressing hard. The killing blow from the west will be the last.
I think what happened is they realized it's an untenable position finally. That's why they confused messaging. That's why Surovikin, the aptly named Surovikin, is saying what he's saying.
He said very simply, situation on the front is tense and we need to consider other actions, something like that, missing in translation. But similar, suggesting he can put Putin to accept he can retreat from the North Bank. But also I saw at 5 p.m. today, they will declare martial law in Russia and close all the borders. Because I understand in Moscow, in barber shops, in all the places where men goes, is empty. There are no men in Moscow. Everybody's hiding.
But they ended it. They're not doing it anymore. Everybody, was shown the propaganda video.
Do you ever hear Russian trusting Russian institution?
Of course not. I mean, they know better than that. They're not that stupid.
Not only, but what people miss sometimes, you hear like decoding trolls. He will say about Russian propaganda. You know where the Russian propaganda acts more than everywhere? In Russia. The most anti-vaxxer people in the world are in Russia. The less vaccinated people in countries able to vaccinate is Russia. Their Sputnik vaccine is a failure. You cannot imagine how well the propaganda made it by the Russians for the West acted home. the distrust in institution, in state, in politicians, in everything official is huge in Russia. Huge. People don't trust their state. This, I think many don't know. Russians don't trust Russia.
Daniel, there has been a sighting of a Mobic. Can you guess which one?
No.
But you've heard of him before, right? I'll put it up in the nest for you to check out. So tell me when you see it, Mr. M. Go ahead in the meantime. Daniel has some research to do. Mr. M.
Good morning, Doman. I have just seen from Cat 2 pictures of the barge bridges, and I don't think those barge bridges are broad enough to support any vehicle in my eyes.
Interesting. Not even like a truck?
They are not covered. They are not covered on the satellite image. They're just ships, anchored, but just ships. You cannot drive anything on them.
They are not decked or anything. These barges are not in use for vehicles. Just take a look, Doman. You will see it yourselves. In comparison to the road deck of the bridge. So I don't think that's usable for cars or any vehicle at all. Yeah, maybe a bike.
No, Mr. M, no chance, no chance. They are normal ships, and I saw they are not like barges for cereals or minerals we use on Danube, pushed by a tug. They are self-propelled. This is the Ukrainian way of barges, and you can not build anything on them. I don't know why they do it. It looked just to put people on them, but you can put on Antonovsky for that. It is not weird. It's totally uncanny, and is nothing logical there.
No, I fully agree with that. That was all, Doman.
Thank you, Mr. M. Well, so see, if it's true what they're saying, right? The day before the first talk of evacs was happening, what did we all say? We're saying, oh, is this for evacuation or is this for resupply? Well, guess we got our answer. Daniel, have you managed to look at the image?
Starkov.
Uh-huh. I hope
Do you
somebody can
imagine?
geolocate that real quick.
That's why I was thinking about geolocating. Probably is geolocated at the first time appear on Telegram, that image. And I like how the GRU of Ukraine said, we are not interesting, we don't make any manhunt, but we put $100,000 who will capture him. So I think probably it will be sent to Ukraine by the Russians because they want the money.
It's up to $100,000 last I checked, but he has to be captured alive. So that's the that's the condition. High marking him is good enough.
Long tradition of tea.
I mean, does it count if he's alive and then he dies of radiation poisoning 3 days later? I don't know.
Oh no! But there are teas which make you sleepy.
Oh, there might be, yeah. There's also teas that bring a whole different meaning to mobilization. Joanna, go ahead.
Hello, nice to see you again. So about Kherson, Daniel, I believe, used the word uncanny. For me, everything looks a little bit uneasy because this announced retreat from Kherson, including civilians, we can argue if it's real civilians or not, it's new for the Russians. They never announced a retreat. So I don't know. We overestimated Russia's powers in the beginning of the conflict. I'm feeling like maybe we underestimate what they can do. What if they prepare a trap for the region of Kherson? And I won't go nuclear, but even the dam or some other means. What do you think about this?
So this is the thing. I have no idea what to think about the whole dam threat, right? Because what did we hear yesterday? We heard Russians saying Ukrainians want to destroy the Novakhovka dam. But I was thinking, what the are they playing at? If that dam goes, the supply of water through the North Crimean water canal is no more because it doesn't come from the bottom of the reservoir, it comes from the top of the reservoir. So that was their one, strategic objective they've actually succeeded in.
Yeah, it feels
it makes no
strange.
Even for the
doesn't add
Russians,
up.
it makes no sense.
Yeah, it
Can I
doesn't add up.
intervene? I will say something like this. They don't have united command. They don't have cohesion. And so the signals are always all the places. So you expect them to be rational, to have unique communication, blackout media, but look what they do. They say what they do when they move the troops. They say where they are retreating. They say when they launch. They say anything because they are not coordinated. The overhyped media domination, internet trolls, they are just a giant colossus with clay feet, like in the Bible.
Yeah, if I may continue this, Surovikin said something about tough decisions, and we know his reputation. He's not a man that will protect his soldiers or civilians. So I'm wondering how to interpret these tough decisions from Surovikin's part. And we know what he did in Syria. So it feels, I know that Ukrainians are on the offensive there. I know that they are gaining terrain. I know that they are inflicting casualties to the Russians. But this whole atmosphere around this part of Kherson feels a little bit uncanny, as Daniel said. And I know that we overestimated them, but
Ioana, all the generals you saw in Ukraine, all were in Syria. Some were even in Chechnya. All have this image of butchers because it's very easy to kill children and women in the market, in the hospitals, in the schools, and civilian places. It's very easy. No one of them look competent. And idea of we will destroy the Novakhovka dam is not about a giant flood to kill many civilians. They can mine all the buildings in Kherson, for example. They can bomb with artillery all the Kherson if they want. And this will not be something which will surprise anyone. It's about the scare thing because they made in Novakhovka the bridge to not be easy destroyed by them. And Ukrainian tanks will cross it. They will have a bridgehead on the south bank and they will go to Melitopol faster than Kharkiv. That is the problem.
well, I certainly hope to see this. So yeah, I certainly hope to see this and not see another vicious thing from the part of the Russians. I really hope we'll have good news soon.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, let's go more into the bridges on Kherson. David, barge bridge.
Oh yes, right. Sorry, I'd started thinking about something else, and I had missed everything that you said, except for when you went David. I went, oh right, yes. So remind me what you've just
It's
said.
okay. We're scrolling back. Mr. M introduced previously. What are the Russians doing with that barge bridge? Is it even wide enough? He thinks it's not even wide enough to put vehicles on it. I think it probably is. But what do we know about the barge bridge, David? Especially in the light of this supposed evacuation, especially since it looks like Russians are trying to mix civilians maybe in with the soldiers to create something of a human shield, right? To prevent Ukraine to maybe bombing that barge bridge. That seems like reasonable level of speculation to me, at the very least.
I think it's quite reasonable, isn't it? There's a couple of things I've noticed as well. The middle barges that are now blue weren't blue. I don't think, as John Howard said, maybe they painted them to confuse me, but perhaps they've just swapped them out with different barges, and they do look like different barges. They're much bigger, aren't they? But I think this all goes back to what I was saying on Sunday, is that what they can do all depends on how they've decked, or even, I mean, because I'm getting really old, but our Dutch Elvis has pointed out that in actual fact that some of these barges aren't even decked. So how are they even going to get over it? So until they're decked, and those decks are supported in some way, because you can't just put planks over it and expect a vehicle to drive, right? So they would have to be supported from the bottom of the barge in some way, right? Or they would have to have special support beams made to go, that would go over the edge of the barge, right? And then they would support that. But that would be an immense effort for something 1,300 meters long, right? So I just don't know what they're trying to do. They're going to just fill up the barges and then float them downstream. I mean, that's sort of the only thing that's going through my mind, right? Because if they're not decked, they are next to useless.
Yeah, maybe only to get some civilians out. That's the only thing. They haven't done anything with it. Just like you said, there is no decking, so I don't know what they want to do with it.
No, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And then if we tie this in, because they've put all this effort in to put this barge pontoon bridge thing that they've created, and then they're talking about, and whilst we appreciate that they are claiming that the Ukrainians are going to blow it up, which is just nonsense, and really is just highlighting that they're thinking about blowing up. But then if they blew up the dam, what's going to happen to that barge thing? That's going to end up
on Crimea.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yes, it is, right? And so what was it all about? I mean, but this is a little bit like Crivy Ree when they blew up the dam there, and they did more damage to their own pontoons by blowing up that dam than they did to anything that the Ukrainians were doing. It's like one hand doesn't talk to the other.
It's a complete mystery what they want to do with it. It's just like you. It's a complete mystery. The only thing I can think of is that they want to use it as a last resort to get out.
I mean, I can throw a suggestion out. That maybe, just maybe, they're just trying to confuse us all, right? They come out with all of these things, and they think we're going to do those Westerners' heads in. We're then thinking about what we're doing, and they're just laughing at us.
Well, I don't think so, because I don't think they are smart enough to do things like these. Maybe you're right. I'm just But I don't. Maybe it's just a distraction, but I don't think so.
No, I was joking, but the it doesn't make sense. If they're not decked, you would expect it to be decked by now, and all the other things that would go with it. Really, it just does. Once again, it's another one of those things of it does not make sense. Can you make any sense out of it, Doman?
So someone's asking me, could this be a distraction? Are they maybe this is like a big, feint, actually a feint, and maybe they're doing things very differently, and they're using that as kind of a, everybody's eyes on the 700-meter long barge bridge. And maybe that's a distraction. I don't know. I genuinely do not know. But it's interesting at the very least. It's interesting as a thought. I think they're running across it. Frankly, I think that's what they're doing with it. They're running across it. Simple as that. Darren also says we're looking at this. Where are we not looking? Where are we not looking at, David? How would you do the crossing? Without this?
And they've completely ignored my suggestions. My suggestions is exactly get those little pontoon pieces that they have. Get them into more small sections, get little tugs on them, and have 40, 50, 100 sections of pontoon being ferried across, right? Artillery's not going to take them out because they'll just be meandering over. The amount of artillery they would have to use, and they could just stop until the artillery stopped, right? I mean, I'm thankful they haven't listened to me, but it's how I would be doing it. I would just have many, and there's a 30-kilometer stretch of river to have many little ferries, because at the moment they're really struggling for people, aren't they?
Right. You're really saying every rowboat you can find.
Yep, exactly.
Get across on.
Right. Yep, and there's 30 kilometers of river there. I mean, everywhere you look, there's a way of getting onto the river and a way of getting off, right? It'd be really, really simple, right? But this all relies on the fact that you have some communications with your army, right? And you're able to say, section 1, you go to grid reference. Section 2, you go to grid reference. Section 3, you go to grid reference. But they don't have that, do they? Right? We know that they don't have secure comms or even comms in many instances.
No, I fully agree with that. And the way you said it would be like we will do it, but they haven't that insight or overview or anything to do such a thing. Yeah.
What you said.
What you said?
I guess time will tell, Daniel. Time will tell.
No. I send you a DM.
I'll go to that, and let's go to Jens. Jens, go ahead, and I will have time to review.
Yeah, I think it's just them getting ahead of the story. I don't know how many Russians are in Kherson right now, but I think sending out the message we are having an orderly evacuation is better than having we are either going to get smashed.
No, they're done with it.
We are.
Jens, they're done with it. They're finished.
Yeah, what I mean is, I just think it's an excuse to abandon it. That they know where Kherson is going, and they're going to have to explain how the Rusty Red Army is going to get out of there or die trying. So I just think it's an excuse to flee like bitches.
David. Yes.
Question for you.
Go ahead. I'm going to say, did anyone other than me think it was quite prophetic that whilst Jens was talking, the death knell was sounding in the distance from a church?
Yes, I heard that.
There wasn't a death knell. That was noon, David. That was noon.
I saw it as the death knell.
No, yeah, it was the death of the morning. Sure. Okay, David. Euromaidan PR reports that Rashisti opened the floodgates at the Novokakhovka hydropower station and began to, dump water as much as they can into the Dnipro downstream. What does that mean about the barge bridge? What does that mean about the evacuation efforts? Because I have my hypothesis, but you tell me, you're an engineer, what happens if the water level in a river you're barge bridging across is suddenly rising very quickly?
Well, you would have a bit of pressure on those barges, wouldn't you? And it would raise the level of the position of where those barges would be. But they can't rise them. They can't raise them that much. There's only 50 odd centimeters of give, isn't there?
Does that mean that the barge bridge isn't in use?
I would suggest it does mean that it's not in use.
Because you can use a regular ferry fine, but you can't use the barge bridge like that, right? You can use a boat going across. So basically what you said you'd do, that's what they're doing clearly. And the barge bridge isn't in use.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And there's no decking on it. So we know they're not using it. Unless there's, as I said, they've got cut little holes in it and they're tunneling through the middle.
There you go. I think we've just solved the mystery. Peter, has there been another arrest, Peter?
I don't know. I lose track.
Okay, then I will tell you. There has been another arrest of a Russian drone pilot in Norway. This is a DDoS attack against Norwegian law enforcement. I am now sure of it because they're sending all the drone pilots to Norway to get arrested.
I have a theory, which is that sanctions are bringing down the supplies of food and other necessities in Russia. So they are sending all these people to live off our prison system for free instead. And it's a sanction-busting regime, actually. Anyway.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, we used to, I think 3 or 4 months ago, talk a lot about insurance of tankers. And I just came across a very interesting article in a magazine called The Offshore Engineer. And I'll just read a few sentences. Oil output at the giant Exxon-led Sakhalin-1 Russian Pacific project collapsed following the U.S. major's refusal to accept local insurance for tankers after Western insurers pulled out due to sanctions, several industry sources tell Reuters. Western insurers withdrew cover from tankers operated by state-run Sovcomflot, Russia's biggest shipping group, which was sanctioned following Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Exxon has refused to take Sovcomflot's tankers, one industry source said. Some cargoes meant for supplies to Indian refiners were also hit, as Exxon did not recognize the alternative covers Sovcomflot had arranged from Russian insurers, according to the sources. And further down in the article, it says that oil output at the Sakhalin-1 project fell to just 10,000 barrels per day from 220,000 barrels per day before Russia invaded Ukraine. So that's a drop of more than 95%. So let's all rejoice.
Who's good at singing? Anyone?
We have Dutch Elvis. Go on.
No way.
No, it is good news, Peter. It means that their capacity to sustain their economy is further dropping, as we discussed with Ilkka Korhonen earlier this week on Monday, a couple of days ago. When is that podcast getting up? but I think this is right. David, quick question for you. The south bank, the left bank, is lower lying than the right bank where the city is.
Yes.
Could they be flooding it? Could they be making it more difficult for Ukraine to, eventually get across, attack Crimea from there?
So, not by just opening up excuse me, the dam gates. That would take an extraordinary amount of time. And
no, I don't mean all the way, right? I mean, the first 500, 600 meters of the riverbank, which is a floodplain, flood that up, make it harder for Ukraine to then pass it on heavy vehicles.
But I don't think they can do that by opening up the dam.
Really?
Well, it would take a huge amount of time because they've lowered the river.
They have a few days.
Well,
yeah, but they have a few days.
But there'll be times when that dam is fully open when they're doing the hydroelectricity, and that doesn't flood the floodplain, does it? So
these are the floodgates. These are literally the floodgates, David. They're opening on the dam, right? They're opening the emergency release for when there's too much water upstream. That's way more throughput than the.
But have you seen pictures
than
of
the
when
turbines have?
Have you seen the pictures of when it's fully open? I've seen quite a few. So there are times when they've had it like that, and they've lowered the water table. It would take quite a time, I would suggest, for that to really go, because you've got to remember it's a really wide river, right? So that's a kilometre wide in places. So if you just raise it 10 centimetres over a kilometre and 30 kilometres, that's an awful lot of water. I don't know. If they blew the dam, absolutely that would work, but I'm not so sure how long it would take. I think it would take a long time, because I think it would probably take a long time. Not a day, not 2 days, much longer. If they opened it all, and I have seen pictures.
I think like a week.
Yeah. Well, I guess the only way is to wait and see. What would happen first, though, is that we would see those areas nearer to Nova Kakhovka. They would go, and that would be an indication of whether it would go further down around Kherson. But I'm guessing all those, because on the south side of the river, there's a lot of buildings there. So I suspect that that area flooding isn't as frequent as we think it might have been.
CJ, morning.
Hello, I have a follow-up question to this. I know I just saw the video of the quote-unquote civilian evacuation, which was announced yesterday, and I think we were all a bit skeptical, of course. And then there was this video of people queuing. My questions are, of course, I understand it's probably a Russian state media putting that out, but also, where is this video taken? Where are civilians trying to cross? Because, of course, I think that ties into this and where military can cross.
Do you want me to add a bit into
Go
that,
for it.
Damon? Well, we do know that those ferries are still running. I think that they're putting them on ferries somewhere, and there were a couple of places they've changed the position, and I've not seen anything of where it was, but the ferry has been running from near the bridge quite often, and there's a place further up by the rail bridge where they've been taking the ferry, and there's a place near the Inhalits River where they've been taking the ferry, and several places along the river as you go up towards Nova Kakhovka as well. But the civilians, I guess, because they're all a little bit lazy, would be closer to the city.
Now, that's great context to understand that both civilians and military have been crossing at multiple points. But I'm talking about specifically the video of the extremely long line of civilians, right? Because for 24 hours now, the barge bridge near the Antonovsky bridge that was, mostly damaged has been around for 24 hours, at least according to satellite imagery. I'm curious, are civilians using this now, and that's why Ukraine is not attacking it? I'm really asking about that specifically. If we know those civilians from that video, if they're crossing there or somewhere else.
And I'd say, unfortunately, I've not seen said video, so I'm looking for it now.
Oh, I'll send it to you, David.
Good,
let's go to Joanna. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yes, thank you. So about the dam, I tend to agree with David. The increase in water level will not be sudden. It will be gradual and not so impressive as we might expect with the floodgates open. We have quite a lot of dams in Romania, including a very big one on the Danube, and with the gate floods opened, the level increases like 1 meter per day, and 1 meter is not really a lot in that region. So I tend to agree with David on this one.
1 week.
Yeah, in 1 week it may be significant, but of course we have to think at the level of the water in the dam, because there were drought in Ukraine as well as in Romania. So maybe the level is not so high. We don't know that. I didn't find
it's
anything.
low. It's low, and it's deliberately low, because that area around Kherson, that isn't reliant on, it doesn't really matter whether it's droughty in the south of Ukraine, right? Because it's so dependent on the dam at Nova Kakhovka. All the water that comes through Kherson on the Dnipro comes from the dam at Nova Kakhovka. There's the gigantic reservoir behind it. So it doesn't matter if it's been dry or wet. What matters is what Russians have been doing with the gates on the dam over the past few months. They've been keeping them largely closed, accumulating water above the dam, and keeping the water level low, because that made their barge bridge construction easier, lower flows, etc. And now they're upping the flows. But what I'm thinking that means is that their barge bridge would be not very stable as the flow rate keeps increasing and increasing. That's why I'm thinking they're not actually intent on using the barge bridge a whole lot anymore, and instead of doing what David says would have been the sensible thing all along, which is 1 million little ferries, rowboats, whatever, going across.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on this also, because I wondered why did they put the barge bridge under Antonovsky Bridge. So there may be reasons like not being seen from the satellite very well, or not being able to hit it with vertical missiles like HIMARS, but also in order to anchor the barges. And if the barges are anchored to the pillars, well, an increase in the level of the water will completely destroy them. If they are not anchored and they are freely floating, it's okay. But if they are anchored, it will be destroyed by. Yeah, so we don't know yet this either.
There you go. Danny? Well, actually, we kind of do know. We saw them being tied up to the pillars, and
yeah,
I
so
don't think that's going to go very well.
We'll turn them over.
Not necessarily turn to, just unstable, break apart. There's a longer distance,
yeah, something
right? As
like
the water rises, it's not best, is what we can conclude. The rest is up to David, I think. Danny, go ahead.
Thanks. So I was looking at how the floodgates look, and I have a picture online that shows when the dam was constructed. And the floodgates are essentially a overspill type of floodgates, right? So they're not the entire height of the dam, of course, is a gate. It's maybe half the entire height of the dam would be floodgates that you can open, and basically the volume of water that's above that point will flow out and into downriver. But you still have at least half of the volume of water will be staying on the dam part, because of the floodgate only goes halfway. So potential for flooding is maybe half of the reservoir, not more than that.
Yeah, but the reservoir is gigantic. It's not a question.
Reservoir.
It's not a question of the amount of water that they can get through. That you're thinking about the wrong question. The question is about the rate of flow.
Okay.
It's all about the rate of flow. You can think of the reservoir as infinite, effectively, in this calculation.
Yeah.
It's not about the volume. It's about the rate. It's all about the rate. This is all about kinetics. So anyway, but
it's an interesting question, isn't it?
While I have CJ here, I will ask CJ not an engineering question, but but a simple, more sociological question, CJ. What's Strelkov doing?
Oh man! Well, now there's 3 videos and pictures out of the very infamous FSB officer who has been recently mobilized, and is apparently somewhere between a major and a lieutenant colonel, a deputy commander of a BTG. People said it was in Donetsk. There's now up to $150,000 bounty to capture him alive. It's been put out by Ukrainians, so very much a high priority. And of course, I believe the Dutch would like to have a word concerning MH17, which he was indirectly or directly a part of. So he is in Donetsk, probably not Bakhmut, because that is a graveyard for Russians now. But on his first day of combat, he was able to get a report in to someone else who's running his very popular Telegram channel, saying that his unit had taken heavy losses. So not a great first day. We'll see what the second day brings.
CJ, what do we know about what's going on in Kherson or Svatove? Do we actually know anything that we can say on the basis of what Russians are saying, seeing there's a large information blackout?
Well, I was skeptical when Russians announced all the different levels of evacuation, starting, several weeks ago with children to Crimea, and then teachers to Crimea from Kherson, and then it went up to non-essential personnel, and then we heard rumblings from some of the occupation officials that everyone should leave, and this has been, this is put out in Donetsk and Luhansk at the beginning of this phase of the invasion. So it doesn't necessarily mean just by those factors alone that the Russian military is pulling out. But what we saw yesterday, I think, was the most telling, was the overall commander of the Russian war effort, who has been recently appointed, who was previously the commander of the Kherson front, saying some difficult decisions may be ahead. The position might change in Kherson. Be prepared. Very vague wording, but definitely indicative that some sort of major announcement was coming from the Russians, and that it wasn't necessarily positive. This is not how they describe a situation that's going well for them. So that sort of the military side can combine with the civilian side seem to line up for some kind of withdrawal. And then today, with the videos of Russian civilians evacuating or them forcibly evacuating Ukrainians from Kherson, unclear exactly, who the random people in line were. That's a sign that something is happening. I don't know whether or not the military is going out. I know we talked a little bit yesterday about who would be prioritized crossing the Dnipro, whether it would be civilian or military, or some people thought that perhaps the civilian and military would be mixed together in order to, use those people as human shields. I tend to think this probably won't happen, because the most important thing that the Russians have on that side of the river, first and foremost, it's a political issue. The factors of why Russia's held on to that side of the river for so long really don't make too much, tactical sense. It's really about not retreating and not having such a huge political loss. But the secondary concern isn't really the Russian soldiers on that side. It's, the vehicles, it's all the tanks, it's all the BTRs, it's the artillery. They've been largely reduced thanks to HIMARS and HARMS and a bunch of other Ukrainian systems and Ukrainian soldiers using them expertly. But the Russians can't just leave a whole combined arms army worth of gear on that side of the river and have any chance of, defending the other side of the river. So they have to retreat with pretty much as many things as they can in order to not just immediately be overrun on the other side of the river. And also, too, we have to think about the scope of what this is. In Kharkiv, where positions were overrun and Ukraine was able to capture a lot of gear intact and a lot of Russians, this was maybe at most 10,000 people, right? It was several BTGs, several artillery units. It was sizable, but the area covered was very different. It was almost 10,000 square kilometers, and it had 10,000 Russians. This is a much smaller area with perhaps up to 20,000 Russian soldiers. This is a whole combined arms army. This is twice the size of the forces defending all of Kharkiv, and this is just one side of the river. So the chances that the Russians are just going to get up and run now and leave everything behind, it's probably not going to happen. So you would expect to see some large vehicle movements, which is going to be very detectable, not just by the civilians, but also by, of course, satellite imagery and whatnot. And I don't know if we've seen that quite yet, and that would be the most telling thing.
Thank you, CJ. One little note from our friend Daniel Alfieri. Apparently, the Strelkov image has been geolocated to the road between Rostov and Taganrog. So not actually in Ukraine yet.
That's interesting because, yeah, so I guess it's not really quite
right
clear
outside, just outside
when that
occupied Donetsk Oblast, but not quite.
Yeah, when that picture was taken would be interesting. It might have been before he went in, or perhaps he's just not in at all, and is actually just making up fake reports. I mean, anything is possible with Russians.
It does look recent, to be honest, though. Well, thank you very much, CJ. Thank you for as much of an update as we can have. Of course, it's limited. It's fine. We will wait. We're patient. Just wanted to see how far we can get. David, you
May
might
I?
have
Yes, I may.
Other David, yeah, go ahead.
May I quickly say, CJ, I've found a couple of spots. I will DM them to you.
Awesome, yeah. And some people have said this queue was at the Antonovsky barge bridge, the temporary one, and that seems to line up. I think some people were asking why it would be here. Why would they make a barge bridge at 1.3 kilometer crossing point, which is quite substantial? It's almost a mile. And I think you have to consider not only the fact that, of course, the pre-existing structure helps, not just perhaps for cover for HIMARS, but also to tie the barges to, but also consider the highway on both sides of the road, right? If you want to get in and out, move troops, this is the most important spot to put the barge bridge, not necessarily because of the specific crossing point, but because of the roads that support it. So I think that's probably why more than any other reason.
Except for I'm not so sure that position is. See, there are a couple of ferry terminals in Kherson, and they do have tourist ferries that travel up and down. So I think it may very well be there. I will send you a couple of images, but I've asked Special Cat as well.
Okay, good. And yeah, David, if you want to set us up with a Viking River cruise after the war down the Dnipro here, I'd be happy to go with you.
Me too. I could do some drinking, right?
Thank you, David. Thank you, CJ. Can you send those to me as well, David, when you're sending them to CJ? I'd greatly appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you very much. And American David, Texan David.
Hey guys, I'm here in Houston now with my Ukrainian wife and stepdaughter. We left Lviv about a month ago. I've been living in Ukraine for probably almost 6 years, and we decided to come here. They've never been to the U.S. before, so this is kind of a two-part thing. But I've been listening and somewhat participating on this group and the previous one since about a month before this all kicked off in February. So I lurk a lot and I speak a little, but the reason I decided to hop in right now is because, and it's funny because right before y'all started talking about the Kherson region, I've got some friends that I've known for a while that are in the occupied area just outside of the city there. And she messaged me a while ago and was telling me that they've been getting these evacuation notices, and she sent me some screenshots, and she's pretty savvy. She's like, I'm not buying it. And I said, yeah, I think it's bullshit. I think they're trying to, I think they want to, I think that, like y'all are saying, I believe they're preparing to retreat, and they probably want to take as many Ukrainians with them. I'm like, whatever you do, don't go. But she said it's crazy. She said there's so many people she knows, they're packing their bags and getting ready to like head for the buses soon. I'm like, tell them no. I'm like, don't go. You might not ever come back. But from the military aspect of this, I mean, y'all know way more than I do, but have y'all seen this? I can share. I mean, I don't if any. Maybe no one's interested, but I've got the screenshots in Russian of what this local Kherson government sending everybody every day. It's total BS.
Oh,
But
I've seen those plenty. Telegram,
yeah,
right?
they're being threatened about being bombed and all that stuff. But but like I said, I'm happy to hear like her tell me that that she smells the BS, but it scares me. There's so many people there that don't. They're buying it, man, and they're probably going to truck off with those guys.
So this is the thing, David, right? The population of Kherson. So she's in the city of Kherson.
She's
still?
Yeah, just on the suburbs, like just outside the city.
The metro, the Kherson metro area, right? Not somewhere else in the oblast, but in and around the city.
She's right near the city.
Okay, so did you ask her how many people are left there? What proportion of the people are still there?
I haven't. Well, not this round, but like about two or 3 weeks ago, no one's left. I mean, she said everybody's just kind of just doing their thing. They just sort of for a while everybody hunkered down. Over the months, but finally everybody's like screw it. They just started living their lives again. So as far as I know, not many people have left.
How well do you know her?
I've known her for about 5 years. I mean, we're not
'Cause
like
we have
close, intimate friends, but she used to be a student of mine when I was teaching there.
So
And
we have it on good authority, David,
yeah,
that 2/3, 3/4 of the population of the Kherson metro area has left for free
yeah,
Ukraine, one way or another,
2/3.
either through Mykolaiv, everywhere, like all of the city and suburbs of Kherson, either towards Mykolaiv, through the front somewhere, or most of them through occupied Zaporizhia Oblast at Vasilivka, because there's kind of an ability to cross there. And people have been evacuating for months en masse. So the majority of civilians from the city and suburbs of Kherson will have left. So if she says that everybody's still staying put compared to the pre-invasion, pre-occupation population, that doesn't gel with the information that we have gotten from lots of sensible
Well,
people.
I'll ask her. I mean, I
So
haven't asked her that direct question, but I mean, because she was contemplating leaving earlier. Her parents who live down the street are older and they can't really move. They can't travel very well, so that's why she and her husband have been kind of hanging out. But no, I mean, I'll ask her whatever. I mean, that's interesting.
right, so this, it just doesn't work, and that's exactly right. People who can't leave are the ones who aren't leaving. People who don't want to leave and people who can't leave. People who can't leave, often being the elderly, often being the infirm, often being those who just couldn't take it, right? But again, we've heard from so many saying, yeah, it's kind of a ghost town. It's kind of a lot of people have left. Yes, there has been actually an influx into the city from outlying sort of agricultural communities, because this became the only way for them to make a living, selling their agricultural products in the city, with a lot of markets popping up, kind of informal trading areas popping up throughout the city, especially with prices for anything brought into the city going up as much as they have. But that was, that maybe so the net decrease isn't as great, but that there's just so many who have left. Literally, in the hundreds of thousands to have left of their own will, and went for free Ukraine, or maybe further afield. Many of them. Like I've spoken to plenty who have managed to get out. I've spoken to people face to face who have managed to get out, and they will give me the same story. So if if she's telling you that no, everybody's still there, everybody's doing their thing, that really doesn't gel with people that I've asked this to face to face.
She has not told me that, and I trust her. I mean, I trust her enough. I mean, I wouldn't trust her with my life, but I mean, I trust her word. We've like I said, I used to teach her. We talked a lot over the years, but anyway, my main concern was that I just feel like a lot of people, whoever is there, might be believing them and just going to hop on buses and trust that the Russians are going to take care of them, which I think is nuts. But anyway, that's pretty much all I have for now. That I can think.
That's a good point. Absolutely right. The civilian. That's what we suggested earlier here as well. Civilians, Russians are trying to take with them. They're trying to use as a human shield to a great degree, and then send them off to the deepest, darkest Siberia, probably.
So do you think? I mean, do you guys? I mean, it sounds like you do. Does it sound like the Ukrainians are probably about? I mean, they've gained a lot of momentum over the weeks, I know, and does it sound like they're pretty much going to be able to take all this back? I mean, I have faith that I mean, I'm confident Ukraine's going to win all of this in time. What I want to see is them just just totally take the Kherson region altogether, and which I feel like is going to sort of. I think that'll cause Russia to just basically collapse after that. That's my. I mean, I don't know. What's just in a nutshell? What's your opinion?
I will put it this way. I agree that when Ukraine takes all of Kherson back, Russia will be in a very bad situation. However, it's not all going to happen at once. Right bank Kherson and left bank Kherson are two very different places. Right bank Kherson should be, within reach sooner rather than later. Opinions differ on how long it's going to take them to kick Russians out of right bank Kherson, but seeing that Russians might be leaving already on their own, that might be quite soon. So we'll see. Left bank is a different story, and this is why I was earlier, bringing up the water levels with David, because the immediate left bank of the Dnieper, across the river from Kherson, between the river and Oleshki, is kind of a floodplain, right? So if the Russians are pushing as much water as they can now suddenly through the Novakakhovka Dam, that might flood those floodplains substantially. If they blow the bridge as they leave, which they're likely to do, and David can discuss, what the state of Antonivsky Road Bridge is, they can really hamper any Ukrainian ability to then push across the river ever, which would mean that any liberation of the rest of Kherson Oblast, of the left bank of Kherson Oblast, would kind of have to happen from the north towards the south, as opposed to across the river from the city of Kherson, and that would just take a little while longer, right? Because there's a lot of miles to cover there. All depends on the equipment, of course. If we succeed in our, let's say, animal welfare, animal rights operation here, and free the leopards, then that will be a whole lot easier than otherwise. But I think you see where we're going with that.
Do you think that they've got their supplies and stuff all kind of spread out across the region, or do you think they might have them congregated in certain
The
points?
Russians?
Yeah.
What supplies?
I mean, all their weapons and their
So that's kind of the
ammo
joke,
and
right?
stuff.
Because so much of it has gone up in flames that the question
Right.
is what do they actually have left? And
Well, true. Yeah.
over the weekend, I think Friday or Saturday, we've seen images of a train offloading north of Henichens, in occupied Kherson Oblast, right on the border between occupied Kherson and Zaporizhia Oblast, and the train line that goes from Janko in Crimea to Melitopol. And they were offloading just north of Henichens, about 140 kilometers from the front line in Kherson, about 140 kilometers from the front line in Zaporizhia. What does that mean? That means that Russians know they don't have enough stuff left. That means that for once, they're starting to be careful with their stuff because they know they can't bring it in. Why can't they bring it in? Because the Kerch Bridge is not so good no more, right? Because that was hit. That's not in the best state anymore. And the Russian ability to resupply through Crimea will largely be based on what they can get through on ferries and other surface vessels, as opposed to across the bridge, which limits the throughput substantially, especially since the weather across the Kerch Strait was pretty bad the last few days. And they couldn't actually run ferries across. As the winter comes in, the weather on average is going to get worse, not better, when it comes to the ferry traffic across the Kerch Strait, across from Krasnodar Krai over to Crimea. So then people say, yeah, but can't they just use the land bridge, from Rostov Oblast to occupied Donetsk Oblast to occupied Zaporizhia Oblast? But there's a train line. Well, there isn't really a train line, in the sense that train line runs in some places within about 20, 25 kilometers of the front line. And Ukrainians can hit it with just about everything, all the artillery Ukraine has. They can safely hit that train line repeatedly and cheaply. And basically that train line is being denied. The only way they have is road resupply. That's a long road from Rostov to Taganrog, to Novoazovsk, to Mariupol, to Berdyansk, right? That's a long road. So when you ask, where do the Russians have stuff? Is it distributed? What stuff? Yeah. Compared to what they need to successfully conduct operations, especially in wintertime, especially offensive operations.
So with that said, do you think it'll be a lot like a series of Le Mans where it'll just be town to town and just taking them and conquering, and just kind of like just keep working their way, just keep pushing that front line back? Is that how you see it kind of happening? Or do you think eventually the Russians will get to a point where they'll just basically be in a constant motion of retreat, and just knowing that there's no possible way they can win,
David, I'm going to pass you to your compatriot, George, who will answer this question far better than I can. George, okay. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, Doan, we were speaking about it yesterday with Chuck on here. You know, because when you're retreating, you need what's called like a rear guard action. So in a perfect scenario, what that is you're pulling your troops out of the front line, right, and retreating to another established defensive line or whatever position. And those troops that you leave behind as a rear guard action are supposed to cover your withdrawal, your retreat, whatever you want to call it, your tactical withdrawal, by making it seem that you're actually not withdrawing. Like they keep up shooting at the enemy, artillery fires, things of that nature.
Sort of like leapfrogging backwards.
Yes, but the problem is that now with the supply issues that the Russians have, you need to do an organized withdrawal or rear guard action. You select certain areas where your artillery, at least, is going to cover your withdrawal. Now, what happens is that those artillery pieces have to increase their amount of fire so that the level of fire doesn't go down over 24, 48 hours. Because if it goes down, then it tips your hand to the enemy that, oh, their fires are going down, they're probably now retreating, and it can tip your enemy which way you're retreating from, or where the weakness in your line. But to do that, you have to build up a surplus of ammunition at those points that you decide are going to stay back and fire till the last minute and then withdraw. They can't do that. The fact that they don't have their supply lines are now highly compromised, and they can't build up stockpiles in different areas. The Russians will have to use villages and towns as strong points, right? And the terrain is different. It's different than what you saw in Kharkiv Oblast. It's not rolling hills. And
it's Kansas.
Yes, it's Kansas. It's wide open fields. So withdrawing under that type of open ground increases your chance of becoming, was and were. So what has to happen is you need to retreat maybe and try to use those towns and villages. But as me and Chuck and I think it was Raver yesterday last night we're talking, there was video during that Kharkiv offensive where all of a sudden there was a Ukrainian tank firing on Russian self-propelled guns. That told us several things. One is those Ukrainian tanks had broken through a defense line.
Yeah, that means they've advanced quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Face.
Yes, in a gap. The other thing is there was no command and control. There's no communication between those Russian self-propelled guns and the front line. There is no communication from the front line to whoever's commanding that sector, because if they had said, hey, they've broken through, then your command structure would get word to the self-propelled guns, hey, you need to displace, you need to move from where you are. There's an assault element coming towards you. It tells us that the Russians, when the Ukrainians are attacking, are absolutely in what we call a fog of war. They have no idea. Their command and control is pretty much non-existent. Now, it could have been that those tanks, like Chuck said, were coming down an area that was covered by two different units. That could be it, but the fact is there was no communication, no heads up to these units that, hey, somebody's broken through our front lines or secondary lines or whatever have you. And you have a tank now shooting at a self-propelled gun. Remember, self-propelled guns are not armored to take direct hits from tank shells. They're armored to take shrapnel, things like that. The best bet those SPGs had were to maybe use their smoke grenades, right? The smoke or generate smoke somehow. Some of the Russian vehicles can generate smoke through their engine by injecting diesel right onto this part of the engine, and it creates smoke, or fire a smoke round and try to get the hell out of there. But that just tells us, and there's been other reports like that their command and control is definitely not up to par. And Chuck was of the opinion that, it might take a week or two, it might take 3 days. It all depends on how fast they collapse and what their supply situation is literally on the ground. And
So
we have
what
a good idea.
specific areas would you recommend that we keep our eye on in the next few days?
I would the town south of Mykolaiv. Is it Mykolaiv, Domin?
Mykolaiv, you mean? Do you mean
No,
Posad
no, no.
Pokrovske?
No,
Where then?
on
Mylove.
the north. Yeah, Mylove. I'm sorry, Mylove. The towns south of Mylove. If you start seeing Telegram channels, Russian Telegram channels reporting towns south of there, I guess would be southwest in that direction.
So you're looking at everything in the quad in the triangle.
Yes.
Mylove, Davidiv Breed, Berislav. Would that be fair to say, George? Any
Yes.
place names in that triangle, that's to look out for.
Yes. And now the Ukrainians might not attack from there. They might be coming from the other side, from the other end of what I call the pierogi that the Russians are in.
Where the river expands out up there?
Yes, they could be coming from Mykolaiv, from that side.
Yeah.
Or it could be from both. But the bottom line is the Russian Telegram channels, once they start posting towns that are under fire or being contested, then you know that the game's afoot.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, as I said, I'm a resident of Ukraine, and even though I bleed red, white, and blue. Of course, I'm American, but having Ukrainian family and living there for a while in Ukraine, it feels it's personal to me, man. I am so. I'm ready to see the serious ass kicking. I mean, I've been enjoying how it's been stepping up, but I want the queen bee in Moscow to. I'm ready for that demise, and I gotta watch myself on Twitter. I've already gone in Twitter jail twice, and but I have, like all of you guys, I have no love for them, and it gets my yeah. I'm ready to watch them crash and burn hard. I want to see Russia be rendered impotent militarily. I just want to see them go down for a long period of time.
They on the plus side, they already are. They just don't know it yet. Or maybe some do.
That's true.
Thank you, David. George, you had something else earlier, and you did a wonderful job answering David's question. But I think you have your own.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hate to ask these questions because, it becomes a little bit of a downer every morning when we get like our damage assessment from the different areas in Ukraine. But anything on that? I know they've been targeting obviously infrastructure because they're in their psychosis, their goal right now is to make it unsustainable, make the Ukrainian cities and towns unsustainable for human habitation. Pretty much the way the Russian cities are in Russia, and they have even been bombed. So any update on that, Doman?
Not really. I don't think there's been any notes really since any general notes on this since Zelensky yesterday said that 30% of power stations in Ukraine or energy generation capacity of Ukraine, electricity generation capacity in Ukraine has been hit by Russia in the last 10 days. there hasn't really been anything of the sort, I don't think.
I just want to thank you, Joe. Another reminder, I'm going to keep reminding this to people every morning. Whatever country you're in, just make sure you reach out to your elected officials and ask them why in the hell are they not discussing right now the next action against Iran, because right now Iran is in violation of sanctions against Russia, and they are complicit in genocide. They're stupid. They're goofballs. They're taking a page out of the Russian playbook. Oh, we're not sending any weapons. We haven't sent any weapons to Russia. We have no idea what you're talking about. Please call, if you're in the United States, call your congressman. There's an election coming up, and ask them. Ask whoever answers the phone, what is their stance on so-and-so? What is their stance on Ukraine? What is their stance on Iran and further sanctions against Iran, since they're now become pretty much a supporting participant in genocide in Ukraine? And tell them, hey, you're representing X, Y, and Z Ukrainian organization, and see how fast they contact you back. You're going to get a lot more traction now since the elections in a couple of weeks.
And also piling on Iran, it's rarely an unpopular topic in the US, especially. It's just general point. It's easy to get assurances on that one, especially because today there's a CNN report that already came out a little bit, but there's a longer one coming out later today, if I understood correctly, where a CNN journalist in Ukraine, somewhere in a non-disclosed location, is visiting the Mohajer 6 drone. Mohajer 6 drone, I think is the correct pronunciation. Whatever 6 is.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, so I think it will be kind of front page news-ish in enough of the US. For today being a particularly excellent day to say to your possible elected representative to start shouting and tweeting about it a little bit, and making some speeches about we definitely know there's Iranian stuff. Look, it's all over CNN, it's all over the news. We have seen recordings of Iranian drones that have been shot down over Ukraine that Russia has been using. They have proof positive. What are they doing? This is against all manner of things. Let's sanction the hell out of them. Remember what Peter Doran said yesterday. I'm sure he'll be happy to jump up again and restate it today, and do that, because that's a really easy thing to go and do.
Yes, it's there's a website. I can post it again to the Nest today again, and you just put in your zip code, and it tells you who your elected officials are in the House, phone number, and call. Don't email. Use the phone. Call the phone number. Someone's going to answer. And you can give them the spiel. They will get that message to your elected official. It does work.
Thank you very much, George. Ask you something. Under the current circumstances, with a pushback, say in Zaporizhia, maybe coming up sooner rather than later, how good would, say, some leopards do Ukrainians?
I've been saying this, and I keep saying, I keep seeing numbers. People 300, 500. They don't need all that. They actually don't. What,
George?
Yes.
Can I just clarify that Doman asked George of the Jungle his views on leopards?
That's good, Finance. Wow, that's really good. Yeah, the jungle I want to see is takes place at night, where the Russians are at a complete disadvantage when it comes to thermal optics and night vision. and using modern main battle tanks at night is a huge advantage for the Ukrainians. It would be a huge advantage for the Ukrainians. One of the other things is that the optics on those things are just incredible. You could see really far away. We're talking about open terrain in the south. You can even a tank commander like my tank commander would be able to, if we saw something several kilometers away and we're like, okay, it's going to be out of our range of our main gun, but we got a battery of 155s, several kilometers behind us. Even at night, you could call in range and and just target it, and you can actually adjust fire because that's how good the damn optics are. You can call out other targets to other tanks. You can give a heads up to your supporting infantry if they're IVFs. Ours did, but let's say you have an IVF infantry fighting vehicle that doesn't have the optics, you can give them a heads up. Hey, strong point to your right, strong point to your left, whatever. And it's a huge force multiplier when you have it and your enemy doesn't. And the Russians are completely adverse to fighting at night, which is really, really weird. We're talking now, Napoleon times, at dusk, let's back up and we'll come back out in the field and fight tomorrow. That's pretty much the mindset of the Russians. It's bizarre. That was, I think, one of the things that has shocked a lot of people is that their inability to fight at night. And that's why these things with the little electronic little gizmos that they have would be a huge asset for Ukraine. You're talking about, offensive starting at night and continuing at night, where the Russians are completely perplexed.
But this is it, right, George? It's those added capabilities. It's not. Often people look at a tank and they're like, "Oh, that has a big gun." It's not just about that. It's all the other things that are around it, right?
It's the communication. Yes, the communication capabilities. The fact that you can, you can link them to your Panzerhaubitze 2000s. The fact that like I said, their vision capabilities at night are unbelievable. The same thing with the Abrams, and you just the Russians. I mean, I remember the T-72, and it was new. It looked like it had just rolled off the assembly line that we had captured in Desert Storm, and the optics on that were like, holy hell! It was like you're looking through smoky haze. It was horrible, just absolutely horrible. So. And that's what the Russians have. Their optics and things like that, and their, most of the thermals were sold in corruption. So that's where they're at.
George, question from the audience. I love this. Does Ukraine have elves or something similar that would scare the Russians from wanting to fight at night? I know they're superstitious. I love this question. This is so good. Yeah, I don't know if Ukraine has anything appropriate.
Elves?
Yeah, see, Verlaine is sending me laughing emojis. She likes it, but George is having connection issues. I think bad timing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, not really. Not really. You're breaking up badly. George, you're in your Faraday trench again. I'm sorry. Alas. Let's go to Mitek, and then we'll check in with George when he's in a better area. Mitek.
Hey, good afternoon. Happy lunchtime to those who are in the zone. I'm going to start off with the light bit here. You asked the question: are there any elves or fairies that would scare the Russians? Notwithstanding my accent, I was born and raised in a Polish neighborhood in the Polish language with Ukrainians and a number of other people and Yiddish speakers. Boy, do we have scary stories. Right. So let's start off with the elves. The elves, we were always told that elves are amoral and they play silly buggers with you. And there are ways you can see them by looking on the ground and on the trees. And if you get enough, BS going out there, you can, in fact, get them to believe that the elves have changed the size and are going to be doing terrible things to them. Then, of course, if you're done with the elves, there's the old Slavic gods that never went away. I was raised nominally a Catholic, even though my family's, pardon me, massively Jewish. We only found that out later. That's another story for another broadcast. But the old gods, they still operate over there. People have stories that transcend Orthodoxy and Catholicism and Judaism, and you can scare them a lot with that. And if there's any Jews in there, there's correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, Yehuda, there's the golem, which is made out of dirt in the mud.
Where are we going with this? All right, I'm the
Oh,
here.
we're scaring people. We're scaring
is this
people.
plane landing anytime soon?
Yeah. Baba Yaga is your biggest one,
That
but
one's considered Russian as well. It's not just Jewish. Baba Yaga. If you have that story in your family as well, it tends to let people know.
well, Baba Yaga's Polish too.
Yes.
Poles love
I
Baba Yaga.
think we might be taking this humorous question too far in the answer.
Where is
Oh yeah, okay, no.
Do we
What I
land this
really
plane
wanted to-
anywhere near Ukraine?
Yeah. What I really wanted to talk about was, let's talk about the terrain in Ukraine right now. You guys were talking about how people are going to retreat in an orderly fashion. The one thing that nobody seems to have mentioned recently is, and I've done this operationally in other fields, is that we're in a situation where Ukraine is occupied by the Russians. Most of the people on the ground in occupied zones are not friendly to the Russians. The moment any kind of movement occurs on the ground, on the road, and through the forest of any significant nature, there will be 15 people in some vyoska somewhere going, I just saw 150 Russians buggering off south of here with all the gear they can carry and in post haste just to get out of here. Heads up, dudes, whatever's going on up there is covering a retreat. Secondly, well, we've got the drones, we've got spy planes, we've got satellites. I would guess that, from the moment zero to the time that the Ukrainians are aware that there's a retreat going on would be 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours tops, depending on how thick the traffic is. I don't think they could hide anything at this point. And if you go to the spot on the map where the next offensive should be occurring, which is a straight line down to Melitopol, it's just pure chaos. After that, everything is just the defeat of Russia by steps, by salami slice. And I don't see any going anywhere else other than that. But mostly the question is, how can you hide when everyone around you is looking at you and going, please leave, we don't want you here. Yeah, that's it. Go on.
Thank you, Mitek. Yeah, well, you can't, right? And that's going to be of some advantage unless you move everyone away first. And this is the threat, let's say, that the Russian military wields is additional mass deportations, I would suggest. So that's finance.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask our sniper here, by which I mean the Finnish military veteran, since all Finns we know are snipers here in the space. It's been confirmed. If you're Finnish and you've ever been in the military or even held a gun, you are in fact a qualified sniper. It comes with their territory, and Anti's had his hand up forever. Since George was telling us that night is happening longer, I would really love to hear if Anti has something to say on that, to move back to where we were. Anti?
Yeah, sorry, I was my mind was focused elsewhere for quite a bit. What did you want?
Sniping? Well, I
No,
assume you're practicing
sadly,
sniping
I'm not qualified. Sadly, not.
All Finns are qualified snipers. We know this to be true.
So, what was your specific question?
No, the specific question is I wondered if you could expand further. George made the excellent comment that Ukrainians have significant advantage at nighttime due to far more proliferation of night vision goggles and better terrain. I don't know if he said better terrain knowledge or not. I can't remember. But night vision goggles and technology that lets them do well at night. And I know that these are the kinds of things the Finnish army also thinks about and works with. And I wonder if you had any comments to expand upon that. Oh, we lost George. As much as I love George, it's nice to have multiple military men who can comment on different things, because everyone has a slightly different perspective, and it's more helpful for the conversation. And for those of us who don't understand any of this stuff at all, that would be me. I'm the one who doesn't understand it. Except that I do understand that all Finns are in fact qualified snipers if they've ever held a rifle.
Yes, I've held a rifle and an assault rifle. So I guess in that within that broad concept, I qualify. So first of all, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So I think I touched upon this at least slightly when I was talking with Pauli. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. That from all the information filtering down to us, which is naturally narrow from the Ukrainian side, is that there seems to be a superiority on the Ukrainian side with regard to nighttime operations. That's not only infantry and SOF, but also with armored operations. We've seen there was a clip I saw of Ukrainian armor operating in the nighttime, and I think that the advantage that Ukrainians feel in this specific area is only going to increase in breadth and depth, because all the information suggests that the capabilities of the Russian forces have been degraded. Their professionalism has dropped beyond even what it was when this invasion started. And let's be honest, this is quite basic, but if you're in a forest and if it's dark, and if you know that there are Ukrainian soldiers out for your blood, that would be a shall we say frightening experience, even for professionals. But if you have limited training, if you have low morale, if you know that your gear is shit, if you know your officers and NCOs are worse than useless, if you're not getting enough food, if you're not if there is no resting place for you with warmth available,
if you're being shelled 24/7, and
yes, if you're being shelled 24/7,
and it costs
if
5,000
you're
euros to bribe your officer to have a day in the back.
Yeah, and if you know, well, this is like a totally random example, but if you were on the other side of a river, and you knew that your command hierarchy had relocated to the other side of the river for whatever reason, that would also downgrade your ability to act appropriately. And also, let's be honest, when you're on the move, or when you're defending a position in the nighttime, you need to be extra careful about movements, about trying to maintain focus, that you can be aware of the battle space. And all the things I listed go against the Russian forces being able to maintain readiness, especially during the night. So, I mean, I realize that that's awfully general of me, but I have had training in nighttime conditions, and but beyond the general every Finn a sniper comment, I haven't had specific sniper training, but it's we had examples of Russian staff officers of Russian, even up to general rank, being killed in the front line. I believe there was an especially riveting example of a Russian, was it a major general, who came up to the very, very, very sharp edge of the 60-kilometer column near Kyiv and started shouting and flailing his arms. And a couple of moments later, a shot rang, and then he, was a heap of meat on the ground.
Yes, and he was the very model of a modern Russian major general.
Yes, exactly. Was that an answer to your question?
Is the model of a Russian military general one who enjoys a nice Atacam cigarette after he posts a selfie next to his command post?
I think the answer should be self-evident. I think you're just you're out for shits and giggles, aren't you?
He's something between a vegetable, an animal, and a mineral.
Yeah, I got that joke. I hope everyone else on MriyaReport got it as well. But you didn't actually answer my question. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I do appreciate it, Antti, and the fact that you did confirm that if you are Finnish and held a rifle, you are in fact qualified sniper. Also important.
Yeah,
make sure to
yeah.
steer clear of Finnish landlots in the future.
Is there any detail you'd like further elaboration on?
I barely know what to ask still. The reason I poop post my military discussion still literally is relegated to Atacam cigarette go boom. Like, I do not pretend to have more than a first grade knowledge of military, which literally is like a little boy going, "Ooh, big explosion! I hope it hit the Russians." Like, I mean, my knowledge of war before this was like, who won them in a history book. And I now understand sort of logistics and other things matter. But while I can understand logistics because it fits, my business and background and all the knowledge I have in operations, all the other stuff, dude, I am so lost still. I don't even pretend.
Well, considering my experiences, if you even know a couple of wars and who won them, you're still standing head and shoulders above most people. So you get credit for that.
All right, I will take my participation trophy. Thank you for passing one out, and go over to Tom, whose hand is raised.
No, I actually, you forgot about my question. There was a question
before that, Antti, I just need a brief question for Tom. Tom,
okay.
Did you, like Antti, get my joke? It's a yes or no question.
The very model of a Russian major gentleman or whatever. Yes, I got your joke.
Okay, good. Let's go to Antti, and then we'll circle back to Tom. Antti. See,
so
you were not alone, Antti.
Okay, I'm happy about that. Though, obviously being a Finn, I tend to, if there is a person,
you're not alone. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So the thing I wanted actually CJ to comment on, a decade before, while he was still here and not jumping out of a. Yeah, was that I'm sure that you guys have also seen the clip of probably a HIMARS strike on a Russian D-30 howitzer, and I just that I'm not sure if you discussed it previously, but to me that's significant because that's
courageous
like
use of munitions.
Yes, and it also seems to indicate that not only that there is plentiful munitions to go around, but also that there aren't any more important targets. Which, you know, if the Russian front line is relying on the support of B-30s and everything else is already gone, then that's, well, I mean, that's a sweeping statement, and we wouldn't want to make those. But it seems a pleasant aspect to me.
Exactly. It means that A, Ukraine has plenty of gimlers. B, Ukraine is running out of targets. And I don't think it's for want of target acquisition.
Yeah, neither do I. Okay, thank you.
I think we're on the same page there. Tom.
Hey guys. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you know, our Ukrainian lady, Natalia, I can't remember her surname, who works for the veterans organization. Have we heard back from her at all? Because she DM'd me about sort of me trying to organize psychological and neuropsychological support, but I've not heard back from her. Has she come back to the space at all recently?
She's not been back to the space to the best of my knowledge, but she's in touch with Yehuda about every... I think she was in Washington the last couple of days, actually. She's in touch with Yehuda about every day, I think. So ask him, honestly. And I think he'll be up here soon. So next time you see Yehuda, ask him, because he will know. He is, you know, very much in touch with her.
Sure, because yeah, I'll either wait for Yehuda or I've got him on Signal, so I can message him. The reason is I keep encountering Ukrainian psychologists now. It just so I've just heard from another young woman psychologist in the UK who's also called Natalia, who's Ukrainian. So I've just messaged her to see if she'd like to be involved. And I've got a friend of mine whose mother's Ukrainian, but she was born here, who might like to get involved. So, and then obviously I know that like neuropsychologists networks over here. So I guess that the big concerns psychologically are both trauma and PTSD, but also brain injury, given how much shelling there's been in this war. So I'm going to email some of the courses this afternoon and say, you know, is there a way we could put together like a basic training package for sort of Ukrainian therapists and assistant psychologists, because I'm sure there are really, really good psychologists in Ukraine already, because it's a well-educated country with a lot of people going to university, but at the same time they're probably a bit overwhelmed. So if there's a way that British psychologists can help, that would be great, and it would probably be via training, unless I encounter fluent Ukrainian speakers that want to help.
So I reckon, right, the way to think of this is Ukraine already has been at war for the past 8.5 years, and Ukraine already is dealing with this. The question is bandwidth, right, and what they can spend their time on, and the need to expand this considerably. So are there tasks, are there things that they can offload on non-Ukrainian speaking psychologists elsewhere, and on people that aren't yet involved in this on the Ukrainian side who might speak Ukrainian, such as your, you know, the acquaintances that you're making, to be able to, you know, offload some of those tasks so they can focus on the, let's call it clinical work, and maybe offload some of the other stuff on you guys. Is that's really what, right? Because I've had it before, Tom, when you were misunderstood and people were like, why does Tom think that Ukrainians aren't already dealing with this? Why does Tom think that they can't do it themselves? Well, I think this is it, right? Is the expansion of the project. Is there work that can be put onto you guys rather than them having to do it themselves, so they can focus on things that you can't help with?
No, exactly. I mean, it's like, you know, by analogy with the soldiers, you know, there's Ukrainian soldiers now that are more experienced at fighting this kind of war than British and American soldiers. At the end of this, they're going to be training our soldiers because they're going to be better at this. Yet at the same time, there's British soldiers and many other nations, I think, training more Ukrainian soldiers in the UK because their need is simply so great. So, you know, that's one way that the British Army can help the Ukrainian Army, even though the Ukrainian Army has got a better idea what it's doing. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking is, can could people like myself and contacts help to train up like more Ukrainian therapists, more Ukrainian psychologists, so that the existing Ukrainian psychologists can just get on with doing the work, because there's going to be so much demand for it. So yeah, I'll message you to try and get back in touch with Natalia, and I'll try and set up a bit of a network.
Yeah, if she messaged you, right, clearly there is some sort of a need or some sort of a use for you guys. So it's she's in charge. Let's say they're just there to help.
Yeah, she DM'd me when we last spoke, but I've just not heard anything else back from her yet. So I'll see. Thanks.
Yeah, my understanding is that they've been in Washington the last few days, meeting with various high ups there from various backgrounds, and I think she's been kind of busy with that. But now that might be drawing to a close, if it hasn't yet, I think she'll have more time to look at this aspect of things as well.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Finance. Would you like to talk about round objects?
When we say round objects,
who is round and what does he object? No. No. We're talking. I wish to talk about objects that have to be particularly round, or they're not any use.
Like an industrial lathe, or like a rocket,
like a ball bearing.
Oh, I'm actually in the middle of finishing. Sorry, I've been a little quiet because I've been finishing up an article that I'm trying to get out for the next hour because I haven't posted Finance Perception in a while, or the Perception Money website, which only has links for articles and to support Maria. But no, I'm actually writing, and it actually came up, and I was actually just looking for the link to discuss that so the industrial ball bearings of Russian trains are made in Sweden mostly. In other Western countries, I believe, may or may not make parts, but Sweden is their big supplier. Now, if you've done anything on military history of World War II, the ball bearing factories were the big thing that the U.S. tried to target. Well, not just the U.S., all the Allies tried to target in Germany, because once they could take out the ball bearing factories, it really limited the ability of Germany to make more Panzer tanks. No ball bearings, no tanks. Right? Can't drive a tank without the ball bearings that can run the big tractor and take that heavy weight. These are not easy to make. They require very precise manufacturing. They require really precise machines. They require some good people. Russia does not make their own. They import it all from Sweden. And unlike my two least favorite companies in the West, Siemens and Heidenhaus, which are 100% still supplying the updates and things needed for some of their stuff in Russia, the Swedish aren't fucking around, pardon my French, and they have stopped the supply of ball bearings and anything that repairs them to Russia. As a result, the Russian train stock used to be down 2,000 cars, is now down, I believe, up to 10,000 cars, with something like 200,000 cars under threat of just sort of running out of sort of being used too hard, and their whole system might collapse, if I understand correctly. Doman, does that sound right?
That sounds exactly right.
And Siemens does not supply ball bearings, by the way. Neither does Heidenhaus.
Correct. That's why they're stopped, Axel.
But
if they
SKF,
did supply them, they would still be being supplied. The reason that they're being stopped is that it's not Siemens and Heidenhaus. Those two countries are still providing computerized machine parts and the updates for the machines they sold before, if not new ones. I'm not sure if they're using the Turkish cutouts. Hey, look, if they want to,
it's not. It's not.
I know they don't provide. They're not Swedish, so they're not the ones.
Can I update you? That's not true. SKF was providing ball bearings, and SKF is, whilst it is aligned with our Swedish friends, it is a company in Schweinfurt, Germany, and they were supplying ball bearings, and they stopped as soon as the first invasion came.
Yes, right. That's my whole point. The Swedish stopped. They take it seriously. They have They are not trading with Russia. Their industry is not going to sell them the things that kill people. So good for the Swedish. Thank you very much. I need to drop for a bit, so Doman, please hold the show. I'll be back in probably 20-ish minutes.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
And Schweinfurt is, of course, in Germany, and SKF is German. But
yeah,
is
Schweinfurt wanted to be an answer to Oxford, but they went with a different animal, right?
They had to bring the
swine across the fjord. Yes.
In translation, it's Pigford. That's why. Yeah, that was. Hope that didn't get lost in people other than us. Right, where were we? Finance left very suddenly. If somebody else wants to jump up, talk about some other things, too. Funny names for German cities, not really funny, mildly amusing names for German cities. Feel free to.
Oh, there are many.
Oh, I know. There's an excellent map that translates all the British or English, at least, city names and town names into German, what they would be if they were German, and then vice versa for German to English. It's very amusing. I can send it to you if you'd like, Axel. It's hilarious. But in the meantime, we can stay on course and go to Joanna.
Yes, I was wondering if we have a specialist in transportation, because with this ball bearing issue on Russian railroads and trains, and we know that they are heavily relying on trains for the transport of military equipment, but also for the transport of civilians and other merchandise inside Russia. So trains will probably be forced to stop at one point in the future.
They're cannibalizing locomotives and trains.
Yes.
They have a vast fleet and they're cannibalizing them. So there were discussions about this matter already 3 months ago, and the indications were that there's a high likelihood that they can cannibalize their train rolling stock for a long time.
For a while.
In order to still, yeah, of course, because
but
the ball bearings they're using for cargo trains and for locomotives also, specifically locomotives, there's still enough in their rolling stock.
Yeah, but my question was more extensive. Like, we know that they are doing the same thing for the aviation, for the planes that fly inside Russia. And we know that there are no more spare parts for foreign vehicles like cars and other, like trucks and other stuff. So I wonder if we can infer something about the transportation inside Russia 1 year from now, for example. What will happen? Because like from every...
No one will want to go anywhere anyway, so it won't matter.
Yeah, probably. But
it's a good point. Yes, the degradation of the economy will continue, and the degradation specifically of their logistics assets, as well as the integration capacity of the economy across large distances, as well as say supply chains, even metropolitan areas, will accelerate, and it will cascade through the whole economy, that these delays and deficiencies will add up. And at some point in time, it will stall industrial production and therefore have a massive impact, which is what leads to prioritization, where then the current regime will have to essentially enter a more comprehensive war economy footing. We'll have to pursue as to whether they prioritize, for example, the transport from Norilsk in terms of nickel, as opposed to supplying dairy products to, say, Omsk or Tomsk. This will come ultimately if we continue to be steadfast in the West.
Yeah, and we know that we talked about import substitution in Russia before, and Russia is a very large country, and it used to have very large factories in certain areas, and areas specialized in certain type of products. So they used to move these products across the country, and with everything that's happening, I think they will go towards a more regional type of economy, restricted economy, in a sense. It will go inward in, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, it's a thing to think about. Thank you.
Like sustainment economy as opposed to the sort of cash crop equivalent, right? If you're thinking in farming equivalents, it'd be like subsistence farming as opposed to cash crop farming.
Yeah, subsistence, yes.
But for the whole economy, not just for farming.
Yes, and focused on regional areas, not like before, something like this. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, I think you're possibly right, because they're literally turning the clock back onto themselves, right? That's what they're doing by engaging in this genocidal war, and as a consequence of the sanctions that are being put onto them, quite rightly. Thank you, Anna. We have a John, and then a Jerome, and an ATV. John.
Thank you, Dom. Good afternoon. I just wondered if I'm now the only person on the space who doesn't believe that the Ukrainians have ATACMS yet.
I believe they don't have them. I believe that what they had, they used them until we see. My guess is, whenever they decide to hit something, they get 1 or 2 or 3 in, and they never actually have ATACMS. It's just my guess.
That's an interesting theory. I've been talking this through with David. I don't know if he's listening at the moment. He's on the panel, but I don't know if he's around.
David.
Why is David hard of hearing?
But I think they've
it's all that pressurization, depressurization cycles. It ruins your job.
And senility, that doesn't help either.
No, that doesn't help at all. But I am here.
Right. Okay, so we've been batting this backwards and forwards between us, David. Now, I think they've got the HRIM 2, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, HRIM 2, up and running, which is basically about twice the size, in terms of warhead, it's about twice the size of an ATACMS missile. And the reason I say that, we're looking at some of the craters that have been found around the place at Saki, that one in Popozna. Those craters are 20 to 25 meters across, most of them, or they've been estimated at. Whereas an ATACMS would make a crater of between 8 and 10 meters. And for me, it's illogical for me to conclude that these are ATACMS. I think they've got their own domestic missile up and running, and potentially the fact that they're not firing them frequently is because they're probably still being made in quite an artisanal fashion in Ukraine, potentially with some supporting parts and bits and pieces coming in from outside, and that's why they're using them very sparingly. But yeah, my conclusion is they still don't have the magic missile from the US.
Artisanal. Are they growing them organic?
I think
biodynamic. So. Very dynamic
so.
On some bio.
Yeah. It's like trolls. You keep them in the dark and feed them on yeah. I was kind of hoping David might come up and
oh right,
knock
sorry,
my
you're waiting for me
down.
to comment. No, I'm not going to knock it down. So because when you first told me, I initially thought maybe not, and then I saw the image of an ATACMS crater, and I thought, okay, so how do we account for these much larger craters? And just randomly, someone else somewhere had said, what about the HRIM 2? And I thought, well, this all makes a little bit of sense now, doesn't it? And it certainly, when you were talking about, when we were talking about the bridge, and when we discussed it as to whether that was a hit or a miss, i.e., were they trying to hit the road bridge, and that which would be a hit, or were they trying to hit the rail bridge and then therefore hit the road bridge, which would be a miss? It sort of fits, doesn't it? Really, much bigger.
But does it? Because David, does it? Because the very few images of one set of ATACMS fuses you've been allowed to see do not necessarily mean that this is the only way the ATACMS can actually impact the soil. So maybe,
no.
Just maybe.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I'm just saying maybe, just maybe, you haven't seen everything about the ATACMS. mean, don't forget the specified range limit for the ATACMS was 300, whereas there is more than sufficient evidence that it is far beyond that. But we do know already that there's various fuses and various ways of, shall we say, exploding the missile. Maybe we should just be careful in our assumptions.
And there is that to it, and maybe we would just call it a ballistic missile traveling very quickly, which would cover all options.
John, can we agree on a ballistic missile, and that therefore this ballistic missile has actually hit Saki as well as the bridge? Is that sufficient for the moment? And I mean, we'll create enough silly comments from the suicide truck bomb and Godzilla / terror boat faction anyway.
Oh, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, clearly they do have access to a short-range ballistic missile. My only doubt is of what type. That's all. And it's something that's been niggling at me, and I thought it might stimulate a bit of a conversation on here. But
no, it does. It does. It does. If CJ were here, he could tell you that he believes that the official ATACMS range is 300. That there's only 2 fuses, one of which has been shown in public, and the other one is supposed to exist, but he doesn't know anything about it because he's only an artillery officer.
And he's never anywhere close to any device that might be involved in launching such things ever, except when he parks between a couple every morning.
okay, this is a bit off base. Does CJ look anything like Justin Trudeau?
No,
I think
Justin Trudeau is not tall enough.
Yeah, I think CJ's about a head and a half taller.
Right, because when I hear his voice, I just see Justin Trudeau's face. It's the weirdest thing. But anyway.
No, actually, Justin Trudeau's pretty tall. I think CJ's only half a head taller than Justin Trudeau, to be frank. But no, he doesn't look particularly like Justin Trudeau. They could be like second cousins, but that's about the closest it could theoretically get.
Well, thank you for clearing that up for me.
No, Justin Trudeau is not moonlighting as an 82nd Airborne Artillery officer. No.
Did we elevate you to a higher level of confusion?
If you're not confused, you're not paying attention.
Well, exactly that. Anyway, I'll shut up now. It was about the missiles.
Oh, well, I would just like to add though. So, but the thing is that a heavier load, a 500 kilogram load, does aid the Saki conversation, doesn't it? It brings in the size of the craters quite well. So I'm really good with it. Was a very accurate missile.
So what do we then know about the Grim missile program and its purported accuracy?
Well, we only know that it's GPS, don't we? I think.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find anything public about the accuracy. But as far as I was aware, it was basically got to the testing stage, got to the prototype stage, and was then discontinued several years ago for lack of funds. And then in mid 2021, that program was reactivated again. So,
sorry, which component did you say they had issue with?
No, I didn't say they had any issues with the components. I said I can't find anything public about the accuracy of the missile. Even an estimate of, if you like, the grouping, how tight it will land to its to its intended target. So Tochka U is, I think, is something like 20 to 50 meters. It's not particularly close.
And under which kind of funding program did you say this was revived?
Well, I didn't. But if you have the information, I'd be interested to know.
Doman, I think we should be asking more questions.
Maybe. I would particularly be interested as to how the guidance unit of an ATACMS could be integrated into a similar but different system.
I think that's a very interesting question. what I
Three
was trying
interesting,
to
three
trying to
interesting questions in a row, John.
Yeah, I'm going for a lie down after this. Don't worry.
Oh man, I just only reappeared back here.
It's been a day full of interesting questions, interesting answers sometimes even. Remember Axel? As
What did
Arthur
I
reminds
miss?
us,
What did I miss?
Lambrusco. Oh no, you were here for the
Oh
Lambrusco.
no, I did the Lambrusco bit.
Yeah, what did we do afterwards? I forgot. Busy day. We did Moldova. You were here for Moldova. You were here for Italy. You were here for all of Italy. Were you around for Bulgaria? Were you around for talks
What was it
about
with Bulgaria?
the Democratična Bulgaria, the party of our friend Radan Kanev, is proposing an excellent idea in the Bulgarian parliament, which will likely get shut down. No, you were here for that because then we went to the snowdrops and swallows.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry.
No, we covered that.
I didn't miss any of the interesting bits. I just
I'm working chronologically. We spoke about the right bank of Kherson. We spoke about the Russians opening up the floodgates on the Novokakovka Dam, what that will do with the barge bridge. We were talking about the very small numbers of civilians apparently using any of the evac routes, which has its own suggestions. We're talking about tanks a little bit with George, how useful they would be, various things, many things. It was pretty good. And you just came in when we started on the ball bearings. I'm being told, Axel, that you confused two things. I'm being told that by a Swede, that there's an SKF in Sweden, which is not related to the SKF in Schweinfurt. So they have the same name, but they do different things. And
I know that.
Oh, well, then the ball bearings are from Sweden, not from Schweinfurt, is what I was being told.
No, there's also ball bearings coming from Schweinfurt. People just need to look it up.
But they're not SKF ball bearings, are they? Because now we have a confused me, but also a very confused Swede probably somewhere.
I can deconfuse you if you give me a minute. I just need to unload the dogs.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to Jerome in the meantime. But I would be very tempted to look into that guidance unit on an ad accounts, because let's see if somebody managed to marry two things from different parts of the world. Jerome.
And we need to ensure that we have John not going to lie down over the question of guidance units.
Yes, quite. Right. Jerome.
Good morning. And I want to be very specific with my question because it's surrounded by two topics I don't want to go near. But just referring to Camille Galiv, I believe his name is. I want to be precise, and I'm just asking about, he mentioned, and he was responding to one thing I don't want to talk about, but he was responding about, I guess it's an American company, Haas, that maintains the nuclear, which again, I don't want to talk about. I just want to talk about this company. Apparently they maintain the nuclear weapons for Russia. I just wanted to confirm that if anybody has information on that, and I'll do further research on my own. But he was maybe maintaining to sanction that, but I don't know if that would go over too well. So anyway, thank you. If anybody knows about that company, maybe Axel.
So wait, so why is this important or relevant? I said that's the connection I'm missing.
Well, just continuing on with missile technology and maintenance. I just wonder if that's true, if that's an American company maintains those missiles for Russia.
That sounds somewhat unlikely. I would defer to Axel if he knows anything, but
I don't know at this point in time. The people who I know who know are currently not here, but that can be solved quickly.
Yeah, I'm just going to refer back to a thread by Camille Galiv, who was actually responding to guy with the initials EM about, I guess, a hole in the sanctions. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
There's many holes in sanctions, and I'm very happy to hear that Mr. Ghalib is now expanding his coverage to looking at holes of things which he's probably not necessarily an expert of, but someone who could be construed as being an avid reader.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of wanted to get input here because I haven't heard it discussed before I go down any rabbit holes of. I was just looking for confirmation here on that company. The company was called Haas, Haas.
Yeah, the company is known. I just wanted to confirm things with two of our people who once worked at NORAD. They may know it a little bit better than I do.
Yeah, all I've heard from NORAD is that the Americans had to chase some planes from over Alaska. So 2026 is early. Jerome, we shall reconvene when we understand more. I have found what Camille has been writing, but I'm confused. Shall we go to ATV?
Good day, everybody. I just wanted to first ask, I managed to miss the military update this morning and caught the last maybe 10 minutes of the Q&A. Do you know if you guys are hoping to put that up on Spotify later?
No, it was very partial apparently, and I didn't actually hear it, but it was apparently too partial and too incomplete, and so it's not complete enough. Yehuda's gonna do a proper one sooner rather than later, but seeing that there's this information blackout in Kherson and around Svatov as well, it's just not enough there to warrant a podcast, let's say.
I was just asking for purely selfish reasons.
I know, I'd love to hear it as well, but we're in the same boat there, ATV. Or
sure.
we're on the same quad there, ATV.
Fairly put. The conversation about the missiles, I guess what I would say from my perspective, which is not particularly valuable, but the only thing that matters about the question of how Kerch was blown up, as far as I can see, is how repeatable is it? And clearly a truck bomb is a hell of a lot less repeatable than a missile, presumably, would be. So that I mean, there's the intrinsic mystery of it, but that's the only sort of operational, or military question that I find really interesting about how it was done. I didn't manage to listen to all 4 hours of Thomas Steiner the other day, but I did kind of come out for about an hour and a half. I think he had a really profound argument about why they didn't marry an ATACMS with a Krim or something similar, which to paraphrase that from my memory at least, was why would the U.S. risk such sensitive technology, A, handed over to the Ukrainians like that, and then B, risk it in an unproven missile? It makes absolutely no sense. Why not just hand them the whole present if that's what they're going to do? And that seems like a really powerful argument to me, because the risk seems to outweigh the reward rather than just giving them an ATACMS. But the only evidence that I've seen, and there's a few people, I think there's a Norwegian guy that was purporting, some truck bomb expert and talking about why it's a truck bomb, etc. The only evidence that I've actually seen that's sort of interesting, and I have no idea about it, and I actually wanted to ask CJ about this, was they were talking about the size of the fireball and how the fireball was like 100 meters across, and that's far too big for the payload of an ATACMS, ... I don't know, has that conversation or that specific point happened to come up in your prior conversations? Because if that is a valid point, I'm not saying it is, if it is a valid point, then that would point to the Krim 2 or a similar sort of homemade Ukrainian solution with the heavier payload.
Yeah, I get it. I agree with Thomas's argument. I'm just curious, on the technical aspects of it. How would it even be possible? That is, we know that David, you can talk about the Krim a little bit more. You've been looking into this, I know.
Well, I was going to firstly, I was going to say about the size of the fireball. They can't. No one can say really about the size of the fireball, simply because there's a truck there. The truck explodes, and there's a huge amount of fuel that goes in, right? We're not on site. We're not able to do the other bits and pieces. So anyone discussing the size of the fireball, I've never understood why they do. Look, it's obvious it just can't be a truck bomb of 1 ton or 2 tons. And the one thing that stuck in my mind at the time, and I spent a lot of time looking at holes created by truck bombs and culvert bombs and the rest of it in my time in Northern Ireland, right? And the thing that was obvious to me is there is hardly any damage to the train, right? Now there's damage caused by the small holes that went into the fuel pods and then it set on fire, but I'm not talking about explosive damage. And to give you an idea, there's a UN calculator that gives you an idea about how much damage is done by a certain amount of explosives, right? So the train's about, it could be anything between 39 and 45 meters away. So the UN describes a 2-ton bomb as not being survivable at 39 meters, i.e. if you're a human standing there, you just won't survive it. A brick building at 50 meters will not be left standing. So if a brick building isn't going to be left standing at 50 meters, what's going to happen to those fuel pods? And that's just talking about the blast wave. That's not talking about all the fragmentation that you would get from the truck, possibly the car, and from the road and the rest of it. It just isn't. The whole idea that it's a truck bomb doesn't make sense. I know why people do it, because they see a truck and then they see an explosion and then they think bridge falling in. But you could make that bridge, I could do pretty much the same damage to that bridge, make it fall in the way it did with maybe 20 to 30 kilos of PE, right? Because you would just split the 2 bearer beams, and that which is what's happened, right? So everywhere else, I know people have talked about, oh, look at how the posts have been bent over here. There's contradicting information everywhere in all of these images. There's bits that are blown one way, bits that aren't blown another way. I'm just going, let's look at the really big information. 40 meters away, there's a train that's standing and has what could be described as damage that you would get from small arms fire and a lighter. And that's the big thing that tells me that it just wasn't a truck bomb. So then we look at, if it's a missile, where did the detonation happen? It clearly wasn't above the surface. It's probably below the surface, and that's why we're able to discuss all those little bits of metal, right? So I know he's a Finnish EOD guy who says that it's oh gosh, a mixture of aluminium and all the other bits and pieces. But I'm just thinking, but the size of the bomb he's saying doesn't make sense. But it does make sense if there was if the explosion happened just below the surface of the road, because that's metal underneath there. So all those little pieces of metal would have gone up in the air and been blown around. Seems quite obvious to me.
Well,
so we're really discussing. Well, it's sort of relative now, isn't it? My brain is slowly going. It's in the degeneration phase, right? So yes.
Just to be clear, I'm not arguing that it's a truck bomb.
No, I know. I was just going on to it. I was highlighting it because there's other people here. The question about what to me, it doesn't. I don't care what missile it was. That doesn't matter to me. It does. If we talk about it as being a HRIM 2, then that fits the information a little bit better as well. If they've got the HRIM 2 going, I'm delighted.
Yeah, as long as it's a missile, it seems much more replicable than any other technique, which is good news for Ukraine, which is what I'm hoping for. So
no, that's wonderful, right?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's sort of this interesting mystery, and that's the relevant importance of that mystery. And so it's good to get this kind of expert analysis on why it might be one versus the other.
And here's some things as well. The Saudi, they sent back the HRIM to Ukraine. So Ukraine had already sold them to Saudi. Saudi says it's longer range and they're way more accurate than the Iskander. So that was Saudi's point. So they've delivered the system back to Ukraine for a reason, right? And they didn't go, these are rubbish. They've gone, thank you very much. We're sending them back with a note that in actual fact, the range would hit Moscow. So who knows what game Saudi was playing at that point.
I hadn't been aware of that. So did this all occur before February 24th? I'm assuming.
No. This is from a tweet in. Oh gosh, is it? I think
they were sent to Saudi Arabia before February 24th. They were returned in the summer this year.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's maybe you covered it already, David, and I'm being a bit slow, which is not the first time in my life. But why would the Saudis return the missiles or a missile?
Well, let's just postulate that the Ukrainians said, "Can we have them back? We have need."
And the Saudis would be okay, even though they're friendly. Okay, all right, interesting.
Well, I think that they play both sides of the fence, depending on what's happening, don't they?
Yeah. Well, fair play to that too. I found the Kherson conversation that you guys were having, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes ago, actually really fascinating. And I think it was George was talking about rear guard actions and retreats, etc. And I was just sort of sitting there really fascinated, but I was also scratching my head because my sort of basic prior is the Dnipro is effectively locked out to any meaningful vehicle traffic. Sure, they can put some vehicles on an occasional ferry and run it, at night or wherever at dusk, and they can do the occasional car over one of the bridges, maybe, or the dam. But it's essentially more or less frozen for any real vehicle traffic. And so when people are talking about retreats, I mean, I could see some guys running over the dam. I could see some guys running over the Antonovsky Bridge if it's not under fire. But I don't. I just my limited understanding of that AO is that there is no route over the Dnieper, no effective route over the Dnieper for anything meaningful and any heavy vehicles. Is that naive? Is that wrong, or is that broadly correct?
Well, they have their barge bridge, which we have no idea what they're doing with because it appears not to be fully decked. And if you haven't decked those barges, how are you going to get vehicles over them? The point on Sunday we were talking about it. The point I was trying to make at the time, I couldn't see whether they were decked or not, was that even if they were decked, because these barges they're not 2 meter barges. They're relatively wide, and if you wanted to put a vehicle over them, then you would have to have supports running down the middle of every single barge, or you would have to have custom beams made for the barges, which would be even more. And I think the distance of the Antonovsky, so the river is 700 or 800 meters wide. So 800 meters of decking made and custom supports. That's a heck of an effort. And it looks like they haven't done that. So what are they doing? Who knows?
I mean, it's also not the fastest way to transport vehicles. It's probably maybe the only way, but it's not the fastest way. And it's a sitting target that the Ukrainians probably could snuff out at will.
They could easily hit it. They've proven that with the Gimlers, they could hit it whenever they wanted. So what is the point? Yes.
Yeah.
Infantry escape.
Infantry escape, sure. And so the Novokokova Dam probably is their best route, for the people that are on that side of on the east
Yeah,
side.
and there were a couple of laid, say in this case, almost likely laid tracks across Novokokhovka behind the lock. We saw 3 of them of different sizes and widths, so it is likely that they've been able to get some mechanized force across. But it's we do not know whether these were for supply trucks, whether they managed to get tanks across, armored vehicles. Very hard to detect. Certainly those panels laid across the lock would allow infantry to hop over and, for example, retreat. But none of this would give you...
Does someone have a hot mic?
I would feel very, very uncomfortable.
Axel,
Yeah,
I need to jump off. Switch me with finance, please. Thank you.
Sure.
I was going to say particularly uncomfortable with the I forget the name, but the gimblers that are essentially anti-personnel that can take out a grid square of personnel essentially that I know CJ's talked about in the past.
M31A.
That's the exact one. Yeah. In any event, I've monopolized the time very much. Thank you all again for this incredible space and really appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Finance, I sent you invite. And I'm going to add Tim Sennett as well. In the meantime, let's go to, I don't have the order in play. Finance, did you see the order?
I have no idea what the order is. Did you send it to me somewhere?
Okay, then you know what? We're gonna go straight by names. We're gonna go Auntie Klaus.
Tim's hopping up.
George,
Do
Scribe,
you
and
have to
Wendy.
go or?
I will have to step off for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim and
I
can
can
run
be
it.
speaker, but I can't co-host.
All right, Tim
That's
and I will
excellent.
run it.
Thank you so much.
We will Thunderdome it. All right. So Auntie Klaus is what I'm told. Then it's going to be Scribe and Wendy. And if anyone has a problem with that, we can fight about it. Auntie, you're up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Finance.
Yes, thank you, Finance. Just small note that I've now completed the first thread about Leopard 1s. You can find it on my profile. That's probably the longest, most arduous thread I've ever done. So hopefully there won't be too much mistakes because as far as I know, there's still no freaking edit button on Twitter. But hopefully that will be of use to you guys and free the leopards. Thank you.
Yeah, we're a big fan of animal rights here, especially leopard rights. We feel that the leopards should find their proper home on the steppes of Ukraine and all of Ukraine. And yeah, I think this is a broad feeling here in the space. Thank you very much, Auntie. Klaus, we're going alphabetically right now. Klaus, you're up.
Yes, thank you. I just saw that Putin actually declared martial law in 4 regions, but that was not my what I wanted to talk about. Somebody asked about Haas. I know a bit about Haas, not enough, but they are a sponsor on the suit I'm wearing on my Twitter feed. They are a sponsor at a Formula 1 team. They have a Formula 1 team, and at the start of the year, when the war started, a lot of people didn't want to sponsor Russian athletes and sports people, and so didn't Haas either. But Haas F1 was founded, I think, at least 50% from a guy called Mazepin. His father, also from one of those oligarchs, sponsored the team, but they threw him out, and that's why I just wanted to comment about this connection with Haas and Russia. It wouldn't really make sense to me if they had another connection. If they want to throw this guy out, yeah. So I think they are going in some law course for settling this matter, because they think the Mazepin family thinks that Haas owes them a lot of money now. Yeah.
Haas, which
So
Haas are we talking about? The machine parts company?
Yeah, Haas CNC. They make CNC machines. They have a Formula One team, and are based in
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, I know.
So
Right.
they had a driver, Nikita Mazepin, and his father, also a Mazepin. I don't know his first name, but he was the sponsor for his son, and the son was thrown out of the team, and the answers they brought was lost. So that's why the other guy who asked about some connection with Haas and Russia wouldn't make sense to me then. But you never
Yeah.
know.
So my bigger worry with Haas isn't that they. Well, first I applaud that they finally threw out their Russian driver. But the bigger worry here is that there are Haas machines in Russia, and as discussed repeatedly on the space, Russia does not make the machines that make their factories run. What goes into a factory determines what comes out of a factory. So, right, the worry here is that Haas has been doing business with Russia either directly or through the one-level cutouts that we regularly see in these things.
That's of course possible. Yes.
Right. No, it's not just possible. Like it's a case. Camille Kazani hinted that he's going to be going after Haas a bit, so hopefully we'll see something. That said, by scale, the U.S. is is one of the very small suppliers of computerized machine parts to Russia. Our guys, so that was like Haas, aren't big. Like we're 1% or less of what they get outside. They're really getting from Germany, followed by I think it's Italy or Taiwan and South Korea. France shows up some. So but Germany is like 15 to 20%. The US is like under 1%. So the scale of what Haas could be doing is just under. Oh, Czech. I missed the Czech. It wasn't France or Italy. It was the Czechs are number 4, are the top 4. But the scale of what Haas is doing just can't reach the scale of what Siemens and Heidenhans are doing. Like those are the top 2 bad boys. But that said, the fact that they had a Russian driver and that they're a CNC company suggests that they are sending the computerized machines there, and anybody who sends computerized machine parts to Russia is sending them the tools to which they make genocidal equipment, and fuck that noise. So
yeah, I agree. Yes, but that was just my take on it.
Yeah, no, sure. If we're talking about the machine parts in Haas CNC, then yeah, I'm there with you. I have followed less things like the driver NASCAR thing. I know it exists, but that's too celebrity-ish for me to give a flying. So I'm not as updated on that one. But no, thank you. Yes, but if someone wants to blast F1 teams and kick Russian drivers to go race only in Russia because that's where they belong, because that's where all Russians belong, in the Russian Federation, not outside of it, then I'm all favor. But that's about as far as I can comment on Formula One.
And it would be also bad timing for Haas because it's the home Grand Prix now in Texas, Austin, this weekend. So if anything comes up, it's not that good.
All right. Well, thank you, Klaus. I think we discussed that a bit. I have somebody suggesting there's a different Haas in Formula. All right. So there's a gentleman messaging me about Haas Formula One drivers. Look, I know nothing about Formula Ones, less about Formula One than I know about the military. So if you want to explain to everybody about that, please come up. I'm more than happy to let you talk and talk to the world about Formula One. Just not my thing. Anyways, Scribe, you're up. Thank you, Klaus.
Okay, I have 2 questions. One's directed to Mr. David Brookfield. The other one is more to the panel. So my one directed to Mr. Brookfield is about the Nord Stream pipeline and some of the footage that came out from it like 2-3 days ago. I've been holding on to this question for quite a bit. And then my second question, since it's going to be more about, I don't really understand what you guys mean by the whole entire right bank, left bank of the Dnieper River, and like the whole entire fact that Russia's trying to evacuate the populace to the left bank. I'm trying to understand, like, I know that that side's lower, but where is this dam that you guys are talking about?
Novakovka Dam, is that the question?
That's one question. The other one is about the Nord Stream pipeline footage.
Sure. Let's go to David for both, and then we'll see if we can help you whenever he doesn't answer. David, love to have you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Finance. It's always a pleasure to speak to you. Scribe, you don't have to call me Mr. at all. I have consistently worked for my living, so just please call me David. So ask the question about the Nord Stream first.
So I saw footage from one of the underwater ROVs that shows like the damage to the pipeline, with some bits of metal pointing inward, others pointing outward, and I'm a little confused. What's your analysis on what happened to that pipeline?
Well, it's not really mine. It'll be Chuck's analysis I'll be looking at. If anyone had said to me, go down there and blow this up, I just would have put large amounts of explosives around it. I wouldn't have tried to finesse it. So anyway, Chuck is saying that it's a linear, and everything he says is absolutely consistent, by the way, that it's a linear cutting charge. A cutting charge is basically a piece of explosives. They've got some metal mounted into it, and the way it works is you get this superheated metal that is directed towards something, and they can make very clean cuts. So when you look at it, and I only saw some of the sides, he's obviously seen more images than everyone else, and you can see there's a little piece that's folded to the side in the video. Can you remember the video? You can see it almost looks as if someone's taken a diamond cutter to it and sliced it open, but there's a little bit a piece of metal that's been pushed to the side, right? And that's really as a result of when the explosive charge and the cutting charge is slowing down, it just tends to rip. So you end up with a very nice clean cut, and then there'll be a little bit of a rip. It's absolutely consistent with what Chuck is saying. So it wasn't inside. There were people who were saying it was probably, and it did make sense. There are even patents for putting explosives inside pipework, and they use this for the patents are developed for the oil industry, because if you have a very large oil platform, at the time where it comes to move it, it could be very, very expensive. So someone's developed an explosive device that you put inside an oil platform that will cut the legs, and it means that you'll be able to move the oil platform. But in this respect, what's happened is it really looks like it was a shaped charge outside, and the bend in the pipework that you can see, it's sort of the pipework's bent out a little bit, is maybe likely to do with the pressure of the gas coming out. I'm surprised to see that bend, but if you put some pliers on a can and forced it out, so maybe it's just the fact of the sheer time that it was running for that did that, but it's completely in line with the shaped charge. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other question?
So my other question is, I'm trying to understand like the whole entire left bank, right bank, and geography, like the whole entire situation about what everyone's speculating about Kherson, what the Russians may be planning on doing about blowing the dam and causing a massive flood. I'm trying to understand, where is the dam at, and then what, like the whole entire geography of it, because I still can't wrap my head around the whole entire left bank right thing.
It's all right. I'll talk you through it. It's very easy. If you were to open up Google Maps, for instance, much easier on a computer, but you could do it on your phone. Just type in Kherson. That'll take you to Kherson, and you'll see the river, the Dnipro, or the Dnieper, depending on how you want to pronounce it, is south of the city. Right. So in geography, often what they do is you look at the flow of a river, and in the direction of the flow, if you were walking in the direction of the flow of the right bank, would be on your right hand side if you were walking in the direction of the flow of the river, and the left bank would be obviously the on the left hand side. I personally try not to avoid right and left like that. I just go, is it north or whatever it is, and there's loads of ways you can do this. So if you were to look about 30 kilometers west of Kherson, you'll find a place called Nova Kakhovka, and that's where the dam is. Maybe it's 25 kilometers. I can't remember. I think it's 30. And you'll see a very large lake behind it, reservoir, and you can see how wide the Dnipro is. I personally, because I know Doman was talking about, maybe they've opened up the flow to the bridge, so they'll try and flood the area just from the flow. I don't think flooding that region just by opening up the dam would be, I say feasible. It must be feasible in some way, but it would be feasible if it was raining and doing all the other things. The volume of water that you'll get out of that dam, I suspect, is not enough to flood the area. I did some calculations, so they're just huge amounts of volume of water they would need to do it, because the area is so wide. So as an example, right, so if you had a very narrow river, flooding a narrow river is quite easily, but where the Dnipro is, so that's a kilometer. It's a kilometer wide in places, and just to raise the level of a river by 50 centimeters, you're looking at millions of cubic meters of water, and this is not understanding that the amount of water when the flow rate goes up, it'll just go out towards the sea quicker. So the quantities are just huge to make that area flood, and this is not taking into account that because they've not had lots of rains at the moment, so even if it did flood a little bit, lots of that water would just get soaked up into the local area. I can't see them flooding it by just opening the floodgates, as it were. Does that help? I'll add a little bit of detail. This is not to say that if they do open up the floodgates, that those barges wouldn't have a problem. They certainly would have a problem.
May I please really quickly just say something, Mr. Brookfield? Sorry, I use Mr. because of my parents have taught me to say that. But I'm noticing that the Dnieper River leads up all the way up to Zaporizhia and to the Enodar nuclear plant. If draining the water out of the dam, wouldn't that also affect the nuclear plant?
You'd expect so, but that's a very, very large lake, right? And the draining that that reservoir, that lake, would take some time, and you would hope that maybe they would do something, because it's quite where the Nova Kakhovka dam is. It's quite narrow, and there'll be a point where it probably wouldn't go below a certain level, because they wouldn't be able to blow all the way down towards where the river level is. But yes, depending on where they're taking the water in for the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, it could cause a problem. But it's very unlikely.
Thank
All
you
right.
for
Thank you,
answering all my
Scribe.
questions.
And thank you, David. Yeah, I know that the left bank, right bank thing on the Dnipro isn't in the reference of the map. It's the opposite of that, 'cause it's in reference to the river, which flows north to south into the Black Sea. So that's how you know left versus right. CJ, we're trying to bring you up, but I brought you up 3 times now, so I really hope that you stick. So if somebody could get some stickum for CJ, some duct tape, just smack him into the space, that would be well warranted. While we're trying to stick him, CJ, to the space, CJ, do you have a quick update, or are we just on the order of hands? Good man.
No, the only update I wanted to give was just about Kherson. About an hour, 2 hours ago, I sort of gave a very, very brief update as to the situation. It appears there's more news coming through, which is that, specifically there is 2 axes of attack in the north of Kherson and near Davidi Brid and also Milov. So this is where there's been a lot of artillery fire previously. Which makes a lot of sense. And then also it ties in much more accurately and kind of paints us a better picture why Berislav, Novakhovka, and sort of the more northeastern parts of Kherson have been hit, as opposed to Chernobyivka and basically southwest Kherson and Kherson City. So it would appear, if you had to, take an educated guess, that Ukraine is trying to cut Kherson in 2, really just capture the northeast portion and make a run for the Novakhovka Dam. Which I think makes the most sense, because now they're only about 35 kilometers away. So in terms of the extent of success, well, we saw Russians today for the first time actually, evacuating civilians. So again, whether this is an effort to use them as human shields or use them as a political prop, I really couldn't say, but there is definitely people moving, and that's a sign that things are happening. I know that sounds like a very common sense statement, but the reason why it's important now is because for months we've heard that Russia might evacuate part of Kherson, and it's been a lot of just talk, and this is finally some actions. So that's really the big difference here.
Godspeed to the Ukrainians, and sounds like some of the Russians are evacuating in the other use of the term. Thank you very much, CJ, for the update. Are you hanging out for a bit? Or are you running off?
Yeah, I'll be here for about 15 minutes, so I can help if anyone has any specific questions. I can't help with the hydroponics or whatever, the ecology. I'll make up a bunch of fake water words that David is much better at than me. I can talk about big explosions, but
you got it. We have 15 minutes with CJ. So our order of hands is Wendy, Raver, Polly. When CJ's done, is anyone's hand for CJ, or anyone have a question for CJ while we have him? Because it's brief. Anyone? Question for CJ. He's here. Blast him. Make fun of him. Whatever you want to do while CJ's around. Polly wants to ask CJ a question. So does Wendy. We're going to go Polly then Wendy, because I saw Polly do something, then Wendy. Polly, quick for CJ. Preferably making fun of him too.
All right. Thank you, Finance. I will not make any fun of any Rangers. Would be shooting my own leg. Yeah, so regarding Kherson, the preface is that I don't believe that the Ruskies are gonna have any kind of victories or any special moves in that area. That's my preface for this question. But from the generals and from Bhutan, I think they have this illusion or delusions that they're gonna hold the city, and I think this could be a fact. And when you have that setting in the background, I think, in my opinion, it's quite logical that they want to move out the elderly people away from the city and set in place the martial law or similar legislation. I would guess that they are preparing for, at least the generals are preparing for a, how do I say, not a siege, but they are preparing to fight for the city. So how do you see it, CJ? Could this be one thing, that they're actually preparing to keep it, although it's quite evident that they are not able to keep it?
All right, so, CJ.
Yes. So just briefly, if you didn't hear in the space already, President Putin, if you can call him that, issued a declaration declaring a martial law in the 4 oblasts that Russia has illegally tried to annex. Of course, they've lost a lot of territory of those 4 areas they claim were theirs, and it's just, all a sham. We already know this. But one of the things that came out of this declaration of martial law was not only even more basically military powers for the governors there, but also mobilization. So specifically in Kherson and Zaporizhia, basically taking whatever Ukrainians are there and having them fight for Russia against their will. And so this is something that happens and has happened for years in Donetsk and Luhansk, but it's hasn't happened to a widespread scale necessarily in Kherson and Zaporizhia. So that's a big change. But it doesn't matter in terms of, it doesn't matter in terms of the military situation. I mean, obviously it's absolutely tragic because it means more Ukrainians are going to die, but it's not going to change the outcome. In terms of Kherson City, I think people, because we've been talking about in the space for almost 6 months now, from the protests in March and April that were brutally shut down, to being a center of resistance, to being an important focal point of the war, and being the only regional capital that Russia was able to capture. So it's obviously pretty important from a political and sort of cultural sense. However, there, if Ukraine makes it to Novakhovka, there is no defense of Kherson. There is no urban battle. There is no siege, because Ukraine will just bypass it. There's no reason for Russia to hold on to the city if they've lost all control of the river. So that's, from our point of view, that's very good news, because it means, the Ukrainian infrastructure will be preserved more so than otherwise, and also more Ukrainian lives. But that's why artillery is important, especially precision-guided munitions that allows Ukraine to shoot to the other side, just hit the Russian military targets, and basically force Russia out of the city without having to level it first.
Do you agree that the civilian casualties might be lower than we expected? I mean, there have been a lot of speculations about the civilian casualties in the Kherson front.
Yeah, I mean, really, just because Russia's they just can't hold on to the city if Ukraine makes it to Novakovka dam bridge. They're going to have to leave. So I mean, unless they've suddenly turned, gotten very brave or suicidal, which they haven't shown in any other theater or any other front, right? They haven't done a last stand in any sizable measure. They're not going to do it here. So the civilian casualties should be light, unless some conditions are changed or some capabilities are added. The real concern probably is like in Kupiansk, when Ukraine liberated the western side there and was at the Oskil, basically from East Kupiansk and other areas. Russia tried to level the city while Ukrainians were in it. So if people are going to get hurt, or if buildings are going to get damaged, it's going to be when Ukraine is liberating the city and there's no Russians around, which still could always happen, of course.
Thank you, CJ.
All right, other questions for CJ while we're up here? All right, there was a question from the audience. Kozak sisters and Lexicon both want to ask you. The question for the audience is, could you briefly restate what you said an hour ago for those people who were not here?
Yeah, long story short, all I was talking about really was the idea that, we've heard a lot of, basically there's been enabling operations or shaping operations on both sides. From the military point of view, the Ukrainians talking about, the long range fires campaign, hitting all of the, Russian artillery points, hitting all the S-300s and air defenses with HARMs, and setting the stage. And from the Russian side, there'd been this setting the stage for a massive political failure in terms of putting out evacuation notices, trying to move Ukrainians from Kherson to Crimea, a lot of different measures. So both sides were, this is an eventuality. It was coming to a head, and it finally is happening, for better or worse. And so the real question is, obviously Ukraine is going to win militarily. I mean, there's no doubt. But the question is, really more importantly, how far back is Russia going to retreat, and what are they going to do next? Because that should drive, in part, what kind of weapons Ukraine gets and how we can best support them.
Thank you. All right, Kozak sisters and Lex Econ were the order I saw people waving at CJ. Kozak.
Hello. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Questions for CJ. All that we're going with right now while he's here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, CJ, I have a question, probably a few questions to you. First question, do you have any information about situation around Bakhmut and Solidar on that axis? The second part of this question, if Ukrainian armed forces will be forced to leave the city and move to the west, how will it influence that part of the front line?
So their good news out of Bakhmut and Solidar is Russia has finally abandoned trying to attack Solidar. So if we look back a couple months, they captured, they came into about 90% of the city, and Ukraine completely ambushed them. And basically, it wasn't really an ambush at that level because it was thousands of people involved. But the city was destroyed. Russia moved in, and Ukraine basically shelled the absolute crap out of the Russians in there. Russians pulled back, and now they're not attacking there anymore. In Bakhmut, the Russians have basically stopped going directly towards the city, and they're trying to inch their way around. However, every time they go not towards the city, so basically to the west or to the north in these small other towns, Ukraine picks up where they are at their defensive positions and takes more of the area to the southeast, basically pushing Russia back. So it's a lot of give and take. As people say, the situation is still not great, but it's certainly not critical. Bakhmut is not going to fall anytime soon. And according to the own reports of Wagner themselves, in the last month and a half, they've lost 8,000 people in the region of Bakhmut. 8,000 Russian contractors. I mean, that is a lot of people to lose over literally no gains. So that's pretty much the thing there. And in terms of Ukraine moving through there, I mean, I would imagine, since this is, relatively close to the area of the 2014-15 lines, it would probably be better if Ukraine were to attack either from the extreme north or extreme south, as in Luhansk, to get to the underbelly of this Donetsk area, as opposed to trying to just push through the 2014 lines. But that's obviously up to them what they want to do. I mean, it just depends when the Russian army is going to collapse at this point, because they can't lose, no matter how many people they have, they cannot lose 8,000 people every month and a half for literally no gain.
Wait, so that's just in the Bakhmut region they've lost 8,000 people, CJ, to be clear?
It's between Bakhmut, Soledar, and one other town I'm drawing a blank on. Basically, the three sort of areas that Wagner is in primarily. It's over 8,000. And their starting numbers at the beginning of that were 8,000. So, and that doesn't mean every one of them died. It means with the beginning of mobilization, people opted, instead of being mobilized or conscripted, they decided to join Wagner instead, which, I mean, I guess that makes some sort of sense. You get paid more, and you have a higher chance of living because you're going to get better gear. And doesn't mean you're going to, do anything worse or better, but it just means you're going to have a slightly higher chance of living. But then you're thrown against Bakhmut time and time again. And Ukraine not only has long-range missiles defending Bakhmut, but they have a lot of artillery pieces constantly on the move. And it's a pretty bad place to be a Russian, that's for sure.
Now, is Ukraine moving out of Bakhmut at all, or are they just hanging out in defensive positions in the area and just mowing down Russians as they come up?
So it's pretty aggressive patrolling, I would say. So pretty much, if Russia's going to capture, literally the most they've captured in a single day is about 100 meters. So about a football field is about all they can swing in a day. And when they can't go any further, they start going sort of laterally, right? They go sideways to a different direction. And when they do that, then Ukraine just picks up with like literally a platoon. There was a pretty insane video from a couple months ago with Ukrainians taking a massive trench system that was a bunch of bunkers on top of like a sandhill. You may remember it, and that was an example of that. Basically, since Russia doesn't necessarily dig in there because they know they're going to get hit by artillery, they'll try another direction, and then Ukraine will just take that territory that they had previously ceded. So really no change in that regard.
Great. All right. I believe Lex Econ also wanted to ask a question. Lex, questions for CJ.
Hi, thank you. Kherson, lexicon, yeah. So my hypothesis is that Ukraine is much further ahead, bearing in mind two things that we have not heard. There's been news blackout for a week and more, and bearing in mind that everything Russians say is a lie. So then, given that they're saying that one, all the civilians should leave, that means they are evacuating all their officers and officials, with the top people going first. That's the order of priority. Two, Saldo has said the area is closed for 1 week to civilians. Funny, two phrases in juxtaposition. What that means is, again, they're taking their officials out, but rather worryingly, as soon as there is any attack upon this evacuation by Ukrainian troops, they will use civilians as shields. And I think it's a rout. I think they have reached, I think they are finally, it's occurring to them to abandon. There's no way they are defending this place. They have nothing left, I think, to fight with, because they have no supplies left. They have no ammunition left, virtually for all intents and purposes. So that's my hypothesis. I don't know what you think of it or if others have already said it, because I just came in the last 20 minutes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. CJ, response, please.
So, I mean, I'm normally the really optimistic one, but that's more optimistic than me. I would say we'd have to exercise just a little bit of caution with that because, well, two things. And maybe one, I would say people could disagree with me on. The other one is a pretty hard fact. So the hard fact would be there's no evidence that the Russian military is pulling out from open source, right? So if Russia was pulling out, we would see it, via satellite imagery. Even if everyone was not saying anything about it either way, whether it was Ukrainian success or Russian failure, there would still be visual evidence that 20,000 people were crossing the river at once. And that's just not happening yet. Now, I mean, I hope it is, but we would see that. The more controversial thing I would probably say is I don't think that Russia in this case is going to use those people as human shields. And let me tell you why. It's not because they don't have the capacity for true evil. Obviously, we all know that, I think, pretty well at this point. But, the value of this is what I was saying earlier, too. The value of those Russian soldiers is much less than those vehicles that they have over there and their artillery pieces over there. I mean, this is a whole combined arms army. It represents pretty much a quarter of the total combat power in Ukraine in terms of, basically frontline infantry and maneuver units. So they're not going to just get in civilian cars and they're going to, mix in with civilians to save the soldiers. They're going to prioritize the vehicles and getting them over. So this is kind of like the trap here, because if they try and do this, as I sort of said previously, it's going to be very obvious to everyone that it's happening. So the only alternative is either that they're going to try and, swim across, mix in with civilians, or they're going to try and pull everyone out at once with their military vehicles on the barges and the dam bridge, which they currently have constructed and up and running, but they're not leaving quite yet. Or they're going to try some sort of phased withdrawal, which would be probably the most intelligent thing to do, which means, as we've seen them bring up artillery to the south side of the river, they'll try and provide covering fire with aircraft like they did when they pulled out of north of Kyiv and Chernihiv, right? They can do this if given the proper timing and planning, and basically absolutely drop as much ordnance as they can on the Ukrainians to cover their retreat. So that way they can preserve, 70, 80, 90% of their gear, and then they'll think about their people. But I mean, I don't want to give them the Russians too little credit, just saying they're going to get in civilian cars and drive across. I mean, it would be the end of the entire army as a whole, like across the board, to just lose a quarter of your combat power in a single thing. This offensive is twice as big as the Kharkiv one, right? Kharkiv had about 10,000 Russians in it. This is almost 20,000. So the loss here would be doubly as brutal as it would be as that was. And that was a pretty huge blow. So I think they're going to try and do an orderly withdrawal, whether it's successful. I mean, hopefully it's not very successful, but I don't think it's fully started yet. But I could be wrong. Hopefully I am.
Thank you. You heard it here from CJ. Russians are a huge blow. Okay. Paulie G had asked me a question, and then I think that as at least everyone wanted to ask CJ a question. Paulie, last question for CJ that was in order. Then we're going to
Hey CJ, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Hello. Just a quick one. I've been off the grid for a couple of days. Can you just paint a picture of the strategic importance of the dam in terms of like geography, resupply, all that? Why is it so important for Ukraine to get to the dam at Kherson? Cheers, CJ.
Yeah, so long story short, the dam is important for like three main reasons. The first is the road system that goes across it, and also its proximity to the rail bridge, right? So it's at a central portion of the Dnipro in terms of Kherson province or oblast itself. And so controlling that point is good. Secondly, in terms of crossing, it's a very good spot for it for two reasons. The first being that there's basically kind of like an island in between and sort of a nearby strip of land. And so theoretically you could barge to there or barge across, or there's at least cover and concealment to barge through there. So it ends up being a pretty good area to cross because it's a very narrow point of the river. And lastly, the dam itself, because it is, so much solid concrete, cement, whatever the building material is, basically, since Ukraine has put, Gimler's missiles from HIMARS in it, it's got some dents, it's got some bumps. It doesn't really have the ability to do large vehicles. But with the dirt, literally just dirt and sand that Russians have thrown in, it is still passable, that road bridge at this time. And so it becomes, an existing crossing point, unlike the Antonovsky Bridge, which, has so many holes in it. I don't think it can support anything more than maybe a civilian car at best. So for those three reasons, it becomes the most important thing. It becomes way more important than actually Kherson City in terms of its military value, in my opinion, outside of the political importance of it. But that's pretty much why. And just as a reminder, Davidi Brid is only 40 kilometers away, and then Milov is about 35 kilometers away. So it's right at the edge of artillery range. So if Ukraine is able to break through even just 5 or 10 kilometers right for this offensive, I mean, the whole thing changes. Then it's in range of unguided artillery. All the supply lines on the other side of the river are shot, and the whole thing collapses. But they need to get about 5 to 10 kilometers, which they've done plenty of times. So I guess we'll see.
Fantastic.
Thank you, CJ. All right, Kozak seems to have another question for CJ, and then we're going to Raver, who's the normal order of hands. Kojak.
Yeah, CJ, I have another question for you. This information, a video about Russians building a defense line in Luhansk Oblast region. Probably you already said your opinion, but I wasn't in space. How will it be difficult for Ukrainian armed forces to cross that line? Will it make huge problems, or it's just like TV propaganda for locals and for Russians? Like we are trying to defend this area.
So, basically the area that Russia is building this trench is a newly occupied area since February. And so it doesn't have any of the normal fortifications that other parts of that 2014 line had. That basically what they needed to do was basically prevent what happened in Kharkiv, which was Ukraine just encircling countless Russian troops going wherever they please. So they had to create basically a giant obstacle to prevent mobility on the Ukrainian side. So they built a trench, at least one trench, if not a couple. They built anti-tank, mines. They put in trenches, anti-tank trenches, anti-tank obstacles, and basically made it so that you can't just drive wherever you want. However, the most important thing for obstacles is constant observation in fields of fire. So if you don't have enough people to man that obstacle, then it's completely useless, because all you have to do is bring up people like David or Charles or other sappers, or hell, even use artillery, and you can just blow a hole in it and just walk right through, and then you're back to where you were just driving on the roads freely. So you have to have people all across that thing. So it becomes very difficult to man. And so, people will come back with, you have conscription and mobilization of the Russians. So you theoretically can cover this amount of obstacle, which is pretty substantial, right? It cuts across the entirety of Luhansk province. And you could put, let's just say just 10,000 Russians in it. Well, now you're asking a military question that has not been really asked for almost 100 years. It has to do with the fact of how do you man, a trench in a way that is effective? Because if you look back at World War I, and you really have to do that in this situation, you have to understand that it took 4 years to figure out trench warfare for troop rotations. So what do I mean by that? I mean, the first year of the war was not as confined to trenches as, the latter years. And so at that point in time, having an understanding of how that worked wasn't as important as it became later. And so later on in the war, it was appropriate and necessary to basically mix ranks of troops so that you had veteran, trench goers with, new people. That way the knowledge was spread. And you also had to have people with, combat experience in general and who are well trained and disciplined, mixed in with people that were very fresh for other reasons, just in terms of combat, not related to the trench specifically. And then last but not least, you had to be able to rotate people out fresh and get rest and recovery. And so all that's to say that is very difficult to manage from a personnel management side. And as we saw today from Artois and many other people, Russians, if they want a break from the front, have to pay money to get time off. I mean, it is absolutely the craziest thing I have ever heard. It's crazy because rest and recovery is an integral part of readiness and having your soldiers ready to fight. It's not something that can be bartered. It's not something that can be traded off or put. It's the most important thing. And so the fact that Russia doesn't care about people's time off, they're still trying to extort money. They're just that corrupt. That trench is just going to be as good as gone. They could put 10,000 people in it. They're not going to rotate them out. They're not going to manage the leadership, and it's just going to be as if the trench wasn't there. Pretty much, it's just going to be literally a effing speed bump for the Ukrainians. So, I was in shock when I saw that today. So I had to share that as well.
Thank you, CJ. All right. Yeah, look, hopefully Godspeed to all the Ukrainians near Kherson, and hopefully they achieve their military objectives with fewest loss of life at the appropriate and quick time. And we will hear more when the Ukrainians decide to tell us more. Raver, I believe we're finally to you, sir. Thank you for being patient.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So a couple of things. First, I'll build on what CJ said, and then I'm going to go back to something David said. So CJ, with all those obstacles, something the U.S. demonstrated during World War II when we ran up against the Siegfried line is you don't blow them. You just bring in your dozers and you berm over them. And we reached the Siegfried line faster than the Germans possible, simply because we had bulldozers and just pushed up earth over them and drove. And then during World War I, the British settled on a system where if a given trench line took 1,000 men, the British had to devote 3,000 to it. You had 1,000 that were doing rest and recovery. You had 1,000 in reserve getting ready to move up. And then you had the 1,000 that were actually in the line. And so it takes a lot of men to man a trench system successfully. And if you don't have that, well, then the assault penetrates, the Ukrainian, secure a trench head, bridge head, whatever, and then you bring up the dozers and you're through the lines. And going back to what David said on the cutting charge, David, I'm not sure that I agree, because they're saying the seabed floor was fissured. I don't know how a directed, a shape charge, a cutting charge is going to break the sea floor. That seems to be an explosive that came from inside the pipeline, and I'm interested on your thoughts on that.
So can I answer that?
David, sir, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you now. Sorry, you're quiet, and I had to turn my volume all the way up.
Anyway, so I can answer that. So I did see the fissure in the seabed, but so what we've only seen is one side of this, right? So it's entirely possible that there's a different picture elsewhere, because the cutting charge. So what we see there is with what you would expect from a cutting charge, but a cutting charge like that, let's call it 10 kilos, right, isn't going to cause any tremors that are 3.2 on the Richter scale, right? So the question is, there's a talk that there's a 50 meter hole in or a 50 meter piece of pipe that's missing. So what happened to the other bit? That's the question that needs to be answered. But where the cutting charge on what the bit they've seen, and by the way, that video, when I looked at it, I thought the video was really designed to cause more speculation than to remove speculation, because you've got a little clip of a fissure in the sea floor. Okay, well, that's interesting. And then there's a little bit, and then there's a little bit. So I suspect someone somewhere is stringing out the story. But the cutting charge fits completely in terms of. Now, that doesn't mean we're not 100% sure that this is what it is, but it's likely to be that part. But what happened to the other part? That's the bit I'm really interested in with Raver. Very interested.
I can barely hear you. You are like you're in a different room from your phone.
I do apologize. I will drop out and come back in again.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, I have to turn my volume all the way up to hear you, and then it's super high, and as soon as somebody else talks, I lose my eardrums. So why don't you drop down and come back? We're happy to have you back in here, David. And yeah, does that answer your question, Raver? I barely understand what in the world you guys are discussing. I just, it goes in my brain as military talk and then comes out the other ear because I'm an idiot for this stuff.
I'm not a physicist or an engineer, and I could barely hear him. I still have some questions. Like, I want to know how much concrete the pipeline was encased in and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll defer to the experts.
All right. Well, David's coming back up, and he will tell us all about how he's going to encase people in concrete.
Can you hear me now?
Much better for me, and it looks like much better for Raver. I'll move so you don't have to deal with this.
Okay, I do apologise. I had to take my headphones out, and they've clearly caused some sort of problem. So I'll reiterate what I said. So what we see with the pipe is in line with a shaped, a cutting charge, basically. There's very little to refute this case. So there is the fissure in the sea floor. So what caused that? That's a big question. There's reportedly about 50 meters of pipeline that's missing, right? So what happened there? So those are different questions, as opposed to the question about what cut the little bit that we've got. So when I looked at the video, I thought the video was designed to ask more questions than to the questions they were going to answer, because they're just little clips of one bit and then there's a little clip of something else. So I suspect someone somewhere is selling a story and we're going to have little bits more come out. I can't account for it. Look, if someone had said to me, go and blow that up, I would have put a large amount of explosives around it, because then it's just job done, right? A cutting charge is finesse. First time I would have expected a Russian to finesse, but maybe because it's not the diver it probably isn't the diver who made the shape charge. But the question is, where's the rest of that 50 meters of pipeline, right? What happened and what was it that caused the rupture? Now, those are different questions, aren't they? And when we get more video evidence, I think we'll be able to answer those.
Hey, David, do you happen to know how thick the concrete casing was over them?
No, I'm desperately trying to find out. So I watched a video of them making the pipeline as well, so I could see it, right? So they cased it in a hard type of foam, but I haven't been able to find anything about the concrete, and as soon as I do I'll update everyone.
Well, I look forward to hearing that update, and hopefully it includes an update of Putin being encased in concrete. I think that would just make the whole thing better.
He would have so much fun playing cards with Hoffa.
All right, welcome back, Lex Econ. Sorry, I missed you for a sec there. Your hand is up.
Thank you. Just the last thing on Kherson. I wanted to know, why would Ukraine leave any what do we call them? Anyway, segmented, those pontoon crossings, bridgings, whatever, at Kherson city? What interest would Ukraine have? Any Ukrainians there can get themselves away from the military action as far as possible and wait to be liberated. The materials, of course, and the Russians, we have an interest in sticking where they are. Do you know what I mean? And I keep hearing that the pontoon bridge has been blown again and again.
Yeah, I will let one of the military men answer that. Is it better to, if I understand the question, is it better to leave them in Kherson, or is it better to let the Russians escape?
Yeah, and up till a week ago, I thought they were blowing any pontoon bridging that was being put up.
Well, yeah, the key thing is we don't want them to have supplies going to Kherson, right? Whether or not they're there or elsewhere, you get a lot more surrendering, a lot worse fighting if they don't have things like bullets, ammo, food, etc. All right, George seems to want to answer that, and I'm assuming Thanos might want to speak to that too. So we're going to go to George, then Thanos.
The opportune time to blow it is when it's fully loaded. So when it's fully loaded, you get more bang for your buck.
That's a great point. The only thing I would add to that is right now you are looking at a complete mission kill between the bridge. They understand that anytime they put anything near those bridges, they are going to be destroyed. So if you have the opportunity in Kherson to capture those pontoon bridges or to be able to repair the main span that is going across in order to move Ukrainian forces. There is no need to do any further damage to those. The desired effect, which is preventing goods and personnel in large quantities from being able to cross the river, has been achieved. And so the Russians understand that anytime anything looks like it's going to go across any kind of span, whether it is floating or it is structural, will be targeted and destroyed. So it's one of those things in the military where a mission kill is quite sufficient. It doesn't have to completely sink or be blown into a million pieces. You don't want to spend more ordnance than you absolutely have to achieve the desired effect, especially if you believe that you can liberate said assets and then use them against the enemy in a future engagement.
Yeah, I understand. So therefore, that's why I think that the Russians will unfortunately attempt to use human shields in order to get their whatever they consider most important, whether it's materiel or whether it's men. And it's only their top bananas.
Yeah, and then in those cases, you just destroy it and you chalk up the tragic loss of life as collateral damage. And I know that sounds cold, but really do not have a choice. And then you just go for a full barrage and take it all out.
And sadly, their emphasis on we're going to give the children a holiday in Crimea, I'm worried they'll use children.
I mean, yeah, look, they're already kidnapping children, murdering grandmas, murdering
Well, exactly.
people. Right. And the person whose fault it is for the death of a human shield is not the person who is defending their nation from genocide. It's the person who's using human shields. So it is sad, it is unfortunate, but that is the sad gist of things.
Great.
Thank you, Thanos. All right, I think our order is Denjon, then Cristiano. Denjon.
Yeah, thanks, Thanos. Really short. I just sent a DM to David, if you can hear it, with a schematic of the cross section of the pipeline. So with the measurements of the different layers. So that's all I have.
So Tim, I will send you a article if you want to post it in the Nest. This was done by a couple oil guys in Texas who were talking about beyond the obvious likely perpetrator of Putin being behind this. If this were nothing more than stupidity, how could something like this happen? So I will send that to you. Just it's an interesting counterpoint. It's kind of one of those things where sometimes, if stupidity answers the question, do you have to look for a conspiracy? What obviously is the natural counter to that is, okay, why did multiple lines go at the same time? So I'll send that shortly.
Thank you, Thanos. I believe Christian was next. Christian, welcome up.
Thank you, Tim. I just want to note that I love how finance pronounces my name. It's not Cristiano from Cristiano Ronaldo, but I just like it anyway. And
you're always Cristiano to me. I like it.
Like from the first time you ever brought me up, you were like, Cristiano, come up. That was awesome. I have a similarly unserious question. If Ben, because I saw him down there as a listener, if Ben can illuminate me a bit, why do the French translate Putin's name in Putin if his name is Putain? So I would like him to tell me, if he can, why the French don't call him Putain. Thank you.
Ben would 100% tell you that if he was here right now, but he's not. For those of us in the U.S. audience who don't know the beautiful joke just made, Putin is the name of the genocidal douchebag in charge of that nation a bit to the east of me here in Estonia, known as the Russian Empire or the Federation of Russian Colonial Bullshit or whatever else we call it today. Putin is the French cuss word that poorly translates to fuck. It actually more accurately translates, it literally means whore, but it is their F-bomb. So if you want to use the F-bomb in French, you use the term putain. And it's to call somebody, and is used in the word, and it fits grammatically in, like, you can use it as an exclamatory when you hurt your foot or something. You would also use it as an insult to somebody, so somebody is such a thing. So Cristiano is making an excellent comment about the name of the genocidal schmuck who's just a bit to the east of us right now. That is an excellent question, and we will leave it for our French friend when he's back to answer it. I really think that you should ask that to Ben the next time he appears here. I would love to hear his answer. I would also love it if the president of France, Mr. Macron, would stop deciding if he wanted to drive to Vichy and was supporting Ukraine as much as our good French friend Ben is, because if he was supporting Ukraine as much as our good French friend Ben is, and not trying to decide if he wants a vacation in Vichy, the French would be actually supplying all sorts of excellent fun military equipment to Ukraine, which they have yet to do. So there, and that is an excellent question. And we should ask Ben and all our French friends. Great. Gamma, welcome to the space. I haven't seen before. Gamma Wave, if you want to talk, please hit the heart button and then go all the way to the right to raise your hand. If you're, and I assume if you hop up that you had some question for somebody that you wanted to ask. So you are up if you want to ask a question, but that's how you do it. You hit the heart button, go all the way to the right, and then you raise your hand. Is Gamma Wave here going once? Is Gamma Wave here going twice? There apparently are no gamma waves. No sunburn for anyone today. All right. Cristiano, how's the soccer? You're up.
Yeah. Thank you, Finance. I do have a question regarding to the pipelines, if some oil guys are around. So basically, my dad, who worked for 30 years more, actually, I think, into oil and gas extraction business, told me that Russians can't burn that gas to infinity, can't sustain burning it too much because the furnaces, I know, not the furnaces, I don't know how they're called in English, they'll just melt. So they need to either shut the gas extraction fields, which I know it's been made really clear by now on this space that it would basically mean a small catastrophe for Russia, or find another way to release that gas, or of course just send it to somebody else who will actually buy it. So would somebody think from this area of expertise that this was intentionally made?
Which was intentionally made? That was the one word you broke up for. So all I know is that you're asking if something's intentionally made, but I don't know what you're asking about.
What? Sorry. Tell me again.
Not your fault, my fault. I think it's my headphones that actually died.
Just let me ask me if from when you heard last time.
I don't know. We're all lost. Tim, do you know where we are? I'm lost. Cristiano's lost. Everyone's lost. All right, Cristiano, can you restate your question in a brief fashion, and then I'll go from there.
So really quick, since they can't burn all that gas, they needed, or they still need, some way to release that gas, yeah, or to keep extracting it,
Yeah,
since
so
it would be really
this
hard.
Right. So it seems that they have some sort of way to they are burning, but the amount that they're burning is actually not seasonally off the charts. I saw some charts on this. It might have even been Ryan who shared them. They aren't burning an exceptional amount, nowhere near what you'd expect, given that they're literally not shipping gas to Europe right now, which is the main place they can ship it to. That said, so they're not shipping the same amount of gas. That said, they seem to be just not pumping it out of the ground. The current claim, and not out of Russia, but out of non-Russia, is that they're doing it in some sort of safe way, that they're able to ratchet down their production. But some of the oil and gas guys, there's now a question whether they are correctly using some sort of industrial technology that at their scale and the scale of their field and how it's set up is acceptable to do that, or if they're creating a possibility to break the well. That's a debate. At present, I have not heard anything about them breaking the well, so I don't want to report that they are doing that. So it seems, unfortunate as it is, that they are able to ratchet down the amount they produce more than is standard or expected from a natural gas field. And that is how they are avoiding currently the problems of not selling, and how while they are flaring, because they're flaring a lot less than you'd expect. It actually looks, so some flaring occurs in natural gas production as a normal course of events. Sorry for the environmentally friendly folks. There's only so much environmentally energy production gets, but it's true. But when measured, and like you can measure this stuff not being in Russia, so we don't need to take their word for it. When measured, it's not off the chart seasonally, and it really should be, because we know how much gas is not going out and they don't have anywhere to store it. So the assumption is they have some sort of technology, and they have built their field in such a way as to ratchet down production. Whether that is true without risking the field remains to be seen, and I don't know if we're going to have an answer for a year or two. Does that answer your question, Cristiano?
Yeah, a bit, but I do have a couple of things I need to detail upon. For example, the only thing that I've read regarding to flaring and sensors reading the flarings, yeah, is from Bloomberg, an article written by a Russian gal that was basing her data off governmental Russian government data. So excuse me if I don't really believe that article talking about not really flaring. So might just be is that they're actually flaring much more than we know.
So the understanding I have is that info is accurate, and they are flaring about as much as accepted, because again, you can't hide flaring internationally the same as you can hide all sorts of other stuff in their economy. So I do appreciate that you checked out the writer of the article. I don't remember it being a Bloomberg article. I will slow this. Not slow. I will suggest you bring this up again next time we see either Craig or OK City Ryan, because they are far more gas oriented than I am in their knowledge of the industry, and will be better able to investigate. Because if you're right, then we have a problem of Russian disinfo hitting the economic journalism space, which is a regular problem right now. I would personally, if I wanted to solve it, I would first go to those two guys to say, hey, what's the deal? So let's wait for them. Let's kick it to them. It is a totally legitimate concern. I hear you. My assumption, because of where I heard it from and who I heard it from, is, and where I read it, because I did read some articles on this, is that they were flaring a seasonally normal amount. So I am pushing this back, saying let's ask Ryan or Craig about whether we think they are flaring as much as normal or more, and whether the info coming out is accurate. That is an excellent question. I am willing to accept that, especially if you see questionably Russian-seeming writer for Bloomberg, especially someone who used to be posted in Russia, that being a little skeptical of their article is a totally legitimate thing, especially when we're talking about the Russian economy. So let's post that one for now. I don't want to report that as fact or anything, but I would love it if we would send our best oil guys down the oil well, as it were, to see what's at the end. So thank you very much, Cristiano. And we're going to move on to Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio.
Just dipped into this conversation a while ago. I'm not sure it's within the remit of this conversation you're having. Apparently, the
Mr. Rubio, are you still there? Mr. Rubio? Rubio? Can anyone else hear Rubio?
Nope, I've lost him as well.
All right, we're going to push him down. Rubio, we lost your audio. Please double check that your Twitter is updated in the apps. If not, update it, reset Twitter, and come on back. And we are happy to have you speak. I can't actually fix Twitter myself. So if we're having audio issues, someone not having the most up-to-date version of Twitter actually will make it impossible for them to speak and give us all sorts of glitches, which apparently Mr. Rubio just had. Happy to hear your question when we are able to hear it. The other thing you can always do is message a co-host. We'll try to get to it that way. Oh, wow. I have a whole bunch of things. Tim, can you run the space for a bit? I have a whole bunch of things in PMs, which might be questions for the space. Give me a moment.
Thank you very much. So, quick updates. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour information space dedicated to the war in Ukraine and covering Russia's invasion of it. We are staffed entirely by volunteers, so we're never going to reach out to you to ask for personal donations, etc. We ask that if you like our work and you would like to support the space, please donate to Maria Aid. There is a link in the title of the space and also in the bio of Maria Aid, of the Maria Report page. Maria Aid provides non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian armed forces and also to civil defense organizations such as the Fire Brigade and the Police and Border Guard, including such things as drones, medical supplies, generators, that sort of thing. So if you've got a few pennies and you like our work, please chuck them over to Maria Aid. We very much have a call-in kind of question and answer format. So if you have a question and you'd like to come up and ask it or speak, please do request and whack your hand up, and we will do our best to answer your questions. We have an upcoming. Oh no, we don't, because that was. Oh yes, we do. So we have an upcoming guest today, who is Alexandra Drik, who is with the International Advocacy, who is with the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine and has been an advisor to the Ministry of Defense. She will be joining us at 8 a.m. Pacific time. That's 11 a.m. Eastern, 1600 hours London, 1800 hours Kiev. So please do join us for a chat with Alexandra in 2 hours' time, just shy of 2 hours. But I see Mark is coming up. Mark.
Yes. Hey, Tim. Thank you for hosting. I saw some troubling news, and I'm not sure if you've discussed it yet. It had to do with how, and I know for very good reason you want us to steer away from politics, especially maybe U.S. politics when it comes to discussing Ukraine. But the House Minority Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, said yesterday, was quoted as saying that if Republicans in the House were reelected at this in this November election, which is a very real chance, that he is looking at cutting aid to Ukraine. Have you discussed that at all, or has that been come up?
Yeah, I mean, to clarify, we don't, we're not allergic to politics, especially where it has consequences to the efforts in Ukraine. But we try to avoid kind of we try to avoid, shall we say, politically dividing the space and losing focus on the ultimate goal. But yeah,
Sure.
very happy to discuss.
Yes.
We're very happy to discuss the politics around this, where it's directly relevant. What we try to avoid is partisanship and, of course, getting bogged down in culture war topics and things like that. The issue of the House Minority Leader and the upcoming election.
I'll take that. Can I take that?
Has been covered, and I was just about to refer it to finance because he knows about this stuff and I do not. Finance.
Sure. Yeah. So my normal MO is to push off all U.S. domestic politics to anywhere else because, well, we could devolve into arguing about U.S. domestic politics all day. And normally my comment is, quite frankly, that in general, we have seen a majority of members of both the House and the Senate of both parties be supportive of Ukraine. That is still true. However, a relatively important person has shown that he has a big ol' Russian dick in his mouth, and that is House Minority McCarthy. And he did this by coming out and saying that if the Republicans win the House back, that they would block all future donations of cash to Russia. Now, it is not true that his party would follow him. However, in the past, there has been actual really severe fights in the U.S. about funding, where both parties will try to block any funding the other party's president wants to do from Congress. So it is not an idle threat when it comes from somebody who is a minority leader who could become a majority leader. So all that I will say on this one is get that goddamn Russian dick out of your mouth. Ronald Reagan would be rolling in his fucking grave. Okay, like we're going to stick to Republicans for the Republican audience. When we talk about the Democrat audience, I'll talk about Democrats, right? Ronald Reagan took down the Soviet Union. Okay, like or hate Reagan, he did it. He's the one that took them down with Afghanistan, with military spending, and with better economics. Okay, he was our guy who pulled that off. He understood who the enemy was, and all of our Republicans back then, and for a long time until quite recently, understood who the goddamn enemy was, and they took care of business. So please, for all our Republicans in the audience, go take care of that mofo, primary him out of office. He's in a red district, so part of the reason why I say this is not a Republican problem, this is a Kevin McCarthy problem. He's in a red district. They're going to vote Republican. That's fine. Plenty of Republicans are great. Senator Lindsey Graham, not normally somebody I say positive things about, has been quite steadfast on Ukraine this entire war. He has been 100% in favor of sending Ukraine all the aid that she needs to defend herself and blow the shit out of Russia back to the Stone Age where they belong. So I will say on this case, the problem here is Mr. McCarthy. There is absolutely a distinct worry that were he to do that he would attempt leadership that would include things that Putin would like, and that's disgusting and vile. And so it is worth bringing up, but I do not want to argue U.S. domestic politics all day. So I will let Randy speak because I believe he is a GOP man himself, and then we're going to shut down the conversation because otherwise we will talk about this all day, and we're not going to have, hey, this is why we should vote for the other party. I will go with this is why we should vote for anybody else. Because you know what? If a Democrat says that, and there are a few Democrats that say some stupid shit, I will say we vote the other way because being against genocide shouldn't be about your party. Randy, I'm going to go to you.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'm head of Republicans in Poland, and the McCarthy exact statement was that they were going to look carefully at Ukraine aid. He's trying to keep, we have a bunch of isolationists in our party. We always have had, going back 100 years. He's trying to keep all our Republicans together and reassure people who are skeptical that the Congress will look at this and make sure everything is kosher. That, I think, was the sole intent. But his posts that got on Twitter got an amazing number of We Reagan Republicans coming down on it like a rain of bricks. So there's no way the Republican Party in Congress is going to have a unified position to cut aid to the Ukraine. No way. So far, we had Rand Paul, who isn't even a Republican. He's a libertarian. He doesn't, so Yeah, I don't, the reaction was so immediate. I was very upset when I saw somebody paraphrase the quote, but when you look back on it, I think he's just doing a CYA because and we've been battling. If you live in the United States, and you're not on this space and you don't regularly get international sources, you have incredibly bad information about the Russian invasion in the U.S. I mean, there are even Americans that I argue with saying, that they don't believe the Ukraine is winning because the only news in the U.S. when those drones were,
Randy,
yeah.
I hate to interrupt you. It is a brief point of grammatical order. We try to call it Ukraine and not the Ukraine. I know it seems very small.
Sorry.
But
I have a bad habit. I've been here for years, and until recently.
Russia, little sister of Ukraine, since it was founded by Kiev.
Yeah, I apologize.
Please.
Randy,
anyway,
Randy, I do want to make it a point. It is actually grammatically perfectly fine. The Ukraine is a reference in the English language. However, our Ukrainian friends, there is more to it. The Russians, when they translate, it's transliteration. They use it to denigrate Ukraine.
All right, I apologize.
Don't apologize. No, don't apologize because it wasn't intentional. And I've always said the Ukraine. I use it at home, but I don't use it on the space because it bothers our friends. Even though I don't think it should. However, a genocide and an invasion isn't the time for me to pontificate on grammar. And I wasn't trying to correct you, Finance. I just want to make it clear that we could get into reasons why certain countries and regions are called the, and I actually think it's honorific because it signifies a greater concept. But
I always say the United States, but anyway.
It's all right. And it's fine. We have no historical problem, and it's not offensive to us Americans. I'm a fellow American, right? No one
anyway, when I write it,
we don't care.
Yeah, when I write it, I can catch it now. Sometimes in speech, I digress.
No go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there is a huge conflict in our party between the people that have their heads glued on straight and know something about the way the world is, and the people who don't. And there's a similar conflict in the other party on the very, very far left. They have a lot of people saying we should spend all this money giving it to the homeless. And my response to a lot of this is most of the U.S. aid, or a big chunk of it's equipment. And I tell people, if you've got a domestic problem in your community that needs a heavy artillery barrage, we could divert a HIMARS to you if you thought that would solve the problem. I mean, the point is that there's just a lack of understanding of this in the media. And the one point I was going to make, and then I'll close and I won't take any more time, but it's a deeper problem, and this space is a big solution to it. When the drones hit Kyiv, the American media reported the drones that hit, including the one shot, I guess, the second or third day. One of them made it, and the one missed, and the rest were shot down. The media did not report all the ones that were shot down. And the American media is good at reporting blown up apartment buildings because there's a human interest story there. They always been that way. But Americans look at all the apartment buildings blown up in the schools and say, "Oh, the Russians are winning. They're just blowing everything up." They don't understand the significance of it. And I would just say everybody who is in supports aid to the Ukraine, as we all do, has to go out of their way to realize a lot of the people we're talking to have no understanding of this. And you have to start almost at the beginning. I don't do the history, but I have collected in my photos a whole series of fake Nazi pictures. And all the fake Zelensky stories, and I catch them there every time I see somebody posting one. I rebut it, but it's a battle, and part of it is the Americans are a long way away, and we have a media that is increasingly weak on international news.
Look, I appreciate that, Randy. I think that's a pretty balanced thing. You are more optimistic on Mr. McCarthy than I am, but that is totally your right. The important part of that I think is important for our audience is the only way to fix this is, one, do what we're doing here, try to get the information out as best we can. And two, for those of you who are in the Republican information space heavily, especially the more MAGA you are, the more is true, the more Republican and your friends know you are, and you talk to people that way, great. You are the people we need to be informative and keeping everybody on the same page as one Mr. Ronald Reagan, who is the hero of the Republican Party in America. If you're a Democrat, we have Mr. FDR, who took down the last time somebody tried to commit genocide, right? There's the right discussion for the right space. We do need everybody on this game. You know, you're not going to have a Democrat winning in Mr. McCarthy's district. You're not going to have a Democrat pressuring him as a voter call, right? He listens to one side, so that, you know, we all need to go look to our own houses and make sure things are kept that direction. Thank you very much, Randy. Do appreciate your support.
All right.
From
Keep
your
it up,
side.
guys. Great work.
You got it. Thank you, Randy. All right, we're going to move some other hands, and please, that we have discussed that. I unfortunately am forced to sort of discuss U.S. politics because an important enough person decided to open his mouth and spew and vomit Russian propaganda sounding kind of things all over the place. Thankfully, I was pointed out by Randy. A number of Republicans even aren't happy about it, and that's who needs to be unhappy, because, you know, we need to have unity on that topic, that topic being the genocidal Russian Empire and their invasion of Ukraine. All right, Kristen J.
Greetings all. Don't get me started on Trump and the GOP and all that, otherwise you'll never stop me. So changing the subject, I've just DM'd you, Finance Tim, a tweet that was done by Kate Levchuk, who was the speaker yesterday. She's done a wonderful Free the Leopards post.
Okay, well, definitely a good post to promulgate. Some of our other posts, I'm not really a fan of the World War III one. Let's just let's say we'll have to agree to disagree with many of the other posts, Chris. But that
I understand that. Well, I think we agreed to disagree with a few of the things that she said in the interview yesterday as well. Yehuda, right? But anyway, you know, we'll take the positive bits of what she's doing. So I agree with you, mate.
Sure, enough. Fair enough. There is a point I do want to make. For some reason, maybe it's my first name. Do I ever get a lot of Israel questions? Benny Gantz, Defense Minister of Israel, says offensive weapons will not be given to Ukraine. And then, of course, cue the anti-Semitic trolls from all over the world. Can't forget, unfortunately, Irish Americans, or some people in Ireland who apparently very concerned for some reason about Israel more than they should be, perhaps. So we've already discussed this ad nauseum, and I do have 15 messages. Israel cannot give the Iron Dome. Full stop. Stop being surprised. They do not even have enough to give Ukraine. They have enough for a very small area. They have enough for, I don't know, what, the size of Manhattan? How big is Manhattan? Can anyone tell me? How? I think Israel's the size of Rhode Island, maybe. They have enough for Rhode Island. How big is Ukraine? The size of Texas? Rhode Island, give your missiles to defend all of Texas. It's nonsense.
It can't.
It's driving
be
me
done.
mental. Even if they look, it's not a matter of desire. They just can't. The United States has everything in spades, so they're not the United States. The United States did not help finance the Iron Dome, and then said to Israel, "Here's also an extra 8 million pieces of things." They said, "This is what you need to protect your very small territory." They cannot give the Iron Dome. A lot of anti-Semitic comments about the Holocaust and genocide, and kind of laughing at Israel and Jewish people. Jewish people, for some reason, are now at fault for this. Please stop messaging me the vitriol. I don't care. I'm being polite, and I'll explain it here. They cannot give the Iron Dome. It's not that they want to see Ukrainians die. They need the Iron Dome for their own country, which is very, very small. There are probably cities in Ukraine with greater, municipal boundaries that are the size of Israel. Kiev is one of them. So if Israel was to give every Iron Dome over, they could probably protect half of Kiev Oblast, or not even, a very small piece of land. And Israel would have nothing, and they get attacked every couple months by missiles. So what they are doing, if you read between the lines, is they are supplying all the anti-drone technology that's required. And that's very, very important. And as we've said before, they also are supplying help with special forces units. Apparently, we've seen them operating. Some videos have come out and we know that they're helping in signal intelligence, signal communications intelligence vis-a-vis the Russians. So I'm not sure why everyone wants Israel to help out more than Germany, but Israel's doing what they can, and they're making it work. And they're also the largest single humanitarian group within Ukraine. They run several logistics hubs in Ukraine, in the south. Additionally, an Israeli NGO called IsraAid received the contract from the government of Moldova to actually run all of their refugee reception in the entire country. In fact, there are no Moldovan government workers doing it. It's literally an entire Israeli NGO that have been supporting hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Ukrainians as they transited through Moldova. So, yeah, there's your answer. Sorry, I do not have time to reply to 15 or 20. I usually get hundreds of these messages, but there's your answer. It's just not, it's not possible. They just don't have enough. And if you look at a map, you look at Israel, you see how big they are, then you'll start to realize that if you were to give every single one that the Israelis have, you wouldn't make a dent in Russian missiles coming in. What does work are all these mobile air defense platforms that the Europeans are now flooding into Ukraine, and that's excellent. The Israelis will give the technology for the Iranian drones. In fact, as we speak, it might have already occurred. There was a mass Iranian kamikaze drone strike from Belarus towards Kyiv. We're going to wait for updates on that. Also, as I said last night, yesterday kicked off the very serious enabling operations that the Ukrainians have conducted in and around Kherson. Russian units have already begun to thin out and have started to move across the barge bridge towards Melitopol. That means that we can expect very shortly the Ukrainians to conduct their counteroffensive in Kherson. There are 8 brigades of mix of motorized infantry, coastal guard unit, and a lot of these units have now been called guard units as maybe a tip of the hat to them before they die. It's an honorific term that many militaries give specific particular units. And there are 4 in the north, 4 in the south, plus 3 artillery units, 2 brigades, 1 regiment. And I will post a map shortly with what I suspect is the way it looks right now. So you're seeing the Ukrainians shape the Russians. They are part of the enabling operation is to enable them to set the conditions for a counter offensive, and that's coming quite soon, 2 to 5 days. The enabling operation has begun. Russians are panicking, and the question becomes: do they sacrifice certain units and try to get others out, or do they all stay and try to fight to the end? Or do some surrender? Much remains to be seen, but this is a dynamic situation. It's constantly changing and updating, and we will update you as it happens. Also, we have it on good authority that the Russians, meaning the Russian government, doesn't very much like us, MriyaReport. Dozens of our supporters and listeners and moderators have been given messages, which we won't be sharing because we don't want to get caught into this trap of responding and getting flagged. But we're receiving messages about be very careful for your own good. Do not trespass the red line. I give you 24 hours to close this space permanently, or it will be closed by other means. You have been warned. Oh boy, that certainly sounds ominous and rather scary. I don't know if Tim or Finance have received those similar messages. I know a few of us have. But if you do receive those messages, I would suggest you keep them. If you want to report them, if you're so inclined, or you feel it's a pertinent threat to you, please feel free to do it. We are, so you can be sure these senders that the RCMP, who always get their man or woman, and the FBI will be updated with these files, and we are. I personally don't care. There have been very serious, specific threats that they've given, and they've attacked some of our co-hosts and moderators. Don't worry about us; we'll be okay. But I'm just worried about the audience if you're getting any of these messages, because some people have. I wouldn't. I mean, I can't tell you what to do. You're your own people. I don't. For myself, I'm not personally physically concerned or worried. I am not worried about a cyber attack. I'm not worried about something happening through Twitter. I have, you have the options for double authentication. I'm not sure that the Russians would go to the trouble of, really trying to hack, 1,000 people on Twitter's accounts to find a bunch of NAFO dog memes and cat videos. So that's my take on it, and everyone has to do what they feel comfortable doing. And we're going to update more and more as the day goes by. I suspect besides these ridiculous attacks on Kyiv, which have happened today, there were interceptions all throughout Kyiv of Russian cruise missiles. Let's just say all of those European, air defense systems and those specific devices, we'll call them, from Israel, with a technology that can destroy and interdict and crash these drones from Iran, otherwise made inoperable by Israeli technology. All that's going on as we speak. So I wouldn't worry too much about what the news says. The breaking news, Europe doesn't do this or Israel doesn't do that. It's on the ground. Remember the Shahed, which is an Iranian drone, which means witness in Farsi and Arabic. Witness to what? The fall of the Russian Federation, I suppose. But those drones initially were coming in unopposed and causing a lot of damage. Ukrainians were quite concerned about them. And then magically, mid-September, that worry stopped. That's when I think it's fair to say the Ukrainians received the technology to counteract those drones. And on that note, we'll bash on to Jay and Freight Monkey and then lunchtime.
Yehuda, do you want my spot to co-host? Because I have some calls and stuff to do. Would love it if you would take over.
I've got okay, I'll take it, and then we'll talk to you soon. But come back soon.
Thank you, Yehuda. All right, Yehuda's in. Ask him all the military questions because he knows all of them, and I know none of them.
I know some of them, but thanks.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I think the window for my comment kind of passed, so I will. It had to do with the minority leaders, or whatever he has to say. But like Chris said,
Hey, Jay, can you stop doing whatever you're doing with your microphone because we can't hear you?
I didn't do anything. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Just to make it short, what I wanted to comment on, I think it's irrelevant at this point. But you guys are doing a great job, and I'm a school administrator. I'm always listening when I'm at work, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Well, thank you for that. We'll take that as a comment. Let's go to Freight Monkey.
Yeah, I just got a question. When you talk about enabling operations, I mean, I guess it's, well, actually, could you just explain what that means? I never heard that term. And secondly, a few weeks ago, there was a whole thing about the RCMP getting witness accounts on war crimes. I was just wondering, have you heard any updates on that? I mean, has the call out worked? And I just wondering if you got any more information on that. Thank you.
Well, it's a good question. It'll shock you to know that I do not work at the RCMP, so I don't think they would tell me what they got. I know that they asked for that information to be communicated, and we were happy to do so. They're going to give me some more talking points to share with the audience on what's important. I do know that we did get a lot of people who did reach out to us, and they said, they gave, they said, look, I'm trying to reach them this here. The best thing to do, okay, honestly, the best thing to do is if you are able to, if you've got, if you're not afraid of the police, letting them call you, okay, and you basically log in, you give them your name, and they will reach out to you. Now, obviously, if you're not able to visit Canada, they're going to recommend, people, or they're going to recommend, you go to your home country. But if you're in Canada, or if you're even visiting to Canada, if you're visiting Canada or you live in Canada, and you are so inclined to share information you have about knowledge about war crimes, whether it's the destruction of civilian infrastructure or churches or synagogues or mosques or mass graves or anything to do with that kind of thing, they will take your statement, they will add it, and they will put it in, that big, folder of information that one day, if it is used in a war crimes tribunal, it'll be considered legit, right? It means that you're not going to have to worry about, the testimony wasn't recorded properly, they didn't take the video, he forgot this, he forgot that. This is something where you're going to be able to get that information to where it needs to go in the most appropriate way, and that's something that I think that we can all look forward to and be like, okay, that's good. You know what I mean? Like the fact that they want to do that is an amazing situation. So I think that for all their work, that's amazing. So I hope that helps answer that question. And then I think you asked about enabling operations.
Yeah.
Okay. So so you have, when you have like when you are going to, when you have forces that are about to conduct tactical operations, you want to enable them to get to that position. So you basically, enabling operations are the things that you do to get to the point where you can step off and attack. All right. So enabling operations could be recce, reconnaissance, security activities, advancing to contact. Tactical movements are enabling operations, meeting engagements, withdrawals, link ups. These are all things that we call enabling operations. It's basically positioning yourself to attack. Does that make sense? So security, the security component, destroying Russian ammo dumps. You're providing security. You're moving tactically to a position where it's advantageous for you and disadvantageous for the enemy. So you want to advance. You want to move tactically to a certain area where you're going to step off from. And that'll be your line of departure. Link up with other troops that you have. All of those things are enabling operations, and there are specific. There's a specific reason why you would do each one of them, and it all is mission dependent. So in this regard, watching Ukrainian forces move and position themselves and link up with other forces, that's all enabling. Okay, and then once they've done that, then you'll see the counteroffensive kickoff. Does that make sense? And this is all open source. You could find it in, I'm sure if you Googled enabling operations somewhere, you could find it as a list.
Thanks. That's really great. Thank you very much.
No worries. Yeah, it's definitely enabling operations. Like, I don't know if you play hockey, but it would be driving to the arena, putting on your skates, putting on your equipment, getting your water bottles filled, making sure that's an enable. So you're enabling, and the game itself is the attack. Okay.
I'm not Canadian, so I don't play hockey, and I don't want to anger you by saying that I would be better at hockey than you guys. So.
Yeah, it's fine. No one's perfect, and it's not your fault.
No,
you can always move.
No one's perfect. Canada. And maybe just on another note, when it comes to that Israel thing, I mean, whatever Israel does, there'll be criticism. So it's really irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And Israel doesn't care what anyone thinks. They just don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And they just don't
anyway,
care.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. No worries. All right. And I think after that, Tim was lunchtime, and then Step. Oh no, Stefan. I only see Step, so we'll go to lunchtime and then Stefan or Stefan. Who knows?
Hi, Yehuda. Thanks. So just going back to what you were saying about abusive messages on Twitter, I received one. I didn't actually realize I'd received one because I'd blocked the person who had sent it, but someone else received it. And it was it's unpleasant, but like I really treat it as a nuisance that, from some bored idiot in their basement, So I don't take it too seriously, but I would recommend people to keep a track of apps that they have linked to their account. Sometimes there's stuff going around where you don't even realize it, but you've authorized an app on your account and it's not entirely clear what they're doing. What they're probably doing is harvesting like your network, or they're harvesting possibly DMs. I'm not sure how possible that is, to be honest. But if you give them access through the Twitter API, they can have access to account details that may or may not be important, depending on whether the Twitter account you're using is relevant in other areas of your life. But it is worth just going into settings. Like, you just go to settings and support, or is it settings and privacy? Oh, hang on. Shall I just retrace this? Okay. So you go to settings and support, settings and privacy, and then security and account access, and then you'll see apps and sessions. And in apps and sessions, there's a list of connected apps. And if anything you don't identify that you haven't specifically granted access to, you should revoke the app permissions. And that means any troll or idiot that's trying to interfere with your account in the limited way they can will no longer be able to do so. Anyway, that's my PSA for the day. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you. Everything Lunchtime said. Security important. Stefan.
Okay. My question is, with Russia being pushed back to the other side of the Dnipro, like, what sort of amount of forces would be required to, I guess, defend their side of the Dnipro against a potential Ukrainian harassing or trying to cross it, or that sort of thing? Like, how much forces will that front along the river tie down?
Well, I'm not sure that the assessment of where the Russians will be after leaving Kherson is accurate. I don't think they're going to be sitting on the other side of the east bank of the Dnipro. The Ukrainians will obviously have a far reach just from their artillery once they take Kherson. I suspect the Russians wouldn't be anywhere near the river by about 100 kilometers. I suspect they might even collapse altogether. But if they didn't, then I would think that their next best bet is east of, if you were to draw a line from Zaporizhia to the Black Sea, I think they'd want to be on the east side of that, because there's a lot of partisan and special forces activity in that region. They might want to try to defend Melitopol or Mariupol. I don't see much of a game plan for them, because again, if they were to stay close to the river, then they would be encircled again, because the Ukrainians don't even have to cross the river. They can come south from Zaporizhia, hit them in the rear, and then they can cross the river and attack the Russians from both sides. And any way you cut it, this is a bad place for Russia to be. At no point should they have been there if they didn't have the momentum and were winning the war. They should have never had. You don't want to have your backs or the side to the sea, and that's what they've done. So any way you slice it, it's bad news. Bad news bears for Russians. If they had half a brain, they'd fall right back to Mariupol and be able to try to defend the land bridge there. But I'm not a Russian general, and Russian generals don't seem to care. So I don't see that happening, and I don't. It's the key is that they can be flanked from the north, and I suspect the Ukrainians will eventually, obviously, cross the bridge. They don't have to necessarily. They can attack, through fire control anywhere on the east side of the Dnipro with ease. Hope that answers your question, Stephen.
Sort of. I guess I'll just kind of rephrase it to what are Russian units that are are there any Russian defenses or patrols or anything running alongside the Dnipro River, west of Enerhodar? I guess because in terms of what they might be doing to prevent Ukrainian patrols from crossing, or even a whole boatload of Ukrainian armor crossing there.
So now you're talking about something else. So in Hadar, look, do I know if you Russians have patrols? It's kind of a, I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of a silly question. I'm sure they have patrols. Do I know? I have no idea. I don't have a crystal ball, but the reality is the vast majority of Russian forces right now are west of the Dnipro. So depending on what happens to them, whether they surrender, destroy, or try to run, that would tell you what would happen east of the Dnipro. Now, as you know, when the Dnipro reaches Novokhovka, it cuts almost west, and that leaves a very, very vulnerable piece of Ukraine, where from Chaplinka Air Base is to the west, you have, you can't play around there. You're done. There is nothing, nowhere to go. So the Russians can't be there. They're totally encircled. So they have to orient towards Melitopol, right? So once that happens and they push down, there will be no Russians there, or they'll be combat ineffective, or they'll be dead. At that point, I suspect forces from Zaporizhia and even as far back as Pavlograd are going to push south.
Okay, I get your so what you're kind of saying is holding along there isn't a good holding along the Dnipro, like on the left bank of it, isn't a good position for them. But like, is there a better position, like anywhere near there before like you get to the little bit of land that crosses over to Crimea?
No, there's not. Yeah, it's a very bad position for them to be in. They should go back to Crimea or go back to Mariupol. That's what I would recommend if it was me. That whole there's a natural obstacle, the Dnipro. So it's a big. It doesn't work well for the Russians. It's a very, very disadvantageous piece of ground for them to try to hold. So they could either go to what is it, Krasnoperekovsk, which is within Crimea's border, and try to defend it. There's a lot of rivers and estuaries in that area, so that's really difficult. That would be very difficult for the for anyone to traverse. If you look at a map, there's all sorts of bays and waterways from the Sea of Azov into the Black Sea, and there's only one main. Well, there's two main roads. One's over a bridge, one isn't. So Krasnoperekovsk is where the Russians should be, if you ask me, because it's the easiest to defend because there are natural obstacles for them, which are all the rivers and lakes and bays. Yeah, so there's no play after Kherson. There's no let's go to the east side of the Dnipro and we're going to be safe. They're not. Absolutely not. Okay.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, Tim. That was a little saccadic, a little jerky, but I think we've answered it. And nope, Village Idiot, you are wrong. It's not Shahid, it's Shahed, and Shahid means Arabic, but Shahid means martyr in Arabic and Farsi, but Shahed means witness. So, yeah, you wanted to correct me. I'm just letting you know. Shahed, Shahid. One's an E, one's an I. Okay, we're answering questions. If you have any questions, military, expect big changes today. A lot of stuff's going on. And we're here to talk about it. ATV, altering.
Thanks. I'm really sorry to ask this, Yehuda, but could you explain, because I don't understand why the south or left bank of the Dnipro, which is still in Kherson Oblast, would not be a natural fallback position for the Russians, because I always thought that crossing that river is going to be a real challenge for the Ukrainians. So it's very heartwarming to hear what you're saying. I just don't understand why they can run over that position so easily.
It's not that they can run over the position so easily. It's just another pocket where the Russians can't maneuver, right? So it's 50 kilometers between the Dnipro and the Black Sea from if you were to go south. Okay. Yeah. consider the frontage the Russians have, how many troops they have. It's a very, very difficult terrain in that it is almost all open. So where are the Russians going to hide, right? Where are they going to build defenses? They're not. It's not. If you go from basically Kherson, from the east of Kherson, you have some natural obstacles. Like sandy duned area, not too many, and the rest is just open farmland going down. So the Ukrainians would be in enfilade, and the Russians would be in defilade. It's not where you really want to be if you're Russian. And then it goes down quickly to the Black Sea. And there are no major roads. There's small country roads all along the Black Sea. You're talking about, let's just say 25,000 troops may beat the retreat. They get across the river and they go south, almost opposite Kherson, but on the southeastern side of the Dnipro. They're in open farmland. They've got no major roads. There's only one road major and one railway. What are they going to do there? Fight the Ukrainians until they push them into the sea? There's no depth. They can't have what's called a defense in depth. So if you look at it, it's like a little, like if you're looking at a map, look at a map. Go Google it, zoom in on Kherson. Do you want to be on that little peninsula that juts out past Kherson? No. You want to be somewhere oriented, so if you need to withdraw, you can withdraw back into Crimea. You can't do it from that area. So anywhere from roughly where Novokhovka is, if you're to draw a straight line down, if you're Russian, you don't want to be west of that line. If you're looking at a map, look at Novokhovka, you go straight down. If you're west of that, you're toast. You're within reach of all sorts of Ukrainian artillery, regular artillery. The Ukrainians could be eating a bagel with cream cheese in Kherson and pressing a button on an M777 and blowing everything up south of them. And the Russians can't do anything. Why would you be there?
I just thought I thought they had the distance, and I thought for that depth, and I thought they had the artillery that they could potentially set up.
They have artillery. They don't have counter battery. The counter battery is garbage. It's all been destroyed.
Right.
So they're just going to get whacked. Right.
Okay. I'm not arguing the point. It's
no,
I'm not. So thank you very much.
Yeah. No, listen. If they want to be jerks and difficult, they go to where I told you on the western approaches to Crimea through Armyansk and Krasno-Perekops. That road to the east of it is all a crap, horrible estuary thing, right? Bays and rivers and things that aren't good for tanks to go through. So it's canalizing ground for, if the Russians could force the Ukrainians to be canalized in a small area, maybe they'll do some mass fires or whatever they have left. So that's not a good thing for Ukraine. I think they'll bypass that. If the Russians do fly into Crimea, the Ukrainians will put a big defensive positions, guard units there to block the Russians from coming back in, and then they're just going to push east to Melitopol, Berdyansk, Mariupol. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I see this going.
Yeah. I was wondering, apologies for taking the time, but I was also wondering, because once the Ukrainians get all of Kherson Oblast, those positions around Melitopol and Mariupol seem extremely vulnerable. Like, that is super far away from any supply from any direction.
For who? Russia or
for Russia? For Russia.
Yeah.
For Russia.
Yeah, super bad.
So that looks like that's just like a house of cards that'll fall against the Sea of Azov.
I suspect. Yeah, I suspect. I suspect that depending on how the Ukrainians orient themselves, once that kicks off, I think you're going to see the Ukrainians just basically watch the Russians collapse backwards, and they're going to try to head east straight out to Donbass. Yeah, it's not a good go for them.
Yeah,
and they have they have way too many Russian troops west of the Dnipro. It's really, if you look at a map, you would see a ton of them on the wrong end, and they should be spaced out more evenly. They have a handful. They've got about 5, 6. They have 5, 6. I'll give you an example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have, for a frontage of 250 kilometers. Okay, this is Zaporizhia Oblast that's covered by them. For a frontage of 250 kilometers, they have they have 6 brigade minuses, right? And for a frontage of 100 kilometers, they've got 9, right? So they're heavily invested in Kherson, not the place to be. So what they should have been doing a month ago is pulling those troops out and beefing up their lines near the face Zaporizhia, because they're going to get smacked from Zaporizhia. That's where I think this is going, right? They're just going to get pummeled, just push right down, boom. So yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. So
I would argue that it's a great look right now, but thank you.
Yeah, no, it's not a good look for the Russians.
Yeah. No, I appreciate
the Russian. It's just looking at a map. It's like, what are you doing? Very bad play. So I suspect the collapse of Kherson will lead to the collapse of all of the Russians in Zaporizhia, and you're gonna see an enormous push. I'd say obviously Melitopol, Berdansk, and Mariupol. The same thing with Mariupol. I think that'll be pushed back a bit, meaning they're not going to just go diving in there. They're going to want those Russians to leave too. And then the question is, what becomes with Crimea, right? Like, do they attack it now? Do they attack it later? Do they trade it? Say, hey, give us our country, give us Crimea back, or we'll invade it, right? Right now, Crimea is almost a shell. Their air bases are almost empty. Their naval bases are empty. You know what I mean? Like, there's no one there. Hello, right? But the question is, what happens to those Russian troops in Kherson and other parts of Zaporizhia? Or will they fall back to Crimea? We don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they could starve Crimea through knocking the Kerch and controlling Novokokhovka. I mean, it would take time, but
Yep. No one knows. Let's grab some other hands for now, or let's follow up real quick. Yeah, no worries. Stick around. We'll get your hand. We just got a bunch of people trying to come up here, and I can't add Tim. I can't add anybody. I don't know what happened.
Let me take a look.
Basically, you ATV left. He didn't have to leave. He was a nice guy. All right, let's go. Just see what's going on here. Oh shoot! I just dropped Chris by accident. No, can you add people, Tim?
Yep.
I can't add anybody. Okay, I might come down, but boom. Okay, sorry, Chris. I dropped Chris by accident. All right, so Tim, why don't you take some answers? I got to do something here.
Sure. Okay, I believe it was Freight next. Freight Monkey, welcome up.
Yeah, just a comment on the last comment, or rather, I don't know if this is a question, but I'll just go ahead. A few months ago, I think it was like 1 month ago, not a few months ago, when this all started, when it looked like Kherson would be very undefendable, there was already all kinds of talk about this. A normal military, I guess, or a normal political decision maker would have said, well, we'll abandon it now, because I guess the propaganda cost of leaving it now is a lot lower than an eventual military defeat. But that doesn't seem to happen. And as Yehuda just said, they're just investing more and more troops into an area which, I mean, if we seem to know, and we're not even on the ground, we seem to know that it's pretty much undefendable. What are they thinking? I mean, is it just because there's so little communication between the military and the political side? Or, I mean, what is this really about? I don't know. I don't know if anybody's got a comment about that.
Sure. I mean, everybody has their own view on this, really. And the good thing is that, a number of these views can be true, right? So could be that it's just straight up stupidity, that, the Russian military leadership is simply incompetent and does not understand how to prosecute a war against a sophisticated enemy. Another possibility is, as you mentioned, the information side. So the idea that basically the Russian chain of command is just a great big chain of lies, and what is being reported up the chain of command bears little resemblance to the situation on the ground. And we have seen evidence of this. There was a thread on Twitter a couple of months ago, which was about it was posted by, I think it was a junior officer in a battalion tactical group, and he had gone to his BT. He knew for a fact that his battalion tactical group was basically combat ineffective. They'd lost something like 70% of their guys, and he went to his BTG HQ, and he could see that they were reporting up the chain of command that they were at 80% strength, or something just wildly unrealistic. And so we get to the situation where the people at the top can have absolutely no confidence that what is being reported to them is accurate at all, right? So they have no realistic picture, that they have no realistic military picture. And we see a number of symptoms of that. For example, it was reported that Putin was bypassing his own Ministry of Defense and taking command directly, talking directly to commanders on the battlefield. Presumably because, one explanation for that could be that he was frustrated with the lack of a realistic military picture coming up from the bottom. He just couldn't trust the information he was being given by his own military bureaucracy. So there's also, I guess, there's also the symbolism of the thing. So Kherson is one of, I believe it's the only major city that outside of the occupied, the previously occupied oblasts that Russia has succeeded in taking and holding so far. Kherson is a pretty big place. It's a highly symbolic thing for them to hold. So there's a possibility that they simply, they're ideologically so invested in holding it that they've started to make nonsensical military decisions. It's the not one step back thing, which is usually the, it's often a thing in dictatorships at war. Don't retreat, even if it makes military sense. Don't retreat an inch, etc., etc. So yeah, any number of possible explanations. They can all be true, and they can all be true at the same time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it just feels very World War II. So it's I'm not a military person, but I read a lot of history, and that's kind of what it feels like. Anyway, my future wife is from Ukraine, and she said that Kherson is the area where they make where there's the best watermelon. So if when it happens and when Kherson is taken back, we'll have a big watermelon party at home.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to a big watermelon party. Okay, I think it was Stephen next. Stephen.
My question was on specifically the Crimean water canal. Like, would it make, I guess, if it's possible, could you give the arguments kind of for and against kind of damming it and cutting off the water flow? Because I guess I can't really decide in my mind if it'd be good or not for Ukraine to cut off the water to Crimea.
It's moot because I don't think they control the canal. It's in Russian-held territory.
Well, yeah, I know that at this point it is, but it starting. I mean, it seems to be the somewhat consensus of quite a few people that that the next phase will involve some sort of push into Zaporizhia that basically forces Russia to withdraw out from Zaporizhia and Kherson back onto Crimea. So at that point, once the Russians are either stuck on Crimea, does it make sense to what are the arguments for or against cutting off the water? If that makes more sense.
I'm not sure, honestly. It's not something I've thought about. I mean, I think it would have legal considerations, but I'm not sure exactly what they would be. I'm not sure what the legal situation of a kind of occupying civilian population exactly is. I don't know. Maybe Pauli would like to comment on that because he's more familiar with the legal side.
Yeah,
Pauli, you there?
really briefly, I guess how Ukraine would basis the cutting the water supply is that all the civil occupants and army occupants in Crimea are there illegally. So well, that would be the main reasoning I would have if I would be cutting the water supply, and thus I would be submitting that if you want to drink water, you can go to Russia. There's maybe some water there, but I would not get into argument that Ukraine should be how to say, thinking about supplying fresh water into Crimea for the genocidal maniacs who have well been occupying Crimea illegally for 8 years and are constantly committing atrocities. So I wouldn't say that there would be any concern on the legal point of view. Yeah.
I think it would possibly be a bit of a political own goal for Ukraine to do something like that, simply because though they are the plants of an illegal occupation, the people there, they are people, and I think that the political optics wouldn't look particularly good for Ukraine if they decided to do something like that. The legality of it aside, I'm not sure. I mean, it doesn't seem to me that it would serve a military purpose to do that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tim. The way I would do it is that I would give some kind of appropriate time period that's actually directed to the civilians. That all right? Within 90 days, we're gonna cut the water supply, and then after the 90 days, you cut it. I think that, in my opinion, that would be better way to do it. And of course, you also have to think that is Ukraine, how to say, liable on behalf of Russia to take care of the Russian civilians that the Russians have brought illegally to Crimea? I think this is the caretaking and the how would I put it, the responsibility on supplying the water and taking care of the civilians in Crimea at the moment that's on Russians' behalf. So I think I would give a 60 or 90 day period and then just cut it. I think during winter time it would be useful to cut all the supplies if they're gonna attack there during the winter time, and especially that we know that Kerch Bridge it's cut, so that's they're gonna have shortage on water and supplies.
Thank you, Pauli. I see Clyde has dropped down. Clyde, I'm trying to bring you back up. You had your hand up, Clyde. Clyde, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I've been bouncing up and down here, having a hard time connecting. I just had a brief question about what David S. posted yesterday about the change in the use of HIMARS, and that they're, instead of going after logistics and ammo depots and stuff, they were actually going after directly going after artillery. What does that mean about the phase of the counteroffensive? Is that you know where they're at and what that means for the next several weeks? Thanks.
Well, I'm not sure it's something that means very much. I mean, counter battery fires are, you know, they're a part of artillery warfare. Whether we can read anything into their intensification or not, I'm not really sure. This is such a CJ question, but I'm not seeing CJ on the speaker panel. But if CJ is listening, I'd appreciate it if you could come up and talk about that. But I don't have a particular view on that. And what it means going forward. Yeah, maybe it's simply a question of critical mass, or maybe it's you know, it's felt that the logistics efforts of the Russian army have been sufficiently damaged as to make, you know, as to give a diminishing return on further efforts in that direction. Honestly, I'm not really sure. That's one for the that's one for the people in the space who have been to staff college, I'm afraid. So I don't really have a view on that, I'm afraid, beyond speculation, Clyde. We'll give it a few minutes and see if CJ is able to come up. In the meantime, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'll drop back down just to listening, and if somebody comes up and addresses that, this David S. seems to analyze the patterns of how they're using HIMARS fairly comprehensively, and he seemed to notice a change in pattern. So I'll just drop down to listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thanks very much, Tim. Just a quick comment on the HIMARS business. Yeah, counter battery fire obviously is something that is extremely important. Being an ex-gunner, we were always aware of you know, our need to fire and to move. The one thing that Ukraine has done very successfully, obviously, is hitting the tail, hitting those logistics, hitting the fuel points, things like that. As this battle condenses, as I see things going, the role of the Russian artillery is really going to impede some of the movement. They're going to be so compressed; they're going to have to use more and more artillery. So I think in directing some of the HIMARS away from the soft targets onto the artillery is actually going to have a very deepening effect for the Ukrainians. They'll be able to wipe that system out of the battle space. And hopefully give them the room to maneuver rapidly. That was just one quick point. The other thing I just wanted to mention and get your thoughts on is Lukashenko and whether or not the Russians are going to try to use Belarus as a feign to draw the Ukrainians away from the south to give the Russians space down there. You know, ultimately, as I look at it, the inevitable is going to happen to the Russians. But I just wonder how long they're going to try and delay it if they try and push in from Belarus. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Teemu.
Yeah, so regarding the Crimea Canal, I think because it's fully artificial, it is not a natural river or expansion of the natural river. So because it's fully artificial canal, I think that makes it legally pretty simple. Or at least I think there was some court case before the war regarding that because Russia wanted it open. So because it's artificial, there is no any kind of obligation you might have with a natural downstream of a real river. So for example, with real rivers, there is some obligations to downstream countries so that upstream countries can't take all the river or mess up with the river too much. So that doesn't always happen, or that sometimes happens, and there is really no consequences like China doing with the upstream of the Mekong River. But with because it's artificial, it's legally simple, the Crimea Canal.
So you're saying there's a distinction to be, a legal distinction to be made between artificial and natural waterways, and whether or not there's any obligation to keep them open or not.
Yep.
Is that right? And that's subject to some kind of international convention.
Yeah. So yeah, with the artificial, there really is no obligation. It's fully artificial constructed Crimea Canal.
Thank you, Teemu. Pauli.
Yeah, it's quite common that countries have like also bilateral agreements on the use of like waters and well, the borderlines and rivers, how does handle and how they well handle the environment. So in general, internationally, I think you would cause a lot of, how do I say, hassle if you would cut down rivers, or you would dam a river that's going in the borderline, or it's from one country to another. And I agree with Teemu's point of view and remarks that in this case, as the dam is artificial, and I think the water pipe from there, it's like created artificially. There's no like international laws relating this topic that would somehow, how do I say, ban or would make Ukraine well to allow the water flow to Crimea. So I think it's Ukraine's own decision what they do. But as you said regarding the own goal, I think communication wise, it's important that they at least would make some kind of announcement that within 60 days or 90 days we're going to stop the water flow, and then after that, after the, let's say in captions grace period, they stop the water flow. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I don't think yeah, and also I don't think the Crimea is total desert, so it isn't like immediately people are gonna die of thirst if it gets close, because I think there are some the water from the canal is also stored in Crimea, and then there is also some groundwater in Crimea, so it's not a total dry desert, so it wouldn't be kind of immediate people dying of thirst.
Thank you, Teemu and Pauli. So, unless we had anything else to add on the Crimean Canal, I would like to have a quick look at some headlines. So, you're listening to the Maria Report. If you have any questions, any comments, any statements, please do come up, and we would be very happy to hear from you. A very quick announcement is that in just under 40 minutes time, we will be joined by Alexander Drik, who is an international advocate in the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine, and who has previously been an advisor, an advisor to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. She will be joining us at 1800 Kiev time. That is 1600 London time, 8 a.m. Pacific, and 11 a.m. Eastern for our listeners in the United States. So join us in just under 40 minutes for a chat with Alexander Drik. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at some headlines. Now, there has been a widespread news blackout from the Ukrainian side, especially around southern Ukraine, and this has led to speculation that Ukraine has been preparing for a major new offensive in Kherson. Similarly, there have been evacuations in 4 towns in the Kherson region, according to the Russian-installed head of Kherson city, Vladimir Saldo. This has led to further speculation that there is about to be an intensification of hostilities in the Kherson region. In other military news, there have been a number of kamikaze drones over Mykolaiv shot down overnight. The region's governor, Vitaly Kim, has said that 13 kamikaze drones, presumably the Iranian-made Shahed 136, not Shahid, that is a different word, Shahed 136. I see we've got Anda coming up. Anda, welcome to the panel. Can you hear us? Anda, good afternoon. Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Tim.
You can still hear me, right? Okay, fantastic. I thought I'd lost audio for a moment. Okay, welcome, Anda, to the panel. Please, if you've got anything to discuss, whack your hand up. Okay, in other news, the Ministry of Defense of Belarus has said in a statement that they have begun summoning citizens to check for their eligibility for military service, but they have denied this amounts to a mobilization. They have claimed that it is strictly routine and expected to be completed by the end of the year. Now, we have a pretty strong house view on the armed forces of Belarus in this space. It does seem to be the military sick man of Europe. The armed forces are not very large. They have around 50,000 men on paper. In reality, that's likely to be a lot smaller. Included in their armed forces are approximately 12,000 internal security personnel. In Soviet-style internal troops, so they are essentially policemen who perform a public order role. Russia, in their desperation, have been using internal troops in infantry roles in Ukraine without an enormous amount of success, as we can tell. So the Belarusian armed forces, they tend to have very old equipment. It's very much kind of hand-me-downs from their friends in the Russian Federation. Any military action in Ukraine by Belarusian forces, we can expect that to have fairly minimal impact on the course of the war, if any. We've also all seen the extremely silly videos they keep releasing, of their soldiers doing, the YMCA, that sort of thing, and they look very, very silly, and they keep releasing them, and we keep laughing. And we keep actually editing YMCA soundtracks over their videos, and nonetheless they keep releasing them. So they clearly they are a bit tone deaf. Anda, welcome up.
Hi, hello. I wanted to share with you a piece of news, because I remembered you had a chat with me, I think last weekend, with me and Daniel about Moldova. And I mentioned at that point that we are sending some firewood for Moldova. And I wanted to let you know, if it's a good moment, what happened next in Romania about the firewood. So yeah, this is why I came up.
Okay, are you asking us about the firewood, or are you going to tell us about the firewood?
I'm going to tell you if it's a good moment. If you want to go on with the military update, you can proceed. If not, I can share a bit with you about the firewood in Romania.
Please tell us about the firewood. I'm just doing a slightly waffly news update, but please do tell us about the firewood.
So they thought about helping not only Moldavia but Romania, and in a classical Romanian move, they thought about the project, but they didn't ask anyone how to implement the project. So they said, we will set a fixed price, and this will be the price to sell the firewood in Romania starting this week, which is about half of what it actually should cost, considering all the prices or all the costs that are included in it. And with no surprise, the resellers refuse to actually distribute. So if you go today in any major shop in which you used to be able to buy firewood, you find out that they say, we are out of stock, we cannot sell. We cannot sell. We love this business, but we cannot sell in such a big how do you say, it's a really, it's a dumb move from the government, but they did it anyway. So right now, all Romanians who didn't manage to buy firewood by now don't even have what to buy. Officially, it's a fixed price, about 100 euros. In reality, it should have been around 200 to provide profit to everyone. So it's a steep decrease, but yeah. This is where we are. So the good part is we managed to send, to my knowledge, the firewood to Moldavia. So at least they will have it. But in Romania, I don't know how are they going to go further with this, considering we have a lot of villages in which firewood is the main and only means of getting your house warmed up during winter. So I thought it's strangely Romanian fun. Not really, but this is the kind of fun we make fun of ourselves. And yeah, I thought to share this with you. I thought it would be an interesting tidbit. Yeah.
So how does firewood culture typically work, right? So, for example, in the Nordics, it's quite common for people who live in rural areas to gather firewood from, gather their own firewood from, often government-owned forest. And there's a certain amount of estover rights on private land as well, where you can go and gather fallen trees for firewood. Is that also the case? Is that also the case in Moldova, or is this very much a commercial thing?
So in Moldova, I don't know exactly. In Romania, you have to have a license to cut wood. Most of the wood is how do you say, silvicultor? There are there are certain people who are in charge with the woods and with the lands, which I see Ioana is up. Maybe she can help me. So they.
So most of the wood is cultivated on a commercial basis.
It is from ancient woods, which are replenished on a regular basis, or at least they should be. There has been a big mafia in Romania, and we have lost a lot of our woods during the last 10 years. I have pictures on that, and it's a pity. Officially, you need a permit. Unofficially, anyone who pays up someone can go in the wood and obtain basically what they need, but it's not legal. In the legal system, they get sold and resold through bigger chains, like multi-purpose stores, which also sell everything that is around building materials and so such. So they are the main resellers through official channels, and for them basically is this applied. They have to fix it. Joanna, can you help me on this? Do I have something wrong? Did I say something wrong, or can you add some details on this?
Well, no, it's not wrong. It's okay. I don't know exactly to what to refer to, what specific information should I refer. Basically, there are companies, some are state companies, some are private companies that are in charge of a part of the wood. The old trees that are considered not viable are marked, and then they are cut and transformed into firewood. Also, some other trees are planted in specific places. People in villages and that live near to the forest can pick up wood. It's free, but they are not allowed to cut. And the illegal deforestation is much lower now than it was like a few years before, because some measures were put in place. But I had some other news about Moldova that I wanted to share, but after you. And last thing about the woods and illegal deforestation. Doman thought yesterday about the drones that one interesting thing would be to put microphones, because the sound of the Iranian drones is very specific and can be identified. And I told him that we have such a system in Romania in the forest that is used to identify the sound of the cutting machine, drujbas, as they are called, and even used to follow the bear population. So you see, it's interesting how we go from the forests to combating Iranian drones. Such a system will be interesting if it would be used in Ukraine in order to identify the sound of the drones. It's not science fiction.
Well, I wanted to add. So, to be precise, there was a government ordinance on 5th of October who fixed the price on wood at 400 lei, which is around 80 euros. And the price should have been around 900 lei, which is 180, let's say. So they have cut the price quite substantially. So this would be the reason the resellers refuse now to sell here in Romania. Ioana, do you want to speak on Moldavia about the a visit that took place from Germany, or something else?
No, it was just the news that Gazprom will cut the delivery of gas to Moldova, and I wanted to share some information about the exports from Moldova to Ukraine, because I think this is very, very interesting. Because when we are talking about energy in general, we are thinking that it goes one way, but in fact it doesn't. And Ukraine was a net exporter of energy for Europe since it was linked to the European network. But also during the first 8 months of the year, Moldova exported to Ukraine sevenfold compared to the last year in electricity, and 31-fold compared to the last year in fuel. So, in fact, this Moldovan export is coming from Romania, the electricity and the fuel, and is transferred to Ukraine. And the fact that Ukraine is now targeted by the Russians, the power plants and the power stations are targeted, makes Ukraine incapable to export, and this export from Romania to Moldova and from Moldova to Ukraine, it becomes more and more important. So that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you, Ioana. Chris. Chris, you've got your hand up. Chris Windley, cyber evangelist, can you hear us?
I'm here. Sorry, takes my phone a while to react to my fat fingers. How are you, Tim? How was the trip, my friend?
It was good. It was good. A lot of driving. I was recently participated in an aid convoy to Ukraine. We delivered some Toyota Hiluxes and diesel generators, some warm kit for the boys, and a number of drones as well, courtesy of adoptadrone.org, where you can go and you can buy a drone and you can name a drone, and the Ukrainian Armed Forces get a shiny new drone with your name or your company's name or a silly name that you've made up written on it, and it's jolly fun and it's really useful. Yeah, it was a lot of driving. It was interesting to meet because we handed over the kit to the Ukrainians on Monday. They sent a few of their soldiers and a couple of officers to come and pick up the kit. It was reassuring to learn just how much this sort of aid is appreciated. Now we had a long conversation with a number of the officers who came to collect the stuff, and they did say at some length how important this kind of aid is. So it is often the difference between them having a particular capability and then not having a particular capability. And they said that they're not smiling and nodding here. They are very, very appreciative of this. So if you are in the habit of donating to an aid organization that gives directly to the Ukrainian Armed Forces, very, very much appreciated. It does make a huge difference, and they do really, really like and appreciate getting this stuff. It's not kind of, oh, that's nice, you brought us a car. It's like, oh, that's brilliant, you brought us a car. We really need another car. So yeah, if you're in the habit of doing this, please keep doing it, because it really is quite important. We had a very busy couple of days. We spent the night in a hotel in Kiev, and we got I don't want to say caught up in, but we were affected by the Russian drone strikes on Monday morning, in which 4 people were killed. We were woken up in the morning to the sound of the air raid siren and some explosions, which was rather alarming. Fortunately, we were all fine, but the same cannot be said for the good people of Kiev. Unfortunately, a number of people were killed in those strikes. So it was very, very sobering to be there on the ground while that was taking place, and also driving through the city afterwards and seeing some of the damage that had been caused. You go to Kiev, there are a lot of buildings that are in very, very bad shape indeed. Driving in, you see all the logistics terminals that have been completely flattened. In the center of town, there's the big Samsung Tower, which is missing a great deal of its glass on the outside from previous Russian terror attacks. So yeah, it's really it really brings home it really brings home what's happening there, because Kiev seems quite normal. It's kind of it's apart from things like you see those steel spiders everywhere that they use to block the roads, the anti-tank obstacles, and there are a couple of checkpoints, but it doesn't feel like a city that's under siege. It doesn't feel like a city living in fear. It's very much kind of normal, positive people going about their daily business. It doesn't really have an atmosphere of terror. So it's quite, it's kind of reassuring, seeing the resilience of the Ukrainian people. But at the same time, you do see some quite sobering sights. Because being there on the ground, you wouldn't really think that there's a war on. There's not kind of an atmosphere of fear. But every so often, every few blocks, you see a building that's been, really quite badly damaged by Russian terror bombing. So it's a strangely schizophrenic sort of place, but I think that it shows a great deal of the Ukrainian people's resilience and bravery, that they're able to carry on with their daily lives with such spirit, despite what is being done to them. So yeah, that's how my trip to Ukraine was. It was an amazing experience, and I will hopefully be participating in more convoys in the weeks to come, if I can convince my wife to tolerate it. Yeah, it was fantastic. So thank you for asking, Chris.
No. Well done, Tim. Well done. Great effort. And yeah, just as I said to you, I let the girls, and not all girls, but mainly the ones that I talk to are girls in You Control and Are You Assets, know that you were coming in and that. And so they may not have been in contact. That's because they're actually, I'm trying to persuade them to come onto Twitter to listen to Spaces, to listen to the Maria Spaces and that. I'm getting there slowly. And actually, I'd just spoken to their PR lady for the first time, and who was out, obviously I won't say exactly where, but out Lviv way, in fact. So the great thing is the loop's being closed there, and we're talking to somebody at You Control about coming on to speak, actually. So that's in hand, and I didn't know, but You Control is a partner of E-Dopamogra, or whatever it's got. The name's gone out of my head. The one, the presentation that we had yesterday. So there's a loop closing there quite nicely, actually. And obviously when I talk to the girls there, they'll often say, "Oh, sorry, I didn't get back to you, Chris. I was in the air raid shelter or underground or whatever it was," but they just carry on regardless, which is very brave of them all. So yeah, great. And I was just going to say, Tim, I don't think you were here for the conversation, but the lady, sorry, I forget who it was talking about the listening devices in the Romanian forests. And I haven't quite found the name of that yet, but it's a very interesting concept to know that that's in place for listening to trees being sawn and bears playing in the woods. And I don't know whether you missed it, but somebody came up with the fact that Kinetic over here, Kinetic, I'm sure, Tim. Yeah. Do you know Kinetic?
Yes. Yeah, it used to be the Defence Research Establishment, right?
Yes, I mean, still is, very, very defence orientated. Yes, they, but I think went public or private is what you're thinking. Yeah, yeah. So somebody mentioned a system from Kinetic, and I have to bring it up when we're talking about listening devices now, because it's called the EARS system, EARS. And there is big ears and little ears. I thought you might be amused to know. And little ears little ears can be worn by soldiers as they walk along, and they can hear drones in the sky, and they are directed to where the drones are. And big ears is a big version of that listens out for drones and things in the sky, and then helps you shoot them down. So I don't know, Tim, obviously we don't know how far ahead the Ukrainians are with their plans to defend against the drones and the missiles and all the rest of it. So, but it did like occur to me that actually, as you know, we've got people with so much experience and knowledge and that, we might actually be coming up with ideas here that might be useful to the Ukrainians. So we'll have to think about that. I mean, hopefully they're ahead of us, but they may not have heard of big ears and little ears.
Yeah.
Chris, they haven't heard of little or big ears. Right. There you go.
What about Noddy?
Right. And now to something completely different.
I'm familiar with the ear system. It's not something I've used personally, but it tends to be used for things like gunshot location. It kind of it'll give you an acoustic based kind of direction finding blip on where gunshots and things are coming from. They're used quite a lot by police forces and special tactics units, SWAT teams, and things like that. And I think the British Army uses them as well, but it's not a system I'm desperately familiar with. That's the kind of thing that could be useful. But I would say that when it comes to these drones, I mean, you can actually see them. You can see them bumbling along. We saw video of the strikes on Monday where Ukrainian policemen were, firing small arms at the drones as they came, along with their proper air defense systems as well. So when it comes to these strikes, I mean, they're quite easy to detect and they're quite visible. It's just a question of having the right kinetic system to engage them. Fortunately, the Germans are coming to help with that, aren't they, Axel?
They are, absolutely. Belated, but still.
So what's the favourite looking like? Orlikins or Gepards or what?
Iris-T up next, no?
Yes, there's more Iris-Ts coming into Ukraine at this point in time under the existing equipment, and as I understand, there's an express delivery function at the moment. It seems that somebody paid Amazon Prime.
Lovely.
Thank you very much, Chris. Anda.
So you mentioned the Hilux, and my mind jumped back to Moldavia from 3 points of view. First, because we talked earlier about transfer of energy for them. They have a company which manages the gas transactions in Moldavia to get and that company has major problems, financial problems, but they bought Hiluxes last year, so they have problems only when they need to cut prices, which they don't sometimes. Okay, but apart from that, an interesting tidbit about Moldavia. If you remember, 10 days ago, 9, on 10th of October, when Russia restarted shelling heavily Ukraine, 3 of the caliber missiles which were sent from the Black Sea crossed the aerial aerial space of Moldavia. And at that point, Moldavia protested legally, asked for the Russian ambassador to come and discuss with the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Republic of Moldavia. When they came together with the military attaché, they basically said, give us proofs that our missiles crossed your aerial, your territory, basically. And then we can talk. Funny thing is, Romania's radars picked up on that. Nevertheless, they refused. Basically, they denied, which is something they have done from the beginning of this war. They denied everything. They said, give us irrefutable proof. And that was that. This is where this ended. Further on, Republic of Moldavia said, okay, what can we do now? And they are working to change their legislation in order to be able to buy a multi-annual to have acquisitions on military assets on multi-annual or at least annual basis. So basically, when the budget for 2023 is set in place, they will taking into consideration buying more assets for their army. And what is good news, and Axel may help us with that. I don't have too much detail on that. Mrs. Christine Lambrecht from Germany, Minister of Defense in Germany, was in official capacity in Moldavia at the beginning of October. And they promised to help Moldavia with both military aid and humanitarian aid. They have a lot of Ukrainian refugees on their territories, and what Germany promised was drones, military drones, and they said, and other necessary equipments for the national army, for Moldavian national army, but it's not specific. Nothing is specific at this point. But I thought it's interesting that Germany helps Moldavia at this point. That Moldavia is recognized at more and more at European level. They are taken into consideration, and more help is coming for them. And I think this is a really good thing, both for themselves and for Ukraine, because stronger neighbors, stronger allies supply stronger support, right? So yeah, this is what I had for today, at least.
Thank you, Anna. Just a very quick reminder that in 4 minutes, we will be joined by Alexandra Drick of the Center for Civil Liberties in Ukraine and former advisor to the MOD. While we're waiting for her to join the space, I have a very quick update from a listener. We were talking earlier about the Crimea Canal, which supplies fresh water to Crimea. and one of our listeners asked about the possibility of Ukraine closing it. We ummed and ahed about that with welcome legal support from our Finnish friends. However, it was pointed out to me by a listener that this canal was in fact closed by Ukraine in 2014 and was only opened again when Russia occupied Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast in 2022, earlier on this year. So that rather settles the question of whether the political will would exist to shut off the freshwater supply to Crimea. It probably would, and so that would seem a likely event again. I'm not sure how Russia surmounted the issue of there being no reliable supply of fresh water to Crimea. Presumably they piped it in over the Kerch Bridge or something like that during those 8 years of occupation. But yeah, there's your answer. It has been shut before, and so it probably will be again. Erland, we've got 2 minutes before our guest joins us, but welcome up.
Dobra večer. I have some good news because I talked to a former Norwegian RT guy that used to work on an ASAM system, and they conducted tests where they basically simulated the Iranian drones. And out of, I think, 10 tests, they were 100% successful on taking them down with both old Sidewinder missiles, AMRAAM missiles, and IRIS missiles, because they are all compatible with the NASAM system. So that's very good news. And if it can take it down with the IRIS system, with the NASAM's launcher, that means it can probably take it down with the IRIS launcher as well. So that's what I got. And I would note that the NASAM's radars are extremely capable, and they can be interlinked between enormous amount of different systems as well. It can also be linked into the Patriot system. So if they get one of those Patriot radars, which has extreme range, it can be synchronized with the NASAM system.
Fantastic. So the kind of a highly networkable system. Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Erland. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I will listen in then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Erland. So I see Victoria has come up along with our guest, Alexander Drick, for the Center of Civil Liberties in Ukraine. So very warm welcome to you both.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good evening, Alexander. How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually from Kiev. I mean, I'm in Kiev now, so it's already evening in Kiev. So I was almost about to say good evening, and then I realized that many of you probably have are still at the first cup of coffee in the morning.
If I look outside the window, or if Tim does, we both look across the skies of Tallinn, so we're on the same time zone. So in any event, a very good evening to you, and we're very glad to have you with us. We've heard a lot of good things about you and what your center has been doing in recent history, but we also know that you're focused at the moment on very odious topics, which we need to bring to light, including the filtration camps. And I don't know how to open things normally other than with a bit of levity or very, very focused on what really is at hand at this time during war and looking at what the Russian occupation forces are doing. Maybe we should start with a harsh image of what in the temporary occupied territories, Ukrainian civilians have to tolerate and abide by and live through. Can you talk to us about what you have found out and what you're currently advocating?
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, I thank you for bringing this topic up. This is extremely important, and I do believe that not a lot of information is there available about all these horrific crimes that are being committed by the Russian army in Ukraine. And since the Center for Civil Liberties and the initiative called Tribunal for Putin that the organization has co-established does exactly that, documents crimes committed by the Russian army in Ukraine. I can actually tell you a lot about all these different types of crimes. We currently have a database that consists of over 21,000 crimes. These are all potential international crimes, and obviously all these are taking place on the entire territory of Ukraine. But major atrocities like tortures, killings, deportations, filtrations, they do indeed take place on the occupied territories. I would just probably start by saying that the majority of these crimes that we have been documenting since the February, the full-scale invasion, would probably be the direct attacks on the civilian infrastructure and use of those weapons that cause superfluous injury, like cluster ammunition, and injuries and deaths caused by shellings. And these are the exactly types of crimes that we have been documenting during the last couple of weeks because of this extensive shellings that have been taking places in Ukraine. And willful killings, tortures, kidnapping of civilians. All these are crimes that actually have patterns, meaning that since Center for Civil Liberties has been documenting these crimes ever since 2014, the first invasion of Russia in Ukraine, what we can say is that they have been just scaled up to the entire territory of Ukraine, and especially those recently occupied territories. So when we talk about filtration, it's important to understand that this is considered to be a part of the so-called deportation. What deportation essentially is forcible displacement of people from occupied territories to the territory of Russia. And nobody can give you an exact figure of how many people have been deported to Russia so far, but the estimation is somewhere between 1 and 2 million. So you can imagine this is the population of some European countries. So basically, all these people that go through the deportation process, they are obliged to go through the so-called filtration. Now, what this filtration is an absolutely inhumane procedure when people would require to go through certain stages. First, they will be, for instance, asked to undress. They will be interrogated. They will be their phones and their private property. Well, phones in particular, because these might contain information that might, as they say, as Russians say, prove that these Ukrainians are Nazis. Like, for instance, they would search for patriotic messages on social media or bank transfers in support of the Ukrainian army. And if they find any of those, these people might end up in so-called filtration camps. Now, many people, when they go through the process of filtration, get tortured. And the stories that we have been collecting from the survivors, people who went through this procedure, ended up somewhere in Russia and then managed to escape, they would testify and they would provide these horrific details of how they would be physically and psychologically pressured, how they would face, like, for instance, some damages to their bodies, how they will be interrogated, asked questions. What do you think about the Russian authorities? What do you think about Nazis battalions in Ukraine? What do you think about Ukrainian government? Have you participated in the Revolution of Dignity, and so on? So again, if they don't like any of those answers, these civilians, regular Ukrainian civilians, would end up in filtration camps. Now, what these filtration camps are, it's basically a place of legal detention of civilians, where they would again be tortured, and kept without a clear reason. It's worth mentioning that according to the Geneva Convention, basically according to the international humanitarian law, Russia cannot keep civilians, meaning these civilians are being kept illegally. And based on the information that we are receiving, in particular from the recent satellite images published from credible sources, we can say we can see the mass graves located close to these filtration camps, which means that people might be tortured to death or just simply killed. How Russians explain this process of so-called filtration, this is how they differentiate between Ukrainians, like regular citizens, and Nazis. So basically, all these people, and the estimation is about somewhere between 20,000 and 100,000 that are currently might be staying in those filtration camps, are being kept illegally by Russian military because they might be considered Nazis. So this is how this is explained. And those people who pass through filtration and then end up somewhere in Russia, they might be brought to absolutely different parts of Russia. And if, for instance, they give up their Ukrainian passport, and that's something that they are asked during the filtration process, it means that they get stuck somewhere in Russia without even the possibility to leave. Those people that we call survivors, those people who went through this process but kept their Ukrainian passports and managed to escape mostly to European countries, they would say that it's practically impossible to leave Russia if you don't have any ID documents, because it's very difficult to get those documents replaced when you end up in Russia. So this is a broad picture of the filtration process. But since many of these people are staying in the occupied territories, it's clearly, even though we might have sources on these territories, since Russia is not letting any international organizations or governments of other states to get access to these places of illegal detention of the Ukrainians, it's very hard to say how many people are actually suffering at the moment. As I said, the estimation is somewhere between 20,000 and 100,000. And the problem is that Russia has been twisting and disregarding all the provisions of the international humanitarian law. And all these people not only were facing tortures, but in many cases, they would not even be provided some basic conditions, like, for instance, access to toilet, access to medical care, access to proper food and water. So this has become really something that I would say is a process of humiliating Ukrainians for just and torturing for just being Ukrainians. And indeed, this is a part of what we believe to be a well-prepared campaign against Ukrainians, because many of things that are currently taking place on the occupied territories have been taking place on the territories of the occupied Luhansk and Donetsk regions in previous years, and it was just scaled up, and the Ukraine and Russia has been preparing for this. So it was an intentional decision to make sure that Ukrainians suffer as much as possible, because terrorizing Ukrainian civilians is basically a mean of warfare. and this is how Russia is fighting Ukraine, by terrorizing civilians. And you can see exactly the same with other crimes that are being committed by Russia. Because if you analyze the patterns of behavior, how Russia now is attacking, for instance, the civilian infrastructure, you will see that the recent attacks, for instance, have been directed towards the energy supply system, which basically serves the only purpose to make it as unbearable as possible for the Ukrainian civilians to continue their resistance. And it happens because Russia cannot win on the battlefield, and it's a very clear for us staying in Ukraine at the moment, and we try to make it as clear as possible to the audience abroad, so that people in other countries understand that this is specifically targeted against Ukrainian civilians, which Russia wants to cease to exist.
And it is not the first time. I mean, this follows in the footsteps of, well, in most recent generations, in the run-up to the Holodomor, you will find lots of documentation which fortunately have gained public attention in the West as well, finally, that the systematic suppression, eradication of the Ukrainian population Russian Federation, previously the Soviet Russian dominated empire, prior to that the Russian Tsarist empire, it's always the same. The suppression is always the same, and the systematic nature of this shouldn't surprise anyone, but it seemingly still does. Can you just talk a little bit about what we know already about how well prepared these systems are? Because these filtration camps came very well planned, and compared to the strange and sometimes rather arcane and massively unsuitable logistics of the Russian armed forces for filtration camps and torture, they are still quite capable. Can you talk a bit about the systems they employed?
Well, as I said, obviously we try to use every source of information there is, but if you have seen the filtration camp, there are high chances that you will not be able to tell about that anyone, because you might be dead. So from the information that we're getting, what we can say is that there is around over 24 of filtration camps that are located currently on the occupied territories. So people might spend months in those camps, and in some cases, people might be sent to detention centers to Belarus or Russia. In some cases, in these detention centers, people civilians, might stay in the same places with the POWs, and this is often the source of information for us of exactly who is being kept in those detention centers, because Russia would ignore all the requests about particular people being detained in particular places, because they know that this is illegal and that they are violating the provisions of the international humanitarian law. So the main fact that these filtration camps have been established very quickly proves that they have been preparing for this, and they have been preparing for a large number of Ukrainians to be kept and tortured systematically in those filtration camps. Now, the question that we are asking ourselves, what could be done to stop these atrocities against civilians? And given the fact that Russia has been, as I said, ignoring basically provisions of the international law, not letting any international organizations or representatives of third governments to even visit these places or have access to these people.
Did you receive or did you manage to obtain any statement from the International Red Cross, which supposedly was having access to some of the filtration camps, was in proximity or at the entrance of filtration camps, and which was rumored to have been even part and parcel of setting them up into occasions.
I have been in contact with the Red Cross, and I did have the chance to speak to them and also give some details and information about the civilian hostages that we have information about. What I was surprised to learn is that I asked them directly, who do you ask the permission to get to those places from? And they would say that we would ask the authorities, the so-called local authorities, but Russia would obviously be engaged into this process, into granting the permission to access those those places of detention. What I know is that not all the places of detention have had a chance to be visited by the Red Cross, but they would not provide more information more than that, unfortunately. So this is what we
Is
have
that not
to deal
highly
with.
unusual? Is that not highly unusual? Isn't the Red Cross typically presenting itself as a transparent organization which would declare to, for example, the government of Ukraine and institutions associated, such as yours, with the government to the extent that you are interchanging information? Is that highly unusual that Ukrainian citizens are being deported and then to be visited as what can only be described as a civilian deported person against their will, forced deportations, however you want to call it? I mean, you could literally call them prisoners of war just as much. Albeit that would be a stretch in terms, but still, I mean, they are forced there. Is it not completely, utterly bereft of any sense and legality that the International Red Cross would not actually report in full to the Ukrainian government?
Well, first of all, it's important to say we don't call these civilians prisoners of war because, legally speaking, prisoners of war have to be somehow associated with the military, which they are not.
I know.
So it's we keep this distinction very strict. We call these people civilian hostages, which are being kept and detained by Russia absolutely illegally, and it's important to remain this distinction.
We will do so. But have you? But is it
well,
not fair to say that that the International Red Cross has an obligation, both morally and legally, to report to Ukraine as the sovereign nation every information, every little bit of information it has?
I'm not within the government, so I cannot answer the question whether they report to the government. And it's obviously important to underline that I'm currently with the civil society, so I don't have access to the information of what exactly they report to the government. What I can say is that we have unfortunately faced very unpleasant, if this is the right word, I would say horrific situations when, for instance, the Russian Society of Red Cross, which is an institution not a part of the International Committee of Red Cross, has been actually participating in deportations of Ukrainians to Russia. And I underline again that they are not the part of the International Committee of Red Cross, but they are supported by the they are basically remaining the part of this Red Cross Society, and they have been participating in deportations of Ukrainians. And there's even a separate line, if you look into the budget published on their website, there's even a separate line that says that they have spent, if I'm not mistaken, 15 million rubles on the tickets, train tickets for Ukrainians to be sent all over Russia. So they don't even hide this information, and this is outrageous, because this is not what these institutions are supposed to do, and this is not helping Ukrainians. This is just making the situation worse, and it's outrageous that in the present circumstances we're facing this problem of basically having Ukrainians stucking somewhere in Russia without even being able to get a proper assistance.
Absolutely clear. Now, we've had guests on our space, actually various guests on our space, but including 2 women who managed to escape from Mariupol and had to go through filtration camps, who then, with help of others in Russia, managed to escape and find their way through to Finland. Their stories were quite horrific, and they included what we've also heard described by other sources in the meantime, that at the entrance of the filtration camp, men and women, children were separated, elderlies were separated, but men were then segregated and immediately searched as to any kind of indication that they could have been active in combat in any shape or form. And young men were heavily interviewed, forcibly interviewed, and most often segregated relatively early on, not to be seen thereafter. Can you speak to that?
That's exactly I started by explaining what this filtration procedure looks like. You just explained it in more details. That's exactly the type of the testimonies that we get from the survivors that went through this procedure. As I said, we call it interrogations because this is exactly what it is, and we know that they, for instance, ask people to get undressed in search for the tattoos, which would, for instance, as they believe for some reason, would prove that they have some affiliation with with the Ukrainian army, in particular Azov battalion. However, as I explained in providing, for instance, saying that they would search for the phones, they would look for. We had some testimonies, for instance, from a person who was detained simply because they found in her phone that she sent some money through the online banking system to support Ukrainian army. And that was the reason to say that she's a Nazi and she should be detained. And they even wanted to take her child. But then that was a very long story. I don't think we need to go into the details of this particular story further. But this is exactly what is happening. What we don't know is what happens to those people who disappear. And from those people that we have information about, we currently know the whereabouts of just a small group of people, while it is very, very difficult to find information about the whereabouts of the rest. This is exactly why we have been raising this question and this issue, saying that civilian hostages cannot be kept detained by Russia at all, according to the legislation, to the international humanitarian law in particular. And this them hiding this information basically proves that they know that this is a gross violation, and this is exactly why we currently come to the conclusion that unfortunately there is no other way how to stop these atrocities from continuing other than liberating those territories. And this is exactly why we as human rights defenders have been finding ourselves in the position of advocating for more weapons to Ukraine. This is not something that human rights defenders would normally do, but we do. We always ask whenever we have advocacy trips or advocacy meetings with the representatives of other countries, we would always I apologize. We would always advocate for more weapons from those countries that either have been providing this to Ukraine, or could provide more support to Ukraine in these terms, as well as the financial support, as well as the accountability support in holding all those responsible for these crimes accountable. In particular, I'm referring to the tribunal. We're documenting these crimes and we're discussing this not because we want to be historians who document all these episodes, but because we want justice to all these victims. And this is exactly why we have been focusing a lot of our attention on different instruments of accountability. We work with all possible institutions and instruments there is available. We work with national authorities, we work with International Criminal Court, with the European Court of Human Rights, with Eurojust and Genocide Network, with the UN Commission of Inquiry, with OACE mechanism, like Moscow mechanism. It doesn't have to do anything with Moscow, it's just called Moscow mechanism. So basically, we have been trying to utilize all instruments there could possibly be available, but this is not enough. And this is exactly why we were, and we are still advocating for the establishment of the ad hoc international tribunal. The government has put forward this idea of this tribunal to focus on specifically on the crime of aggression, which you have probably heard about. The reason why they focus specifically on this one, because currently there is no institution in the world that can hold Russian political and military leadership accountable for the crime of aggression. And the crime of aggression is slightly, I would say, different from all the other crimes, like the war crimes, crimes against humanity, those very particular actions taken against civilians, because this one doesn't really have victims as such, apart from one big victim, which is Ukraine as a state. So this one is between the states, and it is probably the easiest way to hold the leadership of Russia accountable for these crimes. While in the case of other crimes, like war crimes and crimes against humanity and possibly genocide, you need to collect all this evidence, you need victims, you need testimonies, you need all this due process in order to prove that this certain Russian military is responsible for committing these crimes. However, the difference is that not necessarily you will be able to build this chain of command and to prove that for this particular shelling against drama theater in Mariupol, is Putin responsible himself? This is exactly why we keep saying that yes, it is extremely important to have the crime of aggression punished, and tribunal seems right now seems to be the most efficient solution for that. But we also stress that we need to deliver justice to all the victims of these crimes. And this is a huge challenge, and it will remain a challenge because I think it makes sense to explain a little bit that according to the international humanitarian law, the primary responsibility for investigating and adjudicating all those war crimes lies with the national authorities. But there's barely any law enforcement and judiciary system in the world that would be able to handle this amount of crimes on its own. That's why it's extremely important to make sure that we establish this, what we call the comprehensive system of international accountability in order to deliver justice to the victims of these crimes. I'm sorry if I didn't
No,
go
that's okay.
into many details,
No,
but
please,
I thought
please.
it was important to kind of give this overview and explain
Absolutely.
why we're doing what we're doing.
Absolutely. I very much appreciate this. Otherwise, I would have already been forced to ask additional questions. But I think you laid it out very clearly. And this, what this space also is about. We want to make sure that people can understand the intricacies, the relevant detail which matters a great deal in this case, both the differentiation in terminology, as you quite rightly laid it out, but also the granularity as to what needs to be done, because it's a monumental process ahead for Ukrainians and their partners in the international community to support the effort of making sure that justice can be brought on to these people who committed those crimes, as well as making sure that in the meantime we find sufficient support to stop those crimes from being committed. Now, this brings me to the topic. There's a lot of campaigning ongoing at the moment. One of those campaigns is what we actually bring forward here, which we call Free the Leopards. It's just one of the many. We want to make sure that there is sufficient attention to those weapons, which, by the way, the Ukrainian government has demanded now many times over, whether it is Mr. Kuleba, whether it's Reznikov, or your president himself. They have all asked for main battle tanks to be brought forward. This was long before we were talking about additional air defense systems, which are evidently required. But it seems to be that there is no end in sight for Ukraine asking for specific weapon systems which are not being given. Now, in order to do so, in order to reach more momentum, I think it may be helpful to highlight what happens to those who are most susceptible to such war crimes, and which typically goes to everybody's heart and mind and soul very quickly: the children. The children amongst those forcibly deported are currently being given to adoption. They're being lied to by Russian authorities that their parents wouldn't like them anymore. They are even taken away at very young age in order to be, fed into the new body politic of Russia. But essentially, what is happening to these children who are either separated at the filtration camp or taken right out of the temporarily occupied territories is absolutely atrocious. Can you speak to that? How many children currently, can we say, have been abducted, have been conveyed into Russia?
You're very right to say, and this alone already might amount to the genocide crime. And the fact we don't know currently if the International Criminal Court has decided or not to take this as a part of the investigation on Ukraine, but we would highly encourage them to do so, because this alone, as I said, amount to a genocide crime. What the estimations are is that, as I said, out of those up to 2 million people, Ukrainians who have been deported to Russia, the estimation is that around 200,000 are children. And you're absolutely right to say that Russia has adopted this special regulations that eases the process of adopting Ukrainian children. What happens and what might happen to these children is that their names might be changed, their dates of birth might be changed, so making it practically impossible to for these children to ever come back to Ukraine, or for their parents to ever find these children. Or what happens to these children, and there were some cases already reported, their parents might be killed by Russian soldiers, and then they might be sent for the adoption to the Russian families. And since these children are very young, very small, they might not even remember their parents. So what we can only imagine what is going to happen to these children in these Russian families. I bet they will try to erase every memory of these children to be affiliated with Ukraine, which basically equals erasing their national identity. This is exactly why this one thing at all, moving children to Russia under these circumstances can amount to a genocide. And this, for sure, has been one of the focuses of attention of the Ukrainian government, while not only communicating about the war, but also trying to build this argument towards Russia committing a genocide in Ukraine. Although what we need to always remember is that while states are currently recognizing Russian actions as genocide in Ukraine politically, it needs to be proven legally. And this is where the ICC should have stepped in, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, because it's exactly within their jurisdiction. So I will underline here that we would expect them to take this case. However, what they are currently investigating cannot be revealed. I mean, they cannot share this information because this is an ongoing investigation. So we don't know if they have taken this decision or not.
All right. Now, with all this documentation being collated and these decisions still being in limbo, how many people in your organization are working on this matter? What can we expect and what kind of support would you need?
Well, if we talk about documentation, obviously documentation is not all that we do, but documentation has been one of the key focuses, not only for the organization, but for the entire initiative, which unites 24 of organizations working on the ground in every affected region in Ukraine. So what we're currently seeing is that there's around 1,000 new crimes being documented weekly. And the aim is to have all the crimes documented. However, obviously, even 21,000 of crimes already in the database, that's not all crimes, obviously, and more of these crimes are taking place daily. So what is extremely important to continue to document these crimes, but also to see the prospects of these crimes to be prosecuted and adjudicated. And this is exactly why I said we focus a lot on advocacy campaigns, because we're currently advocating establishment of these accountability mechanisms to hold Russia accountable for these crimes. And this is taken a lot of effort outside of Ukraine. So I would often spend a lot of time, half of my time basically, I spend in Kiev, and then half of my time outside of Kiev working with Council of Europe, OSCE, UN. I just came from a long advocacy trip, Strasbourg, then Brussels, then New York, then OSCE conference in Warsaw. And I will also continue this advocacy trips to these institutions later on. But another issue that we were currently looking on is, in fact, and that's something that I learned a lot about when during the UN General Assembly in New York, the recent one that has taken place in September, that while generally European countries and North American countries, they do support Ukraine. I mean, there might be differences. Some would give more weapons, some would less, some would support the tribunal, some are still considering, some would give more financial support, some would give less financial support. So we need to continue to work with these countries as well. But something that I noticed is that we really have a gap in support with the so-called countries of the global south. These are African countries, Latin American countries, some Asian countries. And this is where I see a big gap because probably Ukraine has not been paying enough attention to developing the diplomatic relationship with these countries before. And now when we see how important the support of these countries has become, and I'll give you particular examples because it's important not only with regard to the resolutions adopted in the UN General Assembly, But let's say with African countries, Ukraine had economic relationship. For instance, Ukraine has been exporting crops to these countries, and what we noticed is that while, as you probably remember, while Russia was blocking ships with crops in Ukrainian ports, Russia has simultaneously been trying to replace Ukraine and take the place of Ukraine on those markets, in African markets. So this again proves that all these actions that are being taken by Russia, they are all targeted to trying to destroy the state and the people. I mean, Ukraine and Ukrainians as such, so that they have had no resources to continue to fight. And this is exactly what we saw. And establishing this relationship with these countries in particular also means explaining to them that they are also the victims of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And this is the argument that I saw is not obvious. And that was surprising for me. Like, let's say, for instance, some of those countries, Latin American countries, African countries that we had a chance to speak to in New York, they, for instance, believe that the food crisis is the consequence of the sanctions imposed on Russia, which is, of course, not true, because the food crisis and food insecurity is the consequence of Russian aggression against Ukraine, as well as the inflation, the energy crisis, the defaults that have been taking place, have already started to take place and are predicted to take place in around 60 countries. And this is a UN prediction. So you can fairly say that all these people who might be freezing, hopefully not, but might be freezing in Europe because of the energy crisis and energy blackmail of Russia, all these people that might be suffering from starving somewhere in Africa, all these people that might be suffering from inflation somewhere in America, or defaults that have, I think the first one has taken place in Sri Lanka, but I'm not an economist, will not be saying that was, I think that was the first country. All these people, they are the victims of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And as people are more further away from the battlefield, from the actual battlefield, it might not be obvious, but they are. And this is extremely important that we spread this message now around the globe, because it's not obvious. And people tend to fall into this Russian propaganda, and Russia has been paying and investing a lot of money into distribution of this propaganda in the region of so-called Global South in particular. They might fall into this propaganda and even base their decisions on that, which is absolutely unacceptable in the present circumstances. This is why we have been coming back to what we are doing while documenting all these crimes. And there are hundreds of people that are working around Ukraine now to document these crimes. We're also putting a lot of effort into advocating, explaining, and countering these Russian narratives all over the world. Because if the world does not stop Russia in Ukraine right now, there will be other countries that will follow. And people all over the world need to understand that they all suffer, they are all victims of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And this is something that we have been currently paying a lot of attention to as well.
Absolutely, and what you said about the say misalignment, the perception crisis, I would call it. That's a matter of, in this case, people look at the symptom and not the origin, not the disease.
Exactly. Yes. So we need to explain what is the origin of the disease, and make sure that we stop this disease from spreading.
Absolutely. If you allow me, Alexandra, we have questions from our panel, and Victoria,
Yes,
who I think you already know,
please.
has a hand up, so let's go to her.
Thank you, Axel. Alexander, thank you so much for joining us today. It is our privilege to have you on our space.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
I have a question. So, as you said, we often do not hear from those who did not pass filtration camps, and so they were deported to Russia. Do you think there's a possibility that human trafficking may occur, like involving using force and coercion to obtain some labor or maybe commercial sex act? Thank you.
Yes, there are actually, I think, some analysis being prepared, or it's not something that we're focused on particularly, but indeed, people who are subject to deportations are often subject to human trafficking, and it also is linked to the different sexual abuses that might take place. And this is one of the issues that we don't extensively cover, but which indeed does have a place within this process. The problem is there, however, is that we don't have access to this territory. It's very difficult. We don't have access neither to the occupied territories, neither nor to the territory of Russia itself. And as you probably know, and I was mentioning this before, that Russia would not even let international organizations in. I actually had I spoke to the Secretary General on sexual violence, Pramila Patil, when in New York, and she told me that she was invited to the occupied territories to see for herself. We didn't have a chance to follow up after that, so I don't know if this has already taken place. But it seemed to me that she's very much aware of the fact that Russia will probably try to use her presence there to justify and to say that, see, everything is okay, and that she understands that she might not even get access to everything that she's supposed to get access to while visiting these occupied territories. But again, I didn't have a chance to follow after that with her, so I don't know if this trip has taken place. But this is one of the rare cases when representatives of international organizations are actually allowed to the occupied territories to see and investigate the situation on the ground. As you might probably know, with Olenivka, for instance, this detention center, there is still this problem of international organizations not having access and not being able to do their investigation. So this remains a big problem, and I think this is exactly what international organizations should be doing and focused on doing. However, there is little or no success so far.
Yeah, the lack of success of international organizations showcases the frustration which people have had for a long time now already in this regard. Let's move to Prince.
Axel, did we lose you, or did I lose audio?
I just lost Axel as well. I assume he's having audio problems. Prince, I believe he called you.
Yeah, he did. Alexandra, I want to thank you so much for coming on this space. I saw you speak at the UN Security Council meeting in early September, and when I heard your testimony there, I knew that you had an important message that this space needed to hear. So I really want to thank you for taking the time to spend with us today. You have such an important message that is important for all of us to hear, and our reach goes farther than just the people listening at this moment. It will go out on our Spotify account and people will listen to the replay. And even more than that, people that hear what you say today will be able to go to their neighbors and their friends and their family and share, to bring light on all of the atrocities that are happening. And so I want to thank you first of all for spending the time with us today, because it's very important information. It's hard information sometimes to hear, but it's some of the most important information to hear so that we can support Ukraine and bring these atrocities to light, and to help to hold Russia accountable in the long run. The question that I came up with while listening here was when Axel brought up the two women who joined us from MriyaReport, who went through multiple filtration camps before going to Russia and then being able to get out of Russia to Finland. One of the things that they mentioned was that they went through multiple filtration camps as they got closer to Russia, and they said sometimes the documentation was on paper and sometimes the documentation that the Russians took was on computer. I don't know if you have testimony of that happening with other people, but I'm hoping. I mean, I know computer files and paper files can be destroyed very quickly, but is there any hope that that kind of documentation in the long run may be able to help to find some of these people who are civilian hostages in Russia and to hold Russians accountable for these crimes?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me today, because I think it's extremely important to spread this information. It seems like there is a lot of information on Ukraine, but when you think of all this information, it's often lacking the connection between the dots, so that you understand that this is a very well planned system, and this is a systematic attack, not only on the state but on the entire nation, and which affects the entire world. So understanding this, and this is the message that I'm trying to spread, and this is why I'm extremely grateful that for the invitation to participate today and to speak to you. While we are working on collecting this information, with regard to your question, while we're working on trying to identify the whereabouts of the civilian hostages, I would say that currently we have over 600 cases, and these are mostly coming from relatives of the people who were either kidnapped or disappeared, or who just disappeared during the filtration process, for instance, when families are getting separated. So we try to follow, and we get, as I said, mostly we get this information from the relatives of these people. But this is not all, obviously, and I don't know if the information that is being kept on paper or in computer we will be able to ever access. But I know that we're trying to do our best to make sure that every single bit of information that we receive from different sources is being carefully documented, and we have it added to our database so that nothing gets lost. And while working on trying to help the families of the civilian hostages to either locate their relatives or help them or get legal assistance to them, we're also very much interested, obviously, in getting these people back to Ukraine alive. And some of those civilian hostages actually got back to Ukraine recently during the recent exchanges. And the reason why they were returned, I hope, is because we were attracting a lot of attention to these cases, and including on the international level. We would often bring their relatives to different conferences and official meetings of international organizations that have been taking place during the last month. And this has been helpful in many instances, because this is how both the Ukrainian government and the international community knows that these people are being illegally detained. What we have noticed, although, is that talking about particular names, like naming particular people, and it, I would say it is less related to the civilian hostages. It is less the case of the civilian hostages, but more the case of the POWs, because we also work with the relatives of the POWs. If we attract too much attention to particular names of particular POWs, Russia, it raises the price of these people. So Russia would ask not just one Russian POW for an exchange, but 3 for just one person, one Ukrainian person. So we're trying to coordinate our efforts with the national authorities and make sure that if there are some particular plans for exchanges, that we don't do anything that might affect the effectiveness of this exchange. So we're trying to be as careful as possible, while continuing to collect as much information as possible and share this information with respective authorities, so that we can get as much civilian hostages and POWs back to Ukraine alive as possible.
Tim, Axel, is that okay?
Absolutely. No, very much appreciated, and thank you. I just had a little glitch on the phone before and had to swap the headset out. It came right at the moment when I wanted to hand over to you anyway, so much appreciated. Thank you. Alexandra, one more question which has come up more and more in recent weeks is that the displacement of people is one thing, but coinciding with this is also the robbing of their houses, the complete eradication of civil society's estate, quite literally, be it libraries, be it the destruction of cultural, say, monuments, artifacts and the likes, which all goes hand in hand. In recent days, the evacuation orders, so-called evacuation orders in Kherson, have coincided with the destruction of a lot of museums just as well. It is still a cultural genocide and not anything else. How do we make sure that Ukrainian society can recover from that? How can we help?
This is a very good question. Well, obviously, you're probably aware of the different initiatives of the government that has already started to collect support of other governments and international organizations for the recovery of Ukraine after we win this war. And this is indeed a good way to support the recovery afterwards. What I would say is extremely important is to always remember that while we do need to think about what we're going to do and how we're going to recover after the war, we still haven't won this war. So it is still ongoing, and it's very severe, and it's very hard. I mean, it's hard not only for the military, which has been as brave as one can possibly imagine, and as efficient as many would not even imagine, to be honest. But it's still ongoing. So we need to make sure that we don't substitute these things, because I'm afraid that some countries might fall into this illusion that if, let's say, we designate some funds, some resources for the recovery of Ukraine after the war, it doesn't mean that we need to support Ukraine now when it is fighting this war. I would say, while it is important to remember about the recovery, it is even more important now to focus on winning this war, because there is a very hard winter ahead of us, and Russia attacking energy infrastructure in Ukraine now is a very carefully planned activity. So we need to understand that it's going to be cold, it's going to be dark, and it's going to be very pricey for Ukraine. So what I'm trying to say, I hope I'm not. I always want to make it, not to sound like as if I'm not trying to say that thinking about the recovery is important. It is, but if we're not winning this war, there will be no recovery. So it's important to do things step by step. Right now, Ukraine is experiencing, according to the economists, 30% drop of the economy. Another year of war will bring another 30%, which makes it 60%. The deficit is already huge, the budget deficit. So having financial support from the states to continue to fight might be even more important at this point than having this money for the recovery. So again, I'm always trying to make this very clear, not to undermine the importance of thinking about the recovery. Right now, we need to think about how we're going to survive through this winter and how we're going to win this war eventually. I'm pretty sure that, I'm pretty sure, and I know we have the capacity for winning this war, but it doesn't mean that everybody can relax now. And the mere fact that we are now facing these challenges of, as you probably know, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, I don't think that everybody understands that Russia doesn't really need to use nuclear weapons to cause a nuclear explosion. The mere fact that there are troops located in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, inside of the nuclear power plant, can already cause a nuclear explosion. I don't think that people understand that. Zaporizhzhia is one of the regions that have been occupied and then recently annexed by Russia through this sham referenda. So the problem is still there. We still need a lot of financial support to support the economy. We need we need weapons to continue to fight, because we need to get offensive in this. And I think Ukraine has proved, and Ukrainian army has proved with the recent advances in Kharkiv region, that they're very much capable of doing that and doing that successfully. But it doesn't mean that everybody can relax now and just wait until this victory comes on its own. It's going to be very, very difficult. So whatever financial support can be provided should be provided to Ukraine now. Support in terms of weapons should be provided to Ukraine now. Support in terms of all possible available tools for accountability is important. This is also, it's not only, accountability is not only a matter of holding them accountable sometime. Justice is a very long process. It's about having a preventative effect now, because if they understand that this accountability is inevitable, it will also have a preventive effect on continuing this war. Imposing sanctions, another important aspect, but just for your understanding, Russian economy has fallen only by 10%. With all the sanctions, Russian economy has fallen only by 10%. So obviously, it is still not enough. So as I said, financial support, sanctions, weapons, accountability, these are the issues of the huge importance at the moment. One way how when we are thinking about the recovery and the future recovery, we very much count on the reparations. We believe that we can get the frozen assets, the Russian frozen assets, and there have been some initiatives already by national governments, in particular the Canadian government, to introduce and then implement legislation that would allow to transfer these frozen assets from these countries to Ukraine. And this is one of the ways how we see the reparations, getting basically the reparations from Russia, because it's highly unlikely that Russia itself will be willing to pay any reparations. Another one is appeals that Ukraine is sending to international courts, in particular the International Court of Justice, the UN court. And one of the issues that will be considered there is, and that's one of the claims, Ukrainian claims, is that Russia compensates, pays these reparations. Another one is compensations, and this is something that is being currently discussed on the level of the UN as well as Council of Europe, is compensation mechanisms that can be introduced on the international level, including the registry of the damage, which is being basically now discussed, whether it should be a Ukrainian system or international system. So there is a number of things that are taking place at the same time, but I always emphasize, in order to make sure that we have funds for the recovery, and it's important to think about that. But it's even more important to think how we are going to win this war now. And by say winning, I say having Russian troops out, having them accountable, and having them compensating, paying reparations, compensating all the damage.
Thank you for that. We'll have one more question from Prince Heather, and then we'll probably wrap it up. Prince.
Again, this has just been absolutely wonderful. I thank you. It's a hard topic to say is wonderful. And when Victoria messaged me yesterday saying you were coming on this morning, I was so excited. And it was sort of weird to be so excited to be able to hear they're not so pleasant. But having seen, things on your YouTube page and the way you presented things to the UN Security Council, I knew you were a very important speaker to hear. And so that's why I was just giddy with excitement. And it just is sort of weird to be giddy with excitement to hear about these kinds of things. But it's true, because it's the important kind of thing to hear. And, as we go forward, I just want you to know, and I think Axel and everybody would agree with me, that if you come across something that you want to share with us to get a message out so that we can help spread that message, I'm sure you're welcome here anytime. The one thing that we didn't touch on a whole lot, but just a little bit, is you do have some expertise in tracking what is happening with the POWs, and I'm running out of time today. And we have talked to some people who have been POWs, and I apologize, I cannot remember his name. He was the priest around Snake Island who was taken POW and then released. And I've heard Tara speak to the Helsinki Commission here in the United States. The medic from MriyaReport who was freed in June. So I don't know if you can speak just a little bit about what you're tracking as far as what's happening with POWs. But maybe that would be a better topic for another time. So again, thank you. And if you have something short you can say about the treatment of POWs, that would be great. I know you have a video on your YouTube channel about it too. So thank you again. That was the other subject I was going to bring up.
Well, thank you so much. Again, I'm extremely happy to not only being able to speak to you today, but also I'm grateful for your interest because, as you said, this is a very hard topic. Not everybody is willing to actually not only listen, but to think about this and even do something about this. This is why I think it's extremely important. You are absolutely right. With POWs, we do work with the families of the POWs, and we do a lot of legal work trying to help them, the families, I mean, to do whatever is needed to ensure that the chances, to make the chances higher that these POWs end up in an exchange one day. And some of those POWs have already returned. I would generally say that, and if you saw my video on YouTube, you probably remember that if you open the Geneva Convention, the third Geneva Convention that deals specifically with POWs, and you read it article by article, you won't find a single one that has not been violated by Russia, even almost as if Russia has been using this as a manual to how to harm POWs as much as possible. So POWs, and you have probably seen this from the pictures, they have been kept in inhumane conditions. They are being constantly tortured. They don't have access to medical care. They don't have access to legal care. They don't legal assistance. They get not only tortured, but they go through these absolutely horrific procedures like cutting off their genitals with a paper knife. So this is something that has been shared publicly. So you can imagine what happens to them when they are being kept in these detention centers in Russia or in occupied territories. So from what we know from POWs that come back is that for sure they are being basically tortured all the time. And one thing that you, however, need to understand about how this entire process is organized is that special services in Ukraine work closely with POW. So it's not necessarily that they will be able to reveal or tell you all the information of what has been happening to them, and this is done for a reason, because it might this information might be used by, again, Ukrainian authorities to conduct some operations, or it might harm other POWs that still remain in the territory of Russia. So this is something important to understand. So whenever we deal with POWs, my colleagues work in close cooperation with Ukrainian authorities. So we're trying to coordinate our efforts and to coordinate our operations so that it becomes as efficient as possible. And I think I would not go into much details at this moment. I would really suggest that if possible, you get to listen to some of those POWs yourself, because me telling their stories is not the same as them telling their stories.
Would you be inclined to join us when we have one of those who have been freed come here to MriyaReport?
If I can at this moment, yes, for sure.
We are currently in the process of planning 1 or 2 interviews in this regard, obviously with all suitable respect to the individual. But as you know and well know, both foreign fighters who've signed up with the Ukrainian armed forces, as well as Ukrainians themselves, have in recent days, after having been freed, appeared more frequently in public and been interviewed. So we would hope that at a, say, suitable time in the near future, they can share some of their stories, as well as what they would like to tell the international community here on the MriyaReport. So I'm sure Victoria and I will be in touch with you and try to coordinate a suitable time for that. One thing has come up in regard to the POWs, and that is the fate of the 107 women who've been freed just a few days ago, amongst them also a young mother and medic who'd been separated, obviously, from her 4-year-old daughter. The atrocities committed towards POWs are already bad enough for those who've been hardened special forces soldiers, but the insidious nature of Russian behavior towards prisoners of war in regard to these women has started to come to light. Can you speak to this?
Well, one thing that I can say is that we have been following the cases of some of these women, and many of them have been detained for a very long time, even before the full-scale invasion. This is exactly when this is a good example of what I said in the beginning, is that we see patterns in Russia's behavior and Russia's actions. What they did, they just scaled it to other territories of Ukraine with the full-scale invasion. I can't say that again. We recently had an interview with one of the survivors, one of those who managed to return home during the exchange. You just have to listen to what these people have to say, because I might repeat some of their stories, but it's not going to be the same. So what we're trying to do now, we're trying to arrange as many events as possible and as many publications as possible for these people to be able to speak their stories themselves, because this is not only a good way of communicating what this war is actually about, but this is also a very, I would say, the most powerful tool at the moment on how to remain the importance of this question on the table, because what we have been noticing is some kind of a fatigue of this war, and this is the worst thing that can happen, because if people are getting tired of this war, it means that the possibility of us getting the necessary support to actually win this war is in jeopardy. So we're trying to make to remain it as visible as possible. And I'm glad that survivors are ready to speak about all these horrific atrocities that they have been through, because this does help a lot Ukraine as a state and Ukrainians as a nation. And
Understood.
I do apologize, but I will have to leave
Okay.
in just a couple of minutes. So if there are, I see the hands.
Yeah, I was
So
just about to say, shall we just cycle through the two questions which are still on the panel quickly, mindful of your time, Alexandra. So both Ron and Marcus, I understand you have questions. Just give us your questions and maybe we can address them quickly before Alexandra has to go. Ron.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have one question. I'm at the moment in Mykolaiv, as some of the panel know. And a few days ago, we got a guy came from the area of Cherson, and he came with a Russian passport, but he is Ukrainian. And this seems to get very difficult because it's very difficult for the Ukrainians to understand. Is he Ukrainian? Is he Russian? You know, actually they stole his identity, and I see this as a big problem coming up in the contested areas. How can we define? How can we do this?
Okay,
Is
how
there
can
a
we establish
hotline?
identities?
Hmm?
How can we establish the true identities of people? Is the question, right?
Yeah, you know, the man did a smart job. He said he was a soldier and surrendered, and then he was taken by the Ukrainian forces, and then he explained that he is Ukrainian and grew up in the area of Kherson. And no, we found out that he has some context, so we could find out that he really was not Russian. But well, also in the area of Kherson, there are Russians who live their lives most of the time in Ukraine, and either
Okay.
they have both. So it's difficult.
Understood. All right, and then let's park this briefly, and we'll go to Alexandra in a second. Let's have Marcus' question, and maybe you can answer them both in a row. Marcus.
Thanks, Axel. Alexandra, dobry вечір. Дуже дякую for all that you
Добрий
are.
вечір, дякую.
I'm one of the volunteers with MriyaAid, and I was over in Ukraine for 4.5 months, going out there in March. And so having met with a number of the displaced Ukrainians and hearing their stories, it is just so vital to capture these things. So for everybody listening, please understand how extremely important it is, the work that Alexandra is doing. And I'm just going to leave it at that, just to say, дуже дякую.
Дякую вам.
Thank you, Marcus, once again. And yeah, Alexandra, how do we establish the true identities of those people whose, for example, identities have been stolen, their passports have been taken, they've been forced to adopt a new identity?
Well, if they get to the Ukrainian territory, then there are national authorities that should be able to help them with that. Even if they if they don't have any other documents at them, it doesn't mean that there are no other ways how this can be done. But again, only if they are on the Ukrainian territory. However, the question that you are raising is extremely difficult indeed, not only because of the issue of identity, of how to identify that this is a Ukrainian, not Russian, but because many of these people, for instance, are forced to fight for Russia on the occupied territories, and then it raises another question of how to treat them in Ukraine as collaborators or as Ukrainian civilians. Ukrainian civilians who were forced to do something against their will. So there is indeed a big question of how to deal with the people who who were either forced to refuse their Ukrainian passports. As I said, with the identity, the national authority should be able to help them with that. But with other issues, it's indeed one of the issues that I don't necessarily have an answer to now, how to deal with that. But it's one of the questions that we will need to find the answer to.
Thank you for that, Alexandra. Much appreciated. And as Marcus always said, it has been an absolute pleasure at last. Thank you for taking so much of your time. And I shall hope that we will have you back soon enough, be it with or without the privilege of having one of those who survived and been exchanged as POWs with us. But I'm sure we need to have an update on the current situation soon enough.
The pleasure is mine, and thank you so much for having me today, for inviting me, for listening, asking the questions, and commenting. As I said, thank you for doing what you are doing to support Ukraine in this extremely difficult circumstances. It's very important, and it was again my big pleasure to speak to you today.
As I said, the privilege and the pleasure is ours. Thank you, Alexandra. And everybody, please give Alexandra a big hand. Give her a follow. Make sure that the information gets out there, and we shall talk soon again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, and for those who may have joined us late and couldn't listen to the whole interview, evidently we will post this on our Spotify sooner rather than later. Typically, interviews take a day or so because we'd like to make sure that the audio filters out all the little nicks and knacks which we commit to and which have occurred yet again today, but we shall be glad to make sure that everybody can listen to it from start to finish. Prince.
I need to take a moment here to thank Victoria. When I saw Alexandra at the UN, I knew she was somebody we needed to hear. But for some reason, I felt like a Ukrainian voice speaking to a Ukrainian voice would have a better chance of getting her to come onto this space. So I talked to Victoria about talking to Alexandra, and she took it and ran with it, and we have just had the most wonderful hour and a half with her, which is hard to say because it's not an easy topic, but it's such an important topic. So I just really want to thank Victoria for taking my suggestion and running with it and bringing us a wonderful guest.
Thank you, Prince. That was a pleasure to work with Alexandra, and I talked to her yesterday, so I knew that she would be brilliant and she will bring a very important message for the world to hear. So that was my pleasure. Thank you for suggestion.
Alrighty, so if and when you know of someone who has spoken out, who is absolutely vital that we should hear them, please reach out to the likes of our moderators, whether it is Victoria, who is an absolute star when it comes to reaching out and finding and harnessing talent to join us, Tim, Doman, Yehuda, myself. We shall be glad to open a channel and talk. I know that, for example, our friend Ryan, who I can see here, and our friend and moderator, also Ben, have been very active in, say, attracting exceptionally dedicated experts in various fields, be it in economy, history, military matters. It doesn't really, we don't really necessarily care about the specific layer of it. What we care about is the authenticity, the depth, the experience, the skill, the talent, and the dedication to the cause. We'd like to hear from people who can help us generate more information awareness and support the efforts of the Ukrainian armed forces in freeing the country, support the Ukrainian people in resisting the Russian invasion. And through MriyaAid, the charitable organization founded by the Canadian Armed Forces and a few friends from the logistics arena, in support of non-lethal aid, in this case, to be brought to the Ukrainian armed forces, we want to make sure that there's a sufficiently large base of people who can help muster this challenge and push through. It is our task, it is our moral obligation, from my point of view, but also our privilege and a lot of fun, supporting and helping on the Ukrainians win this for themselves, for their sovereignty, and for freedom at large, meaning for all of us. Thank you. Tim, take it away. What did Ben Wallace have to do with Lloyd Austin yesterday? What do we know?
I was on a train yesterday, so I'm not entirely sure. There was a wee meeting, was there not?
There was a wee meeting at very short notice between two of the most important people in the effort to support Ukraine in this war. Two of the main nations, if not those two main nations, I mean, sorry, our dear Canadians, Australians, and New Zealanders as part of the Five Eyes, but Britain and the United States of America have been shouldering most of the efforts. They were meeting at very short notice, were they not?
Well, I understood that it was more of a follow-up from last week's NATO meeting, no?
That is certainly true, but on the other hand, it was announced literally hours beforehand that Ben Wallace would, rather than going onto a secure conference call in a skiff, start operating on a plane and go to meet face to face, which is rare enough, is it not, in this day and age? I think there's a certain level of symbolism in it, and there's a strong signal of support for Ben Wallace as an individual and as a minister in this Her Majesty's government, transcending now one government, let's put it this way, in this gesture, is it not?
Yeah, of course, it's His Majesty's government now. I keep doing that as well.
I apologize, but wasn't it Her Majesty's government where he started?
It was. I'm reminded of a cartoon in the New Yorker once. It was a picture of a drawing of two men in togas, and one of them is writing something, and he says, here I am still writing BC on my checks. Yeah, it's a bit like that. But it's pretty silly. It was a New Year's Day cartoon. Yeah, now this may be a political, well, it might even be a slight warning shot, simply because Ben Wallace, it was reported yesterday that Ben Wallace and the Armed Forces Secretary James Heapy, they would resign if Liz Truss doesn't honour her pledges on defence spending. Now the UK has, the Truss administration has committed to increasing UK defence spending to 3% of GDP by 2030, which is, I mean, it's not enough, but it's better than nothing. And Ben Wallace and James Heapy were reported to be ready to resign if that pledge was ditched as part of any shall we say, any budgetary reaction to the slight stuffy caused by the mini budget the other week. So I'm not sure of the exact timing. I'm not sure if this meeting with Uncle Sam occurred before or after this was reported, but it could even be a political warning shot to Liz Truss on defence spending and on the position of Ben Wallace particularly.
I think this is exactly the point. It's not just directed. This is multifaceted and multi-layered communication, I would say. It's not just to Liz Truss. It's also to the new inbound Mr. Hunt, as well as everybody else, trying to obfuscate what the budget is for. And maybe even some people in the British media who have been doing potshots at Ben Wallace for quite some time, and who have been literally put on notice that the leaders of the free world, but specifically the Department of Defense, considers him indispensable.
Another possible theory is that it's he was they wanted to talk about Royal Air Force pilots training the Chinese.
Are we going to go there again?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't decide if it's a big thing or if it's a bit of a nothing burger. I mean, the fact that as it stands, His Majesty's government feels it doesn't feel very confident of its legal position when it comes to prosecuting these pilots suggests that it might not be as enormous an issue as it's being made out to be. That, or the other theory is that it's a straight up MI6 op, and we're just sending them over there to give the Chinese horrible information. But that's another possibility. Yeah, I mean, it might be related to that.
That's a very good point. And Tim, before we dive deeper into the intricacies of NATO, British politics, and the impact on the defense budget and what it all means, let me just use the opportunity, as we have Marcus here on our panel still, and he has been literally downrange from MriyaReport. Marcus, can you speak a little as to your experiences and what you encountered when you were on site in Ukraine? Marcus? No, not you, Tim. You were there too.
Oh, sorry, not me. Yeah, I was there. I was there.
You can both talk about it because you were there recently, but Marcus has been there for quite some time for MriyaReport. Marcus, can you hear us?
Yeah, it was a fascinating experience. I was there in January and February, and I came back just before the war started to Canada, and then I went out on the 5th of March. I got into Ukraine during curfew, arriving in the city I was in at 3 a.m, standing there with medical aid on my back, medical aid on my front backpack, and a massive suitcase of stuff, and standing there looking and wondering, oh my God, this is going to be interesting, being out in the middle of the night and nobody's on the streets. I'd no sooner got to the apartment and gone to sleep when the air raid siren went off, and I was just bagged from the trip, so I just pulled my Kevlar duvet back over my head and went back to sleep. The groups that we are supporting there are extremely grateful and thankful for every bit of aid that we're providing, and we're coordinating with them as to what are their needs, what are the priority items. And they have a massive network and connections with the units to be able to get the kit out there. One of the most important things we did was providing drones, and thank God for the donors who provided the money. We were able to get the drones, but even more than that, we were able to get the operators trained to use them. There's very little point in just providing kit without providing the training to go with it. Another one of the best pieces we were able to send over was mine clearing equipment, and the look on the faces of the organization that received it to then distribute it was just absolutely fantastic. It was a wonderful experience. I've never seen a situation where, having been in the military myself, everything was supplied to me. I didn't have to, I wanted for nothing. But this is the first time where I've seen so much basic need, and seen such an outpouring of support from the local populations. I don't know how many times I was in various areas where the old babusias are there making the camouflage nets from scraps of cloth. They were cooking for the soldiers, dehydrated foods, sending massive amounts of boxes of foodstuffs, canned food, up to the soldiers in the front. So, the morale of the people of Ukraine is extraordinarily high. There is absolutely no doubt in their mind, in spite of all of the horrific terrors that have been inflicted upon them, that they are going to push the aggressor back out of Ukraine and regain its entire sovereign territory. There's no doubt about that. The big concern, I think, really is the resolve of the Western world in supporting Ukraine at this point in time. So that's one of the major considerations that we have to keep up what we are doing through the MriyaReport to gel people and form them together to maintain pressure upon their own governments to provide support for Ukraine. Yeah, life in a lot of the cities, during air raid sirens, things would close down. but they would resume, as soon as the all clear was given. I have the app on my phone still, and it still wakes me up in the middle of the night Eastern time when the alarms are going off, which is a nice reminder for the people that I am dealing with here to say, okay, we're sitting and having dinner, but in Ukraine, people are going to the shelters now. So it's a great experience to be able to talk to people and to demonstrate to them exactly what's going on. What would you like me to discuss, Axel or Tim? Any specifics? Because some specifics I will not go into.
Of course not. No, but I think the interaction between the relief effort on the one hand, which you would have seen from other humanitarian agencies, I think on site, as well as then the comparison as to what Colonel Lake and others have instigated by means of utilizing their contacts on site to provide the kit required by the specific units, and how these specific units are selecting and very carefully selecting what they need. Maybe you can speak to the process.
So the process is we have contacts within the ZSU. We have contacts within NGOs on the ground, and people will supply them with, what are their priority needs. And then those things are looked at, and we will discuss what is our capacity and capability to raise the funds, to purchase the equipment, to ship the equipment, and then once it's shipped over to get it into Ukraine, and then we go through their network of distribution. So some will go direct to ZSU, some will go direct to the NGOs, and they will link it all up. Yeah, I'm quite fascinated by the fact that some of the members of MriyaAid are actually sanctioned by Russia. So they I guess they are taking quite seriously the work that we're doing, and we will continue to do. So yeah, we have a very good system of this stuff. Very, very good system. And one of the criticisms that I've heard of a lot of donations that get to Ukraine, and there's always this, well, it's sold on the black market. Well, I can guarantee you that the stuff that we're sending over there is not ending up in those places, because we have such a tight control over the inventory and the distribution of these assets. And all of them are marked when they get there. They are all marked and codified. We're not sticking, UPC symbols on them, but they are engraved, etc. So we know where they are, and if we do see them anywhere, we know where the break in the chain is. So thankfully, we've not had to deal with that as yet. I think I'll leave it at that for now, but happy to answer any questions anyone has.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Very much appreciated, Marcus. Tim, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I also, I was in Kiev just in the last couple of days, and I noticed the kind of something that struck me was just how normal everything was, right? How calm everybody was, how matter of fact everybody was about. Right.
Tim, you got lost.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Are you in the elevator?
Oh, I am. Yes. There's a dark spot in the lift. Yeah. So I was struck by how normal and how matter of fact everything was, notwithstanding the odd checkpoint and the odd steel hedgehog kicking around. Now, you were there earlier in the war. Was it always like that? Did you ever feel that the Ukrainian people were flagging, or that they were weary, or that they were overly afraid, or was it always kind of this feeling of resilience and this determination to determination to live and to exist?
When the war started, I was communicating with family members back there, and the initial shock, once that died down in a few days, it was very much defiance after that. I was in Lviv, I was in Kyiv, and just the sense of humor of the people is magnificent. I sort of harken back to the bombings of London during the Battle of Britain and the Luftwaffe destroying London and Coventry, but the people there were resilient as well. But the Ukrainian population that I saw, just one little thing was the hedgehogs, the anti-tank barriers that they'd made. The welders had welded onto it Putin Julio, Putin's a dickhead, and Slava Ukraini. So, and I'm walking past the Polish embassy, and this hedgehog is sitting in front of it. I had to take pictures of that. The guards gave me a bit of a strange look, but all was fine. But no, they're very, very resilient to this stuff. The alarms would shut down restaurants and buildings, public buildings. But life carried on. The cafes remained open. I think people became very sort of desensitized to it. Now, where I was, both Lviv and Kyiv did get struck by missiles. However, people continued. They just continued with life. I don't think they were going to give in to the terror, which is, I'm sure, what Putin and his malcontents had wanted the people to cringe in fear. There was none of that at all. So, but I imagine with Kyiv now having having a relatively peaceful time for a while, but now, of course, with the missiles and the kamikaze drones coming back, that will influence the thinking. But people will carry on with life. I was very fortunate that where I was in those cities, it was not in an area that was a likely military target, although I remember one day standing in Rinnik Square in Lviv and looking up and seeing smoke not that far away, so I knew something had been hit. And then a couple of days later, I went out and explored where it was, and it was an absolute farce. Whoever's targeting had no idea what they were trying to hit, because it hit a garage that was repairing cars. It had nothing to do with the military. It was just an absolute, it's a waste of a missile, but so be it.
Yeah, well, these garages now, as you know, Marcus, they can repair tanks.
Yes, that they can. That they can.
And they're doing
but I can guarantee
fine
you,
at
when
the
I was
moment.
there, that building had nothing to do with the military. Absolutely
Of course
nothing.
not. And they don't really care
No.
in their indiscriminate approach.
No, it's absolutely indiscriminate. It's just to seek. They're just trying to inflict fear, casualties. I do know that at one point they had hit a target, and then 20 minutes later they hit the target again because they were trying to get the first responders, which was just in my sense of thinking, that's just not cricket.
Yeah, not surprisingly. This is exactly what they did. When we had one of the first responders from Kharkiv, Roman Kachenko, here with us, there was already the issue that he stated that at a very early stage they identified this risk that the secondary attacks were to come in about half an hour later. So they typically scouted out the space, went in, and very carefully took, went for a wider perimeter to place their rescue vehicles and the likes, just in order to make sure that they wouldn't be engulfed in yet another fireball.
Absolutely, and I can fully appreciate and understand why they do that. You've got these first responders there who are trying to dig people out of rubble. They're trying to save lives, and by hitting them, you degrade their own ability to respond to any of the missile attacks. So right now I'm actually in the process of trying to raise funds to send a couple of ambulances over. I just dug out new old stock army stretchers from an organization, and I've got another 78 of those to dig out from their basement and get to our warehouse to then ship over to Ukraine as well. So every day we do something. We've got something else in the go. Yehuda knows about it because he's leading it or will be leading it, where we have some people from who have been on MriyaReport who are going to be in Canada, and we're going to be hosting some fundraising events with them as well.
When did you return stateside?
I came back to Canada on the 2nd of September, and I will be heading back in December.
Okay. Well, it takes a bit of recovery, rest and recovery, as I would say. But on the other hand, I think it's also, I don't know, whoever has been there, and Tim just had the pleasure, whenever you're there, you feel compelled to go back quick.
Absolutely.
I have a question, Marcus. This is something we get asked quite a lot by our helpful listeners. How's the warm kit situation in the Ukrainian armed forces? I've heard mixed things about this. We've had Ukrainians coming up saying that they're okay for warm kit, and I've had other people saying that it's still desperately needed. How is the situation?
I'll premise my comment by the fact that when I was there was so much need. People were trying to get everything and anything up to the soldiers. I know that the Canadian government recently announced they were going to be sending some warm weather kit over there. I don't exactly remember the quantities. But just from a personal standpoint, my niece is there and her boyfriend is in the military, and she sent me a note 2 months ago saying winter's coming. He needs stuff. So I was able to acquire stuff and ship it over. And I just got a note from her this morning saying the parcel is going to be delivered to her tomorrow. So I think that given the climate, the nights are cold, the mornings are cold. It's going to become quite snowy soon. That having that kit allows the soldiers to perform. I would, when I think about the orcs on the other side who have got nothing, it's like sucks to be them, frankly, but too bad. So by supplying Ukraine with the cold weather gear plus the sort of Arctic camouflage as well, we will give them the ability to survive in those extremes and to be effective. So yeah, it's absolutely necessary. Absolutely is.
Key thing being, of course, that Ukrainian armed forces are, at least their frontline troops, are very well prepared generally for what is coming in winter. But every piece of, as you just said, camouflage gear, for example, which is also non-reflective and protects them against, detective measures by the orcs, is absolutely vital. And lots of that has come from Finland more recently. But I tend to believe that our Norwegian friends could do a little bit more. The Canadian armed forces are doing a lot, but it's absolutely vital so that the survivability of the Ukrainian troops is ensured.
The other thing that one has to consider is that, the frontline soldiers are fairly well equipped. Is you have a they need the kit as well. Because when you come out of the line, you're not going to be handing all of your kit to a new soldier coming in. So
cases of malignant cancers will cause morbidity and mortality in a severe way to Ukrainian population. So I just wanted to sort of highlight that one, and maybe not
before you go on.
Yeah.
Moon, that's a very good point. And by the way, there are very good treatment options in Ternopil and in Ivano-Frankivsk. They may not be as elevated as the center which you already highlighted in Lviv, which is well known. I do understand that both in Poland, the Czech Republic, and in Germany, a lot of hospitals have volunteered to take in cancer patients as well as dialysis patients from Ukraine in recent months. And there's a massive amount of activity which is being coordinated by the hospitals, not least the ones in Lviv. But if there are cases you're aware of, your family is aware of, and the likes, in addition to what you're just experiencing, I would highly recommend to contact the oncology in Lviv. They will be aware as to where to point them to. I am definitely aware that both clinics in Kiel and Hamburg, as well as in Frankfurt and in Mainz, have taken in patients from Ukraine. And at no additional cost, people have actually been registered in Germany, and they fall under the HARTS 4 policy of treatment for space persons who are then eligible for the minimum social security in Germany, which gives them full universal health care.
That's amazing. I really appreciate that. I'm recording, so I will follow up on these points. I just need to get that information to my family. I really do appreciate that. And then the other common question, and this is just brief. I'm a New Yorker. I'm US based. I'm hearing the McCarthy and House Republicans in the U.S. really are coming anti, funding and supporting. And so the question here is there an analysis that shows how much really job creation occurs when Lockheed Martin, through another U.S. donation to Ukraine, a lot of that money is just funded to the big military conglomerates, and it actually creates American jobs. I would love to see some synthesis or document that says, hey, this money not only helps Ukraine, but extends the production line, will create, X shifts, employ, these salaries, such that on the Twitter sphere and the spaces, you can push back, because I think that disinformation that these are just handouts, that this has no strategic value to the U.S. That's the way it's being pitched by Republicans who take probably Russian donations and through dark money. Like, in order to push that back, I haven't seen that synthesis, and I would love to see where I could find that, just to get that out there. It seems like very bone-brained of these House Republicans to come out on this position, as Axio reported earlier today. And that's it. I'm going to go silent. I really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the very far right of that caucus you just referred to has a lot to answer for, because I think there's already more than comprehensive documentation from both the DoD in this regard, as well as the rather bipartisan effort of the Senate Armed Forces Committee, where there's very conservative Republicans amongst them who are not that populist, not that crazy as the ones you just alluded to. And so it's pretty damn clear that most of the equipment and most of the donations, most of the money, therefore, the value which is transferred, is vested in existing equipment. The overwhelming amount is vested in existing equipment, which has been paid for, and whereas the United States of America will then build or have built and will procure, and therefore yet again invest into additional new equipment coming in to replenish its stocks with better, high grade, higher value, and therefore often enough more expensive ordnance and kit. So one, and you're quite right, one has to differentiate between what is a direct budgetary support, of which there is very few, and what is a support which ends up being funneled into the value chain and therefore into American jobs, of which there are many supported by the many, many large, medium-sized and small weapon systems manufacturers. Because don't forget, ordnance and ammunition in America is predominantly, whilst coordinated through the large through larger companies, is actually a medium-sized company effort. In any event, let's go to Abdullah and then Yana.
Thank you, Axel. Just want to say thank you guys so much for all that you're doing for Ukraine. And I know you guys are spending a lot of your time volunteering and taking the time away from work and your normal lives and from your families. And I was just wondering, what can we do for you guys to help you out while you sacrifice, your time and effort for this great cause of ours. Please just let us know what we can do to help you guys, and I'll be the first in line to help out and see what I can do. And just want to thank you guys for the great work and for this space, and all the people who are going to Ukraine, sacrificing, their security and their livelihood and all that. And thank you so much, Marcus, and everyone else involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah Habibi. Much appreciated. Jana.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I hope you hear me right because I'm outside. I just wanted to add.
Loud and clear, Jana. Loud and clear.
Thanks a lot. Actually, I wanted to add to the gentleman who spoke before, Abdullah, the list of countries who can provide help with healthcare and especially oncological diseases. It's also the Netherlands, and I have. Kind of anecdotal examples. Our two guests, the gentleman is there's older gentleman, he has an oncological disease and he have been receiving care for months already, and the same, I know that my colleagues are helping a family with a child with oncological disease. So the Netherlands, all the expenses are covered for the patients, and we are very grateful to the government of the Netherlands for this. So that's all I had.
Thank you very much. And that's a very good point, because there's excellent medical facilities and a super high standard of treatment in the Netherlands anyway, but the Netherlands have a tradition of helping people from war zones and people afflicted by some of the most insidious diseases and afflicted by terror campaigns, to help them not only in good faith, but also in the long term with exceptionally difficult operations from time to time. Reconstructive surgery in the Netherlands is definitely on the absolute top tier in the world. And many, many people who've been suffering from terror attacks and bombings and likes have been treated there. We shall hope that this support continues and that the Netherlands keeps its tradition up and that it is open to those who are in need. Marcus.
Thank you, Axel. Just to address Moon's stuff first. In Lviv, they have, I can't remember the street that it's on, but I spent a number of days in that hospital, not for myself, but helping someone else. The Lviv Emergency Hospital received all kinds of aid from European countries and from Canada and the US. And they had a massive, on the ground floor, massive area where they were bringing all this kit in and then distributing it inwards into the country to help some of the other hospitals. I don't know about the oncology stuff, but I'm hoping that that they'd be able to help you in that regard. Abdullah, in regards to what can you do for us to help Ukraine, really is getting the message out to any of your contacts that you have. Talk this up with them. Obviously, anything that MriyaReport is doing, advertise that widely on Twitter and any other platforms that you're affiliated with, and also drive the donations. Help with, help us raise the money to get the tools to get the job done is really it. And for myself, Ya Ukrainets, as I tell people, I'm Ukrainian. My wife is Ukrainian, and she's over there. And so I have, I have a vested interest in making sure that Ukraine is okay, which is why I'm doing this. I'm also retired, so I have the flexibility and the time to be able to do this. So any little thing like that is absolutely helpful. Finding volunteers to do things, do a little fundraising or something like that. All of this stuff is useful, and keep the pressure on the political representatives that you have, be it whether they're in power or not in power. Keep the focus on them, because most of these members of parliament or members of Congress will only pay attention if their population is talking about this. So if a congressman or a congresswoman or a member of parliament gets one letter a year on a topic, they will ignore it. But if they're constantly bombarded with it, then they say, okay, it's an issue, I have to address it. So please keep up the political pressure. Absolutely critical. Thank you.
100%, as a friend of mine tends to say. All righty. So now, Tim, I can see that there's absolutely not a single other hand up. Everybody has been shied away. We have finally managed to do so. We can fold our tent. Tim?
We can do what?
We can fold our tent and go back, given the fact that nobody had a hand up.
I see. Background noise has its hand up. Background.
Excuse me there. Is that better now?
Now we hear you. You have to
Yes, got it.
unmute your mic in order
Copy
to talk. There
that.
we go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Long-time listener, love this space, and wanted to bring up a couple of points for feedback from the group here, but the first being about visibility and prominence of this space in the Twitter searches, which, as everyone knows, is virtually non-existent. It's very hard to find this space. And there was somebody on here the other day, yesterday, I think, who mentioned that the use of the emoticons will be used by the algorithm to increase visibility of spaces. I guess they see it as some form of engagement. And I have not been able to independently confirm this in any documentation I found. But I put it out there because if it's true, then I think we may have found how to get ourselves a little higher visibility. And this goes directly to the point, I think it was Moon point, or it might not have been Moon, about the increasing disinformation coming out of what I'll call them, for lack of a better term, the magosphere. And while the fellas are good, obviously they need help, and that's why we're here. So I wanted to bring that first point up and see if there was any feedback information on the validity of that, because it becomes a really good tactic. That's the first point that I wanted to raise.
Okay, so about Twitter Spaces. The thing you have to understand about Twitter Spaces is Twitter does not give one solitary shit about this product. So it's glitchy as heck. It has kind of really quite deep systemic IT computer problems. I don't know. I don't really understand computer, so I won't opine on exactly what those problems are or how they work. But as a product, it's not particularly good. Now, the MriyaReport is the world's third largest user of Twitter Spaces. So we are the third. Like, there's one that's about Bitcoin, there's one that's about Indian cricket, and then there's us, right? So we are the third largest. We are the third largest user of the space. Twitter have never ever reached out to us. They've never had a product manager come and ask, you know, what are you doing? How can we help? Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so they fundamentally they don't care about this product, and they don't care about its users, because we're the third largest user and they don't talk to us. So if they're putting any effort into this product at all from an algorithmic perspective, I would be extremely surprised. I like the emoji board, the emoticon board. I think it's fun. I think it's good to say, you know, to show that you're listening, to appreciate when people say things. But whether it has any impact on anything, I'm honestly not sure. So I'll have to take your word for that.
Oh, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying somebody made that assertion. I have not been able to independently verify, but based on my background in IT, that it and the analytics and such. I mean, I've been doing this for a couple of weeks now. Um, that makes perfectly good sense to me because that would be data that I would collect if I was designing it so that I could track engagement. And it's an easy thing for us to test, I suppose. And I'm not surprised about your utilization being so high relative to everyone else. You guys dominated the space very effectively at the beginning when you launched. And so my concern now is that there's some erosion in that dominance. And we're seeing it, in the current midterm campaign and so on. And so Axel's point about calling you congressman, yeah, they should know it's 9 o'clock and I'm going to hear from the Ukraine lady. They should set their clock by you. Okay? That's not a hard thing. Pick whatever time is good for you. If it's lunchtime, boom. It's my lunchtime chat with the Ukraine guy. That has an impact. It really does. But so anyway, so I wanted to bring up the point about the emoticons because if you guys are interested in at least testing if you can manipulate the algorithm, I know they don't care about you. I know they don't want to help you. We're not expecting, there is no cavalry coming, man. It's us. Right? So, got that. Which brings me to my second point. Winter is coming. It seems to me that basically you're going to have indoor camping in Ukraine for the winter. And so the question I have
Yeah, that
is
is a bit overdone, and you know it. So it's not 44 million people. Actually, currently there's about 38 million people in country, but it's not 38 million people doing indoor camping. The problem is that this afflicts a number of cities, and that is massively important. And it's not that all of them are doing indoor camping. I know where you're leading with it, but we should be careful
I
advertising
appreciate
this as
that.
being the general. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
no, yeah, I'm
Please
not. I
go
don't
on.
want to catastrophize. I'm not
Yeah.
catastrophizing. My point is that I am being a bit extreme. I'm over engineering the solution and saying, okay, you have indoor camping. Now you hope you're not going to hit that, as you point out appropriately. Everybody's not doing indoor camping, but and there will be all kinds of effects. We heard about when the medical community in various support, the electricity, etc. But if you plan for indoor camping, I think it becomes a lot easier, whatever people are being faced with. And so the question I had was, we were talking about kit. What is sort of a minimum civilian kit that you need to have together so that you could comfortably indoor camp? That's my second question, and then I'll mute myself. Thank you, guys.